시작했고요.
자, 근데 게이머즈 밖으로 나간 나딘이 니아도 노려주고 있기 때문에 구도 나쁘지 않은데요.
자, 니키와 니아가 교환이 된 상태에서
네.
HP가 조금 더 높은 군 퍼니셔입니다.
맞습니다.
자,
깔끔하게
3명을 2명을 띄어내서 한 명 잡는 다음에 와이어.
체크메이트 퍼니셔가
못 잡았어요.
원업도 진짜 타이밍 깔끔하게 잘 써줬고 이제 왼쪽 싸움.
자, 이렇게 되면요 프로비스가 다시 한번 들어가면서 C-다시 쪽으로 이제 메아리 들어가고 킴샷으로 잡힌 상태에서
잠시만요. 이렇게
돌격
되면
소총 아이솔.
이거는 진짜 곧 있으면 묘지 지역에 위클라인 막사가 등장할 예정입니다.
자, 니아가 계속해서 견제해주고 있긴 한데요. 결국 밀려나고 데스가 있더라도 균열 들어가면 된다거든요. 자,
네,
파고
필드.
들었는데요. 엘레나 원업도 있기 때문에.
뒤쪽에서 자 그래도 어느 정도 견제를 잘 해주고 조직력 있는 모습.
네, 깔끔합니다. 5점 또
이럴 때 균열
환상적으로.
가면 돼요.
그렇죠.
이거예요.
오더는 가면 돼요.
이거예요.
오더는
뭐
이제
아니면
가야
이거.
돼요.
그리고
뭐 아니면
이거는 츠바메가 죽는 각인가요? 대지의
자.
메아리 안쪽에서 딜 잘해주고 있긴 하거든요.
네.
근데
네.
심판.
자 찍으면서 그러면 이한이 와 바이크로 밀었고
자,
이러면
그러면 이 노리까지 잡아내면요 힙소
아, 실비아한테
힙스터.
도망은 가능할까요?
어려워
보이는데요.
보이는데요.
아, 연료가 많아.
네, 터미네이트입니다.
거든요.
자, 이 좁은 골목이라 조금 부담스럽지만 그래도 들어와서
자,
자,
이게 힙스터도 조합이 그냥 아무나 한 명 찍으면
근데
된다는데
불소가,
아이돌이
불소가.
드르르
안 죽어요, 안 죽어요, 안 죽어. 자,
이러면
교환이거든요. 아이솔과 키아라 교환된 상태에서 이러면
근데
이한이 요한막
이한이
하고 있고.
살아남아서.
그렇죠.
자,
못 막아요.
아이솔 나가야죠.
네.
힙스터의 승리입니다.
진짜 후방코 쪽으로 떨어질 것 같긴 하거든요.
네.
그런데 어딜
오?
가나 굉장히
뮤지로?
많기 때문에 진짜 조심해야 됩니다.
오?
너무
게임
어서오세요.
와,
올웨이즈 인천의
이-
게임 월드의 킬 캐치는 결국 인천이 해낸 거 맞죠? 터미네이트니까요.
네. 돌았기 때문에 한 번 더 교전 볼 수 있거든요.
네.
그렇죠. 펠릭스의 분류가 굉장히
오른쪽 얀
낮습니다만.
위치 중요합니다.
자, DI 게임월드 일단
아, 켜졌어요.
나- 기가
나가졌고
겹쳤어요. 네.
그럼 이러면 인천이 좀 더 유리하게 좀
그렇죠.
밀어보나
유리하게
싶거든요.
미나
그런데
니아가
자, 이러면
잡았습니다.
자,
루미너리
루미너리 선수가
해줘야죠.
자 루미너리
2대1, 2대1,
자,
2대1.
근데
스크린 받고
터미네이트.
이거하고 밀키웨이가
자, 근데 이거 지금 쓰고 싶은데 힙스터는 그 타이밍을 내고 주고 싶지 않은 거고요.
잠시만요.
근데
이거-
다시금 벽을 끼고서 한번 니아가 지금 벽 근처로 갔거든요.
네.
자.
게임월드 키려고.
아,
자,
그런데
게임월드 벽 안에서
와
벽을 던지고
지금 두 명이 지금 한 번에 녹았습니다.
길을
말도
갈 수가 없습니다.
말도 안
이한
되는
거.
요전력. 이거
네.
지원 선수 빠져야 되고요.
이한도 터뜨려 버렸어요.
아니 진짜 그 등을 벽을 끼고 순식간에 이렇게 녹여버리고 다시 한 번 더 터미네이트. 말도 안 되는 요전력 보여주고 있는 미...
여기가 더 좁거든요. 사실 아래쪽은 이 크로노스피어 때문에 더 좁아지는 지역이다 보니까요. 그리고 크로노스피어가 아래로 가기도 하고요.
그러니까요.
이게 오브 안전을 쓰고 좀 더 버티는 게 낫지 않았을까 싶긴 하지만 일단은
자 이러면
들어가야 됩니다.
시간 없어요.
잠깐만요. 이러면 게임도 겹고
들어갔는데요, 밀키웨이.
와 밀키웨이 진짜 순간 판단력과
그렇죠.
집중력 그리고
야의 움직임.
실행력.
자, 그래도
근데
알
그런데-
선수가 침착하게 한 명 잡아냈어요. 이러면
할수
2대2,
있어요.
2대2
아직
싸움.
할 수 있어요.
자, 그리고 시간
시간도
넉넉한 건 경남
밀키웨이.
스파클입니다.
아, 근데 다시 한번
징크 포인트 이러면
B2B의 니아가 캐리를 외치기 일보
자, 원업도
직전입니다.
남았고요.
자, 밀키웨이 대체 몇 팀을 터미네이트 시키는
이
건가요?
좁은 지역에서 싱크 포인트 피하라고요.
네.
알론소한테 너무 가혹한데요.
가혹하죠.
그리고
가혹하죠.
네.
터미네이트 밀키웨이가
잘 빠져줬네요.
이 좁은 지역에서 와 이게 딱 인천이 할 수 있는 정말 좋은 플레이 이 조합상의 좋은 플레이가 또 나왔다 보니까
근데 아이작이
와,
그런데
멋져보는데요. 레니 아이작.
마이는 아이작이 이놈 하면 되거든요.
가능하죠.
네.
이놈
스프레드에-
아저씨가 옵니다.
어우.
이게 원래 쇼이치 이제 루미나 선수가 먼저 잘 이렇게 딜을 넣어주고
머리까지.
물론 다운되긴 했습니다만 어떻게 한번 이겨내나 했는데 결국 또
좀 어려워지고 있습니다.
자, 그래서 일단 곰 이것도 밀려나나요? 곰도 지금 두 마리가 예쁘게 남아있는데 올웨이즈 인천
네.
근데 세라핀
올웨이즈
선수는
인천?
지금
그렇죠.
모자가
경쾌 선수도 세나핀 선수도 머리가 굉장히 허전합니다.
네
무슨 일이 있었던 걸까요?
그만큼 정신없게 계속 교전이 이루어진 것 같고 와 이거 요한 터트릴 수 있나요? 이러면
터트리는 각인 것
근데
같거든요.
이거 못 터트리면
멋지는데요.
잠시만요.
궁극기와 7만원
이러면 또
멋져보는데요.
아이작 할아버지가
한 번
이동
더 브레이크 각인데요.
아이작 할아버지가
이동.
이동해버렸어요.
두 번 번째 브레이크, 두 번째 건전한 피드백 타임이 찾아온 올웨이즈 인천. 그래서 이제 오메가 옵니다. 이거 무조건 힐링 스프레터까지 받으면서 시다시 자 방해를 하든 가져가든 할 것 같은데요.
결국은 시간을 벌어서 좀 지연을 시키는 게 좋은 시다시고요. 경남 스파클은 좁은 지역으로 끌고 와서 먹으면 된다죠.
네.
그렇죠. 들어왔을
근데 저 아이템을
때
누가 먹느냐.
칼라 작살도
시다시가
굉장히
챙겼는데요.
부담스럽고요. 그리고 들어가는 타이밍에 행 선수도 잘 몸을 밀어 넣어서
우와, 트로트 아이작 대박 플레이.
와 여기서 블링크 검거를 제대로 당겨주면서 와
그렇죠.
퍼플의
이거는
방심을
아이작의 고점이 제대로 떴고요.
네,
여기서
한 번 더.
멧돼지 점프까지 활용하면서 접근해봤습니다만은 예 엠마죠. 엠마가 아니었다면 충분히 잡혔을 수도 있는 그림이 나왔습니다. 5팀 있는 상태에서
자, 실비아가
그래서
없었어요.
걸렸어요.
저 멀리서 오토바이
근데
타고
한번
잠시만요.
버텼어요.
저
너무
이러면
예쁘게 들어갔거든요.
너무
심판.
예쁘게 들어갔고요.
심판 그리고 지원에
이한이
저 지금
열심히
실비아가
이한이
때리면서
한번 더
프리를
당겨주고
끊고
궁극기 키면서
해주고
빈틈이 잡아 내면서
잡아내고
이대
제키가 건재해요.
에어본 예쁘지만 여기서 터미네이트입니다.
네.
밀키웨이님은 6팀 학교에 현재 5팀이 들어가 있습니다.
이거 싸움 좀 길어지면은 이시안전지대 끝날 것 같거든요.
더 가는데요. 다
자,
보는데요.
시다 씨가 유리하게 시간을 먼저 보존해주고 있고요.
오브 2개.
이거는 퍼니셔 입장에서 좀 소리 갈렸죠.
예.
지금 타이밍 굉장히 중요한 타이밍인데.
30포인트가 2번 사용됐습니다.
그렇습니다. 아래쪽에서도 지금 난리가 나고 있고요.
그 난리에
이러면
퍼니셔가 참여하고요.
자 이러면 프로미스도 사이에 끼일 수 있는 구도죠. 대시벨이 깔리고
막타 싸움도 너무나도 좀 집중하면서 봐야 됩니다. 일단
네.
안 눕는 게 제일 중요해요. 그렇지
그렇죠.
않아야 돼요.
그래서 프로미스 결국 아무도 안 넣었습니다. 이 난전 속에서 정말 아무도 죽지 않았다는 게 가장
일단은
중요하지만
시간
퍼니셔
에모페이지
시간이
폭탄
없는데 시다 씨는 지금 팀이 워낙에 많다 보니까 싸움 걸고 싶지 않아요.
자 초월 버텨봅니다만 그래도 역부족이었습니다. 여기서 한 명 더 정리.
와.
자 소도 선수 시간이 없기 때문에 여기서 마무리가 될 것 같은데 안전 오버. 자 그리고 이쪽은 올웨이즈 인천입니다.
여기는
와
진짜
진짜
야외에서 살아남기 위한
난리 났네요.
그렇죠.
네.
자 경남 스파클의 시간도 10초 이하로 떨어져 있는 상태. 안전은 뭐 없나요?
자,
없나요?
스파클 이제는
없는
없겠죠.
것 같은데요.
여기 많이
5초,
썼거든요. 그래서
3초.
인천까지
네.
아.
터져 나갑니다.
이러면 프로미스가 들어와서
프로미스도
정리하는
시간
그림
없어요.
나오거든요.
컴플렉스.
자 잡으려면
터졌고요.
자,
아니 이게
컴플렉스
무슨
터졌고요.
구도입니까?
이러면
스칼렛 잡히고
시다시
시다
아
씨.
내가
자,
바로
왔어.
시 닉네임 그대로 팀명 그대로 시다시
네.
예 잡아내고
와,
자 그러면 밀키웨이 그리고 시다시
자 이게 아이작이 안쪽으로 파고들면서 대지 MR이나 뭐 제키의 스킬이나 빼줘야지 이게 아이솔의 딜각이 나오거든요.
아 그런데 생각보다 파랑새가 굉장히 유효타로 작용할 만한 조합이네요.
맞습니다. 아이작도 있고요 아이솔도 있고요.
네.
자 근데 아이작이 탱킹형 아이템들을 좀 갖춘 만큼 뭔가 들어가줘야 됩니다.
자 일단
와리도
와류가 있기
있고요.
때문에 버티면서
자 그래서 버텨줬고
토마토를
아이작 딜각
돌려주고 자
아이솔 딜각 아이솔이
드르륵
수아가 와서
자
파란색이지만
때리면서
드르륵
와 잠시만 이러면 체력 차이 나죠?
그리고 살릴 수 있어요.
그러니까
자 빠르게 요한 살리고 시다시 들어가면 됩니다. 밀키웨이는 못 살렸거든요.
이것도 막기 어렵고요.
네.
3대
이러면
구도에서.
그리고 아이작 와류쿨 다시 돌기 때문에 이거 바탕으로 해서 밀어내면 되죠. 와류를 다시 한번 핑퐁도
공파
되고요.
무기 스킬도 있고요.
그래서 아이템 밸류 기반으로 아이작이 진짜 핑퐁 잘해주면서 만들어내고 있는데 어떻게 뭐 제키의 기적 한번 보여주나요?
하지만
안 보이는데
너무
안 보이는데요.
사력 차이가 납니다.
자 체크메이트입니다. 자 세 번째 라운드.
Good. What would you even say at this point? Is this morning? Is this afternoon? Is this evening? I don't know anymore. Welcome back, everybody, to Eternal Return Masters Season 8, Phase number 1. We are here now for week number 2. That means day 4 is now underway. Knockout stage 3 and 4 up and ready for all of you guys. Did you enjoy the intro, by the way, chat? Because I loved it. It looked really cool. We were waiting for it, and we finally got it. Super. You're going to be joining me here once again today. How are you doing, man?
I am doing fantastic, and it's great to see the intro once again. It looks like it was slightly delayed, but it is now here in all its glory. A great intro, like always, and yeah, I'm very excited to watch some more Artillery Return today. We are in, I think, knockout stage 3 and 4 for today for you guys, so we're in about the middle of the pack. You can see on the overview here, we are at day 4, so we're already halfway done. And we got 3 more days of fantastic Eternal Return for you guys this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We've had so many teams that were already good dropping out, right? By barely a little mark for some of these players. That means knockout stage 3 and 4, we already have some pretty good teams that are going to be walking in here today. For the format, all of the stuff on the left side of our screen is done. Group stage is already done. We did that last week. Knockout stage 1 and 2 also over as well. We did that last Sunday. We're now here for knockout stage 3 and 4, smack dab in the middle. As you said, Super, we are pretty much halfway through year-end phase number 1 for Season 8. It's going to be a fun set of 8 games today, 4 for Knockout Stage 3. From there, 4 teams will move on, and then Knockout Stage 4 is going to happen after that. 4 more teams are going to move on. That means we're going to lose a total of 8 teams today. It always sucks to say it and see it, but that is the name of the game.
Yeah, and these lobbies are getting more and more competitive. The higher you go, the higher or the better teams you'll be facing, because where these teams ended up was off of their placement from the group stages. So for today, we are going to have the group stage 5th and 4th place teams joining us for with the knockout stage 2 teams, and then whoever wins the knockout stage 3 teams as well, they'll moving on to knockout stage number 4.
For sure. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of a moment to go over some of the teams that are going to be playing here today. I want to give credit where credit is due. So for knockout stage number 3, the teams that came up from last week, the knockout stage 2 top 4 are going to be Milky Always Incheon, Gyeongnam Sparkle, and CDAC. Pretty good sets of games we did have last week. They're going to be joined by each stage's 5th place teams, Odyssey, New Rise Kangwon, Big Game Hunter, and Modern. The top 4 teams from here will move on to knockout stage number 4, where they're going to be met by Pointy End, Super Ultra Dino. That's the fun team that we saw during group stages.
Yes.
Demian, as well as D as Guardians. A very, very stacked lineup that we have ready for all of you tonight. All we have to do is just wait for these games to begin.
I am very excited for these games, and I'm very excited to see if our 2 teams, I think from knockout stage 1, I think it was Milky Way and Team Always Incheon, if they will be able to have that golden run. But it's just going to get more and more competitive from here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be an easy run for any of these teams, especially look at already knockout stage number 4. A lot of domineering teams, if I have to say so myself. That's going to be happening, of course, throughout the day today. It's not going to be any easier than the knockout stages previous. But Super, we're going to dive straight into it, going into our character select for game number 1. You're already seeing a very familiar face being picked out a few number of times here, and I do like this as well. We are going to start out with Blaster today for Team Always Incheon. We did see the most amount of success on that player last week. Towards the end of knockout stage number 2, a good start to begin that. But that also means Modern joining us with the knockout stage number 3 teams. Going to also be holding on to Soe. Double Tazias today that we're going to be starting out with.
Ooh, yeah, 2 Tazias in this lobby, so these backliners definitely need to be a little careful on getting caught by their combo there. It looks like we are going to be having that Priya ban coming out once again. This is a ban that we've seen consistently throughout phase 1 already, so no surprise here. Priya going to be off the table for game number 2. There was a lot of teams hovering that Rio pick. It is going to be 2 teams locked in, but I think Priya is going to be our only ban coming in here.
Yeah, pretty surprising. We've seen quite a fair number of specifically popular characters as of late. I do see a couple of duplicate picks here, but not as much as some of our previous lobbies. I only see it on, what, like a Felix, Rio, outside of the... Yeah, that's going to be banned. A bit of a more versatile lobby that we have outside of that so important Priya that we've seen so many times throughout this phase, and quite frankly, much the entirety of Season 7 as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see CDAC play this comp out to double backline ADC comp. Usually we only see one, backline carry per team, but they are going to be running 2. They're going to be running... Actually, no, wait, they are... I think that ISOL is actually on Pistol, so... Pistol ISOL actually coming out, I think, in Eternal Return Masters here.
Yeah, think I remember seeing a assault rifle ISO, but not a pistol. So that's gonna be a fun one. Let's see how this game goes, everybody. Game number 1 out of the 8 are gonna begin. If you guys are joining us right now, first of all, we really appreciate it. And second of all, if you didn't heed our warning and showed up 2 hours earlier, then
Yeah, on Fridays we do start 2 hours later because it gives people who might have jobs or who's busy during the weekdays some extra time
saying
to
an
get ready.
illegal word, Super. What is that JOB? What is that?
Might have some other obligations as well, during these weekends. So, oh, here comes the blink on forward from the Yan here. I think Alto is gonna go down, but the kill is gonna go to the Priya. Actually, I think the Priya did end up getting that, and the knockback is going to be used by the Yan. The Priya is already full build, looking to try to get some damage in, or basically almost full build. They're just missing a couple items, but looks like the Priya is gonna get caught by the side of Team New Rise Gangwon as they are grouped up, but looks like their teammates are going to be here to intercept as well. Tazi is going to get the full combo, is going to be able to take down the Adriana there, and Peng is going to fall very shortly as Felix is going to be able to get a couple more auto attacks. Going to try getting some resets. Is that going to move away? I don't think so. It will end up going down. And Modern scoring an early 3 kills, so pretty nice early game start for them.
Nice revenge kill from the Priya as well, right? Good stuff over on MG. Did end up getting taken down pretty early, but all good and dandy. Not that big of an issue as long as we're able to turn things around, which is exactly what they did. Nice combo from Soe. This should be the Rio falling down. No real effort spent by Soe either. He doesn't really have access to the Paradiso, so getting a lot of that combo in early was really nice. Fortunately, Rachan is just not having a fun time. Marlon is going to join into the party. Same thing for BTV, but I think the fight is already over. There's an entire wipe coming in. A little bit of a stagnated initiation coming from Team Milky Way. All fine and dandy. They're just going to have to wait out a little bit to come back. Another fight on the southern side. We already have one player falling down. The Heart, actually, funnily enough. No Peacemaker coming out. I'm seeming a little bit awkward on that. Shauna trying his best to run away, but with just a pistol ISO plus Sentinel on the side as well. Not going to be able to get away. So that Sentinel, pretty good later in the stages of the game. I think this is a little bit more to assist Trust. Saw a lot of really good plays from the Isaac last week, but it's not going to be time just yet.
It looks like always interesting is really going to be running that Nikki instead of that Mai that they usually run for some extra damage and extra lockdown potential with that pure uppercut. Alto is going to be maybe running into Rio right here. Looks like they're just going to be fighting for that bear, and both of them are going to be slowly walking away. But Modern with a huge start, 7 kills already. Big Game Hunter is going to be able to find one. A nice knockback from the Isaac, and Key 5 is just going to be able to use that Rook to jump over the wall. So it looks like they are going to be able to get themselves to safety here. Peng just going to grab some wolves, and yeah, nothing really going to come out of that. Soe is going to get caught, but going to be able to dash away as well. Priya going to be able to get a knock up. And BTB is going to get caught out here. It's going to be able to use 1-up, but it's just going to go down. Sparkle is going to be able to grab up another kill as well.
A little unfortunate that Team Milky Way is the one struggling from the beginning. This is one of the more, I think, boom kind of like the teams, right? You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that give us a little bit of that oomph at the mid stage of the game. This team was extremely explosive with probably Rachan being able to initiate quite a lot, but for now they're going to be struggling a little bit. And initiation back in on towards the team side of pond. A little bit of an unfortunate third party coming in for Team Big Game Hunter. Shikimori trying to run away, but it's a straight line up against an Adriana. Not going to have too much fun with that. Zoe jumping in. They don't have the resets on the dash because I just saw the second one going through. But Paradiso is there to deny some of the backliners from dealing damage. Zoe taken pretty low. Echoes of the Earth going down, but the Akion goes down. And the snipe onto Alto as well. Tsubame going down. This is a really great start for Team Modern. They have 10 kills before going into day number 2, but the fights still continue on for the Tree of Life inside of Forest. Nice kiting from Kimyar. Nikki's going to jump in from the backside. Kyonkwe does end up sniping that down. The problem is Drumragus is still alive, and the Nikki standing in the middle of everything. No Pure Rage uppercut, no Garden Reverse. That means Seraphine has to run away. Nice contest for the Tree of Life coming from Team Odyssey.
Great damage there from the Celine, and the Rio was able to get so much value before going down there. Nikki did end up knocking the Rio down, but the Celine still being alive, just able to provide so much damage on the backside there. Key 5 is going to try to get the knockup, but a great buffer coming out from the Felix, from their ultimate on that to get that CC immunity. And I think Key 5 should go down very shortly here. Is going to try jumping away. I think the Felix gun is maybe going to be able to connect, but a good stun there from Key 5 to get them to safety. Arcus is going to try using the Vertical Flip, not going to be able to connect it, and it looks like Peng is just going to be able to get themselves on out of there with that White Lily.
Stuff. A lot of fighting for day number 2. It's a little bit stagnated and fragmented,
these
but
are
people are
still
still
going
getting
on
things
here.
done. Yeah, the Queen just barely missing. The Night Fork goes up in the air as well, but everybody from Team Modular is joining in. Key 5 is a little bit screwed. That Castle Link doesn't take him over the wall, but even if it did, Gun was waiting right around the corner. A little unfortunate for Team Big Game Hunter, but let's be real here. Felix versus Inadella, that's a really hard matchup for our chess queen. Alright, let's see how this fight goes. Are they looking to fight it? Killing those sparkles. I mean, this is quite a lot of action between the Priyas and the Tazias. They're being very proactive around the map already from the beginning of the game. There is a good reason why the Priya is being banned. The support, as well as the damage coming out from this lady, is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and just able to provide so much utility as well for her team, you know, providing that shielding as well and that CC with the ultimate to prevent any dives in. So just a really well all-around character, and it's no real surprise that so many teams are picking her up these days. We're gonna have Big Game Hunter gonna be down here, gonna test for these bears in beach, but I don't think there's any other teams to really contest them for these here, as the box is gonna be spawning in a hotel, and it will go over to the side of Team Odyssey.
Quite start to night number 2, considering how many teams were looking for a lot more aggression during day number 2. It might change, but the alpha is going to be gone just a second.
Double dot.
Zoe just opted to go in. The Rift is just going to be sent by Peng.
Get it?
Not going to be able to take it. Oh, but Peng's still in the Rift, so he's going to be able to take that. Unfortunately, there is a team sitting inside of here. It's going to be CDAC to deny Rachan, but luckily, at least Rachan was able to get in because Team Milky Way just got obliterated by Zoe. These Tazia players, they're locked and loaded today, not here to play around at all.
Yeah, you do have the wipe prevention going into the Rift on day 2, so even if your two teammates did end up dying outside of it, you do not team wipe there. So was a little lucky that the Yan was able to get in just in time to keep themselves safe, but Team Modern picking up another 2 kills and an alpha as well. They are looking so strong here. 8 points already going at night 2 here, and they're just snowballing. You can see their items as well. They already have those 3 items on that Talia, 2 items on that Felix, and they're definitely gonna be ready really soon to start buying in a couple more items here. The Estelle is gonna come in a little late, but yeah, the Celine is already gonna go down, so the Estelle is just gonna fall very shortly here. Odyssey gonna lose 2 members, as it's gonna be Team New Rise gonna be able to pick those 2 up.
Surprised we saw the Helictac stat. I think the Celine was pretty cooked the moment Blast Wave was used and the Spirit Arrow was landed onto the Celine, but choices result in consequences. Still will fall down it as well. A free 2 kills going in favor of Team Rise Conwan. Now this forces Team Milky Way to try being proactive. The problem is they are still very fragmented. Felix is going to start joining the rest of his team inside of Hotel, but you can see that it is turning red in about 15 seconds to go. They have to start moving down, but yeah, Big Game Hunter is waiting around here. I don't think they want to let that happen for free. The only team without kills is one of the most explosive teams that we've seen throughout the course of the tournament. Looking for the Tree of Life, but look at where they are. They just need to eat a ton of red timer, maybe even utilize some of those gadget points to get themselves on out of there safely. It is not looking good for Team Milky Way.
Yeah, Team Milky Way just falling farther and farther behind. They're just not able to find a footing in this game. Only not even having any kills yet, while the rest of the lobby at least has a couple points to their name.
Look at the timers.
Yeah, their timers are looking a little low. They did end up burning a lot there. You can see their credit counts as well. They're not looking too strong, but I mean, definitely strong enough to maybe contest for the next couple objectives, or maybe even take some team fights here. Maybe they can have the good third-party angle as 2 teams, going to be Team New Rise and Team, I think that is Team Big Game Hunter, are maybe gonna contest it, or sorry, Team Milky Way gonna contest, actually, gonna jump on board here. New Rise kind of stuck in a hard spot now. The Market is gonna try getting themselves to safety, and it looks like they will be able to, with that free ult, gonna be able to zone the members of Team Always Incheon, and it looks like they should be okay here.
Yeah, it really sucks for Team Milky Way. I think they took the initiative a little bit too early. They didn't really know what the situation was around Cemetery. 4 teams actually around that tree of life. Only one was able to get out. New Rise Kangwon completely safe as the market's a little bit too tanky for people to just kind of haphazardly go in on this and look for a kill. Milky Way also investing some really important cooldowns, could not follow up on any of the third party that was coming in on top of it. Really brutal for that team. Cannot find a single leeway with their timer also very much in the struggling section. Single digits for all three members. Can they find a fight up against CDAC? They need to push in on this. There is nowhere else to run behind them. But CDAC is actually the one that decides to back away and give Team Milky Way a little bit of breathing space. Try finding some kind of advantage in their favor. Okay.
Yeah, maybe they saw things behind them, so definitely don't want to engage while having that chance of that third party. So it looks like they're just gonna back on out of there. Team Modern, they definitely want to look for something, and oh, it looks like the route was just barely not able to connect as the VLS system was used. So it looks like they will be able to get themselves to safety here. Looks like Team New Rise is getting chunked down here by the Pistol ISO. A lot of AoE damage, but the Priya is going to be there. Oh no, the third party is here at the perfect time for the side of Team Sparkles. Looks like Team New Rise is going to be on the retreat here. Will they be able to get themselves to safety? Priya is going to be forced to use their ult, but it looks like they are just going to go down here in the corner. Ooh, they are going to get a lot of damage on this Tsubame, but it's not going to be enough. Yuri is going to fall, so it's going to be a -200 for the side of Team New Rise. BLS system was used from that Rio to get themselves to safety. And third party is going to be here once again. This time, it is Team CDAC that is going to be able to reap all the rewards here to get a lot of damage out, and they will be able to get two members of the side of Team Sparkles.
Very lucky that Songharang was at least able to get out, because two members falling down immediately from Gyeongno Sparkles. The third party coming in, their health bars were way too low. Not that much utility, I think, invested towards killing some members, but that is still utility regardless. Not having access to those is going to really suck for you if there's a third party that comes in and their health bars are at max with all cooldowns available. Really brutal. So night number 3, a little bit unfortunate for some of these players as well as teams. They have recovered though. We are still 24-man strong. But yeah, we already know that there are some teams that are going to be struggling for the remainder of this game. Somebody in chat mentioned it as well. Felix level 12 by the start of night number 3. That is terrible pace.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Team New Rise ended up, Team Sparkles ended up sending it there because they knew there was another team nearby and immediately get punished as the team just rotated back in. There is the full combo, and oh, a great double lockup, but is it going to be enough? Nia's Game World is going to provide enough damage to take down the Felixes. Both Felixes are going to drop, but the shielding coming out from the Priya and Taz is going to be a little too much here. They are going to try getting the body, but I don't think they can. And it is going to be Team Milky Way going to lose one of their members. They trade 1 for 1, but it's going to be -200 for the side of Team Milky Way there. On the other side, Team New Rise is going to be able to get Alto on the backside there as Sparkles, again, another -200. They are falling farther and farther behind this game.
So many fights decided by very close margins, and for Team Milky Way, that has got to absolutely suck. If they were a couple levels ahead, maybe if they had an item or two more, that would have been the fight to turn their fates around in this game, but not going to happen as they are going to lose -200. A few other teams also losing -200 as day 4 began. But how is the rest of the game going to go for these players? Play over warehouse positioning. It seems like Team Odyssey is advantageous when it comes to the damage. But here we go, we're going to send it all the way. The shield actually comes in before, and the damage output is way too good. 3 stack bombs onto 2 different players. That's way too much DPS damage over up to 3 very squishy characters. Shikimori, last one alive on the IRM, gets tagged by the Spirit Arrow, but that is an IRM. Nobody can chase that. Really brutal for Team Big Game Hunter. They were trying to hold inside of the building in Warehouse, but ended up losing position thanks to the Salim bombs, and then they got tagged by a 2-man 4-stack coming through from that Celine. From there, the fight just completely derails.
That Celine was just providing so much damage there. They were trying to get the combo off of on the Estelle, but the still just being a little too tanky. I don't think there was much follow-up on that IREM knockup, so a little unfortunate for the side Team Big Game Hunter. A -400 for them. Wickline going to be spotting here in Cemetery. I think there's only going to be one team. It's just going to be Team, I think New Rise is down there positioned and ready to take it always in Chun. Oh, the Priya is going to get caught out here. Centipede going to be forced to use her ultimate, but Blaster going to get a lot of damage back. Isaac going to use her ultimate, but the Heart is going to be there to keep them alive. But I don't think there's just any damage in return for the side of Team CDAC, and a huge ultimate coming out from the Tazia. The Purity Switch hitting all 3 members, and it's going to be the Heart going to be forced to get themselves to safety.
That is one of the fattest Fury Jabs I've ever seen as well. Triple Fury Jab straight in, knocks down 2. Very brutal for CDAC. It just seems like they're lacking damage. I don't know what it is. The pistol ISO just isn't enough. The heart also isn't enough. Big Line getting taken down by Team Module. They will be able to secure it as, strangely enough, Team Uri's got one doesn't want to contest for it at all. There's another fight that's about to begin, using the bush to try checking, but the counter initiation is there. The Marcus takes no damage from the checkmate. Shikamori in trouble. Team Big Game Hunter, they are just lacking damage. It really sucks, but the fights that they were losing earlier on in the game really coming back to bite them. The initial initiation also now landing onto the Marcus, who was just trying to get the vision check into the bush. Nothing going in the way of Team Hunter.
There's just not enough damage, and oh no, the IRM gets caught again, and on the top side, there is gonna be so many teams coming into Bond here, and Stream CDAC is gonna be able to get a nice third party onto the side of Team Sparkle, so the Ekion is gonna go down. Sparkle's gonna lose their member once again, another minus 200, just falling farther and farther behind this game. It's looking a little tough for them. The timers are going to go down for Team CDAC here, and they have to look for an angle out. It looks like Pond is going to be reopening, or Stream is going to be opening, so they're just going to be able to walk in very shortly here.
I have players that were the deciding factor on some of these team initiations coming from Team Knockout Stage 2. Or, well, not Team Knockout Stage 2, but the teams that came up from Knockout Stage 2, they just aren't able to provide the amount of X-Factorness from last week. I don't think I've really seen Trust do too much. There's a Tsubame also popping in the red as well somehow. Not exactly sure what's going on, but this game is very finicky for some of the teams coming up from Knockout Stage number 2. Nikki gonna try to jump on in, always into in a little bit of trouble. Will have to invest those gadget points to get themselves back into the pond. Never mind, they're going to go in towards Hospital using 2 of them to have a little bit more space to work with. They're still going to lose a little bit more timer, maybe about 13 seconds. Never mind, it's not going to take down, but it's not good for a lot of these teams.
Oh, and Modern is going to be here to intercept them. I think they do end up seeing them because they should have the cameras here down in Hospital, and I don't think Game always should have any more time. They're going to try using the VL system to get themselves to safety, and it looks like they will be able to just barely get away as a Tasia wall isn't going to connect. They do end up getting themselves down here in Chapel, a good landing spot. That is a pretty safe landing spot, I would say, as they will be able to take console control and maybe try to look to push into one of these zones. There is still 8 teams alive on day 5 here, so these teams are going to have to start fighting very, very shortly.
Now, while all that was happening, by the way, Modern picked up another blood sample for their team. I don't know who it's going to go over to, but they already have one built up. It's going to go straight onto Gun, the Blood Crown. This Felix is so strong right now. All the support from the backside. You have the infinite shields from Soe just completely removing any chances of him getting bursted down immediately. Felix is going to have so much value throughout the course of the fight. I don't know if this is looking good for any other team. Module just looks way... Oh, sorry, not Module, but Modern looks way too strong at the moment. I don't know if Team Uri's wants to fight this. You can slowly pulling away as soon as the items are checked. Great idea, by the way. I don't think anybody wants to fight that team right now.
Yeah, they still have the Wick buff available to them as well, so I think they're just gonna hold down their cemetery zone and probably lock it down themselves here. And all they're gonna find, here's a combo, and they get instantly bursted down. The ISO is just gonna go down there, but they're gonna be fighting on their console here, so gotta be a little careful. CDAC is just gonna lose all their members. They are gonna get caught by the side of Team Always Jinchun. Trust gonna try getting a pull to try to take one down with them, but it's not gonna be enough. But there comes Spectre from Zirit, and the double knockup coming out from the Tazi, and the damage from the ultimate isn't gonna be enough. Blast are gonna try to get their teammates to safety with their knockback, but they are just gonna go down. And it is a disaster coming out for the side of Team Always Jinchun. They're just gonna fall. All 3 members gonna get caught by the side of Team Milky Way. Team Milky Way pick up these crucial kills that they need to get them back into this game here. Look at their items. They only have 5 items, 5 gold items, but they were able to just get that catch and wipe their team off the map. So they're gonna be able to secure a lot more points for themselves in this game that originally they probably weren't going to be able to get.
Alto, he was waiting around for Lumi just to be denied by Big Game Hunter. That Adela just ruining chances left and right. Will end up getting sniped down by another team inside of Cemetery. I believe that was Team Modern. So there's just there's just nowhere to breathe for any of these teams, man. Modern is being way too proactive. They're going to look for more. Going to look for Key 5 as well. Misses out on the Thunderstrike, but the Adela is in red. 10 seconds to go. They need to go up somewhere. Uh-oh, Zoe
might be...
If he's by himself, that's not good. Totem's going to be activated pretty early.
Get away.
Felix is a little bit far away, but he has the dashes away. But look at this. Paradiso comes down, and the damage is insane. Going on the backside is just obliterating the two members of Milky Way. There is just no contest whatsoever on the north side of the map. Modern too dominant. 19 points strong. They were looking for more.
Milky Way, they had the angle, and it was a great knock-up onto the Tazia, but I think the items just weren't there for the side team Milky Way. If they just had a couple more, maybe they could have punished Zoe for jumping in a little too early, but it's not there. And a great 3-man ultimate coming out from the Marcus, but not be able to flip anyone. But they will take zone control for the side of Team New Rise here. Looks like Team Odyssey are gonna have to slowly push in, and they're just gonna get poked down by this Priya. Priya just providing so much damage. There is the Bloom again, and the Rio is already chunked down to about 50% HP, but they are gonna be able to heal up there. And the damage on the backside is gonna be a little too much for the side of Team New Rise. Marcus getting a little low. The timers is gonna go down as well. The damage is gonna come out, but it's not gonna be enough, and they looks like they're just all gonna explode on the backside there. Just not enough damage to kill that front line. Marcus being a little too tanky with that Priya. The Priya providing so much value with those shields and that poke damage on these backliners. Such a pivotal character. You can see our final two teams both having a Priya each.
Timings again is just not working out in favor of teams that are losing. That double knockup from Nodanel when Celine had 3 seconds left was probably by far the worst case situation I think you could have dealt with. But Team Uri's got one. Just because they won the fight doesn't mean the game is over. They still have a massive gargantuan team that is going to be staring down at them, looking for a minimum of 20 points for themselves. Even if Team Modern loses this, they do not get outdone when it comes to points. That's how proactive they've been. They're looking for 27, very close to the actual point max that we found ourselves having on the team last weekend during knockout stage number. I believe it was 2 with somewhere in the 30. Modern is looking to get a very, very close point range onto that one. Has about 2 minutes to play around this.
This is going to be a little tough for Team New Rise here because, they have to push into these small corridors, and Tazia and this Felix are just going to look for angles onto your backlines. They do have that Priya to maybe peel them off, but this is pretty good for the side of Team New Rise. The drone is going to push up into them here, but they're just giving full control. Yeah, they're just giving full control over to the side of Team Modern here, because it is going to be a little hard for them to really push into this dive, because you can't really push into this Tazia. The Tazia is going to dash forward. Not going to be able to grab their daggers here or their shards here. Going to get a lot of damage onto this Felix, but the Felix is going to be able to provide a lot back. Here comes the engage coming out from the Tazia, but the Priya is just going to go down through the ultimate, and that is going to be it. Team Modern is going to be able to get a nice clean win here with 27 points for themselves. They will lose one member, so Team New Rise will be able to pick that one extra point for themselves.
Kudos to at least Team New Rise got one, picking up one for themselves, but Modern way too aggressive, way too strong, way too snowballed.
I think they're a little too far ahead there. I think they had 3 bloods, 2 on the Felix and 1 on the Tazia, so or either the other way around. So a little too much to kind of push through, because once your hyper carries like a Tazia or a Felix get those blood items, they're just going to be able to do so much damage.
It looked absolutely disgusting. How the heck do you kill that? Felix up on the front side, by the way, as well. Gun was doing some massive work for Team Modern. The initiations coming from Zoe were absolutely fantastic, don't get me wrong, but I think the follow-through from the Felix was even more impressive throughout the course of this game. During the mid-fight, Zoe doing quite a lot, right? The wall is down, Spotted pushes in to pressure people, make sure they can't really retaliate. The Paradiso placements were really solid this game all around, but I think Felix being able to land multiple double-man wind scars to knock him up into the air. I even saw some shadow stabs to push people into Tazia's walls on top of it. There was a lot that I think Gun was able to provide throughout the course of this game, that the Felix was just way too invaluable. I don't know how much value the Priya was able to give. Obviously, it was a lot, but when it came to the visual aspects of how Team Modern was running, Tazia and the Felix just paired so well with each other, so I don't think the Priya being gone is going to be too big of a problem for them. They might still end up running the same thing and just substitute out that Priya for something like the Lenny. I talked about this last week.
Yeah.
I want to see them continue this Tazia and the Felix combination. They just mesh so well in this game. They continue to keep the sub. I think Knockout Stage 3 is going to be a breeze for them. Knockout Stage 4 is also going to be a pretty solid chance where they're going to be able to move on.
I think that is what we saw in the previous knockout stages. I think is some of these teams did end up swapping that Priya for another support. But I mean, I think the problem with that is obviously Lenny is one of those supports that can't really provide consistent shielding like Priya does, right? Just because Priya is able to just provide the shields when she pops her flowers, but Lenny has to, jump on in there, has to hit that trumpet. But the Lenny will have some extra healing and more utility than that Priya, but doesn't have as much damage as Priya as well. I think Priya is just such a valuable character for some of these teams, and it being off the table going into game number 2, they're definitely gonna have to switch up their strategies.
Absolutely. We can see what Priya was able to bring to the table for Team Modern. Absolutely monumental lead post game number 1, 12 points. They're going to be in the lead of Team Rise Kangwon. 27-15 is where they are going to be standing for game number 1. But as we say always, game number 1, this scoreboard is not going to stay the same. If Team Modern is able to keep it up, yeah, sure, they might continue to stay in first place, but every other team, they're going to try to make their way towards that top 4. That's what matters for the knockout stages. It doesn't matter where you place as long as you're in that top 4 spot.
Yeah, it's a huge start for the side of Team Modern, though. Getting a 27-point game almost guarantees your spot in the top 4 here, but who knows? It could go 8th place 3 times in a row. Pretty unlikely, but if they just have some couple points here and there, I think they should be good to go.
I had to bring this up again, but we don't want to pull a daydream today, right? Saw what happened to them last week. We do not want to see another team falling victim to that this week. A very solid games 1-3, and then all of a sudden just knocking down 8th place, 0 kills on game number 4, only to be knocked out of that top 4 contention down into 5th place. Not a fun time if you end up going out of a continuation of your phase number 1 performance just by a game like that. Daydream, and as I mentioned last week, not going to be able to sleep that well, right? They're just going to be watching these stages and wondering, what, we could have been here. But it's just not meant to be. I hope other teams do not go through that same fate.
Daydream, one of those teams we saw last season, having a monstrous performance, but just not able to have that same, sort of spark that they did in the last season. So we'll have to see, how they do end up bouncing back in phase number 2. If they do end up, actually, I think they're one of the seeded teams, so they should be guaranteed to actually come back for phase 2.
Possibly. Not entirely sure. I got to look at that again, probably when time comes. I'll be real with you. I haven't really been keeping up with qualifiers this season as much as I should have. So usually when the phase begins, you know me, when the phase begins, I always talk a little bit about how difficult the qualifiers were. I give a little bit more insight on which teams were able to get in, which teams weren't able to get in, and all that jargon. Wasn't able to do that this season, so not sure which teams actually are the seeded ones. I'll try my best to have that information for you guys during phase number 2 at the very least. But other than that, yeah, I mean, good game number 1. Some teams definitely struggling. Milky Way, they tried to bounce back here and there, but every single time we saw them towards the mid to late stages of the game, was missing just a little damage to get the deciding factor.
Yeah, despite their early game performance, I think they ended up salvaging the situation as much as possible. Sitting in that chapel bush was a blessing for them. They were able to get 2 kills and I think 2 extra placement points for themselves. So despite them, having that early game mishap, they were able to get a lot of points back. So not too bad of a game for them. But we have to see how they do end up bouncing back here. And always Incheon.
Okay.
Ooh, they're going to be swapping over to their quote-unquote fun team cup that we saw last week, but it looks like they are going to be confident on this full dive team here with the Ekion, Kiara, and Abigail. So really unorthodox team comp, but looks like they're just going to look for that all-in dive try to just maybe one-shot any of these priority targets on these backliners.
Funny enough, that's a team comp they won with last week, so I do like the change here. You don't have the Priya, might as well continue keeping up the aggression. We do have Kyungkwae still sticking that Ekion character on top of it. We know Kiara is also very, very good right now. Don't really see too many teams that can deny this Kiara, if I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of tanks that are just going to be sitting up in the front, giving the refreshes on the play for that character. If she's able to just stand in the middle of everybody, will be an absolute massive threat, while Kyungkwae and Seraphine are going to manage good things over there. Whereas Team Modern, as I thought, is going to be just swapping over onto the Lenny. This is a change that we saw Team Modern do in previous sets of games. That is the way they're going to go. So let's get started with game number 2, see how these teams react to the Priya ban. By the time we go into game number 3, I don't think we have a single ban this time enough. I see some double picks like the Ekion and the Rio again. That's it.
A lot of duplicates. We see Ekion, Rio, we have the Felixes again. So a lot of teams having the same idea, but not enough for it to be banned out here. So you are correct. There is going to be no bans going into game number 3, and we're probably going to see a ban rotation with that Priya coming back in after the break. Modern, you are correct. They are going to be swapping over to that Lenny as a substitute for that Priya, but you have to see if it is going to be just as effective as that Priya pick. See that going to be on a Theodore and Arda this time. So going to be swapping off that Isol and Heart, and I do like you know, these characters slightly better, but I feel like, you know, a character like Arda and Theodore don't really mesh well together. So we have to see how Sidak is going to be able to utilize these two characters. Maybe try to play off of their layered CC, but you know, Arda, one of those characters that we usually see more when you know, there's that divest type of team comp.
It might be one of those situations where Trust is going to be the ones to initiate the fight. I saw him struggling quite a lot in game number 1. But if he's able to do it, then Theo and Arda, all they have to do is just do damage, right? Arda, even if he's really good at crowd control, he still has Papyrus. He doesn't ever have to upgrade his Cuban Nimrod's Gate if he doesn't really have to. Man, given opportunities like that, I would assume that's what they were going for. Trust is going to pick up a kill, a huge fight inside of Stream, plus that fire, the police station entrance. Paradiso does go down. Ekion also gets taken down as well, so it will eventually get burned down on top of it. Thunderstrike in on towards the fight. They're going to continue it. Alto will get taken down, nicely done. Songnang just completely booked Fire Escape. Absolute massacre, but no real teams getting completely annihilated just yet.
Yeah, so much value from that totem coming up from the Tazia. Popped at the perfect time before they were about to go down there, and got a lot of value just getting that Paradiso down and getting that burst damage before dropping there, and just allowed the Felix to pick up that kill.
Careful.
Yeah, Jan is going to look for an angle in. Trust is going to get sent in with that Nimrod's Gate, but nothing really going to come out of that. The Neo's Game World was invested as well already from the side of Team BTB, but they're going to try looking for an angle here. Maybe get an angle onto the backline. Ultimate is going to be used from the Jan, but they are going to get locked up by the Didor. Didor is going to get engaged on though by the Felix, and I think they should just go down here. Blink on forward is going to be able to secure them, but Trust is going to be able to get an answer back. The Jan is going to fall, and a huge Tompa skill coming out from Trust, going to be able to keep their teammates alive, but no, the layered CC coming out from the side of Team I think that is Team Milky Way there, just able to get that Felix knockup into the Nia knockup. Gonna be able to get 2 members. Looks like the respawns are gonna come out for the side of Theodore first, but Jan actually did go up down at about the same time, so it's gonna come down to a 2v2. Jan gonna get some stacks off of this Crow here, but remember, the ultimate is gonna come out. Yeah, Trust did end up going down slightly earlier than the Felix, so they will come out in time, and the 3v2 is going to be there, so we'll be deciding to see that going to be able to win it out.
Rachan might lose his life over a couple of bears. Not really looking good for Team Milky Way. They're just so fragmented. I think the timings, once again, is being a huge problem for them. There we go. Rachan will finally fall down. It's timing, right? In this fight, Trust went down a little bit. No, not Trust, but Kingen went down a little bit too early compared to Rachan. Ended up spawning first, got the rest up before Rachan was able to start fighting. That's a bit of a problem with the health differential. You got the sniper shots coming in as well. I think a Sparkney landed in the middle of that, which prevented Rachan from continuing the fight. And then Trust comes back in. Shauna holding his line very, very well. South side of the map, extremely explosive in terms of the fight, and it's going to continue as a meteorite is going to be contested by Team CDAC. But Songharang is on Adriana. Very thin corridors across the board. Nice initiation from Trust. He actually cancels out the fire escape. He can't get away from that. Ping on the backside, trying to jump onto two backline members, but Trust is starting to come in. Also trying to join the fray, but the damage output from this tsunami is a little bit late. Does end up knocking down King, and that's a good quick spin coming in. Alto is way too split. He's doing 3 damage for himself, and Pang sitting up on the front side is just unkillable right now for this Arda. The Papyrus goes down. Pang is going to be able to find the trade, but the meteorite is going to be the priority for these players as the Adriana is going to pop in just a couple of seconds. This game is already looking so good. Felix holding his line by himself, but insane. Just pumping damage as the Rio. He cannot die. MG is about to fall down in a few moments as well. If the Rio can find something, the rest of the team comes in from the other side. Down goes the Lenny. This game is fun already.
Insane getting the knock up there into the wall, but yeah, I mean, I just want to talk about CDAC. I mean, Isaac just finding the solo kill, completely outplaying Songharang there. But again, you know, it's just Didor and the Arda together. I don't think they meshed too well. They just got dived on by the Ekion and the Subami. There's not really much that they could really do, as the Isaac was a little too far forward, getting that solo kill, but still not really winning out there. They did end up winning the 2v2 at the very end. They ended up trading, I think, 2 kills for 2 kills and getting a meteorite, but you know, a solo kill so early into the team fight by the Isaac definitely should have just swung the team fight into their favor, but it looks like Team Sparkles was able to pull it back.
Yeah, I think the Isaac is the one that kind of throws this composition off the rails. Now, they're all playing really well. So far, the composition is working with very, very generous quotation marks, but it's just the Isaac, right? If you have some kind of bulky frontline that is able to act as a wall, Theo and Arda can do so much work, but the Isaac wants to initiate. He wants to continue going in, which opens up that Arda and Theo, as you were talking about, to the dive, which they are very susceptible to. You can see them struggling with that. Hopefully, they can somehow neuter this with the initiation and the slight snowball they're going to be able to start out with at the beginning of the game. If you don't have to worry about people being able to jump in towards your backline, then it doesn't matter what your team composition is looking like. You can just jump on into the back. There's the cancel over onto Kyungkwae. We've seen this time and time again where teams are denied the entry into the rift. 2 are going to make it in, but with Kyungkwae out, if it's not a free rift, that's going to be a bit unfortunate for the 2 that went out.
Yeah, I mean, a disaster once again, but oh, it looks like, yeah, this is going to be Team New Rises, or Sparkles this time going to get the 1-up onto the side of Team CDAC. Theodore just getting caught out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know about the team comp. It's just a little hard for the Theodore to have safety. The Arda will have to use the Nimrod's Gate to maybe get their backline to safety, but then it just completely isolates the Isaac, because Isaac needs to play a little far forward there. It looks like always Incheon was in the rift there as well, so they were able to get the win for themselves. It is going to be that midfield going to be called in, and it's going to be the legs of skill going into the side of that Abigail there. Farm is going to be picked up by the side of Team Sparkles though, so it's not going to be too bad for them, as unfortunately they are going to have some stagnant respawn timers.
A little bit slower for this game. See that, despite what we've been talking about, but their team composition, they're still being very proactive. Kill leaders in this lobby at the moment, or I should say the score leaders in this lobby at the moment, sitting on 5 for themselves. Pretty well grouped up as well. I want to see that team be even more proactive. They need to be the ones initiating a lot of these fights, or if they get jumped on first, there is not that many reactions. I think you're completely right. The isolation, if you use Nimrod's Gate as the Arda just to keep your Theo safe, not exactly the greatest of looks when your main damage output needs to be forward. You can't start retreating with this comp, otherwise the Isaac doesn't have that many loops to get himself on out, unless he also takes Nimrod's Gate. But we've seen Trust be usually the one that starts the fight, or at least starts poking the bear, right? He dashes on in, he gets a couple of auto attacks off, looks for an initiation back in if people start mispositioning. He's not getting to the Nimrod's Gate, right? It's probably not going to happen that easily.
I mean, they are playing really well, so oh my, the damage is just insane coming out for the side of Team Odyssey there, as yeah, the Shuka just instantly gets bursted down. the Rio auto attacks, with the bombs coming out and the lockdown coming out from the Estelle, gonna be able to just lock the shoot guy down there, and the shoot guy is just gonna fall. I think the shoot guy is also playing a more damaged build. You could see, I think they are on that amplification drone, so probably the reason why they end up getting bursted. Oh no, they're on full tank. They just don't really have any items to their name right now, so just going to just get instantly bursted by the side of Team Odyssey there. But it looks like Team New Rise, they do want to play for this meteorites. Ooh, but they sniffed something out. I think they just recognize there's a team over the jump pad, and CDAC, they're hovering, but nothing really gonna come out of that.
You could have done something funny, especially with an Adriana who was looking to take the other jump pad in from Cemetery. Yeah, it would have been a flank of a lifetime, but we're not going to be able to see it. Nodanel brought back alive the Shukai, continuing to move forward, but they've already dealt with this before. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be mispositioned as aggressive. Earlier, there is no damage reduction on Shukai's kit, right? The only thing you really have is your health bar and the defensive. Mitigate any of the output from a Sylvie. Unlike the Estelle, where you have the shield, bit unfortunate over there. A little bit of a low stake between these teams, but they are just kind of hovering each other. We see some poking, we see some vision checks. Another big fight for day number 3.
Yeah, we do have the box spawning down here in Warehouse, and I think Team Always Junction definitely want to play for it, but it's going to be a little hard pushing into an IREM and an Adela in this corridor, especially when the IREM already has a bunch of pieces being charged up. But oh, here comes the gate. Yeah, here comes the flank angle coming out from the Abigail. Love this, using that jump pad to get themselves down into Warehouse here. And oh my god, the Abigail is just completely outplaying the Yawn here, dodging on all the knockups. And Key 5 is going to go down here as well, and yeah, the IREM is going to be forced to get themselves a safety. Blaster is going to be able to get that execute on that Kiara, and Always Inchun going to be able to get a nice 2 clean kills. Fortunately, Team Big Game Hunter going to lose 2 members, so it's going to be a minus for Hunter. Going to try to get the res here. Maybe Always Inchun? No, they don't have to be here to intercept. They are going to walk up here now, but looks like Team Big Game Hunter will be able to get themselves a safety. But huge flank angle coming out from the Abigail. I really like that play. They waited for the Abigail to get onto that jump pad from uptown, and they have that access to that Yawn. And yeah, Xenophine just playing that fight so well, able to dodge out on those knockups.
A complete outplay for Xenophine over onto Big Hunter. Ugh, really rough for Hunnam. He pretty much got every single one of his big skills completely dodged out on. Maybe an auto attack or 2 is all he managed to land during the course of that fight. Now they're down 2 safety gadgets, and also they're down a couple of cooldowns. Payne jumping on in. The Queen ended up missing. Look at the damage output on the backside from the Ekion. Checkmate does absolutely nothing. Quickspin does absolutely nothing. Damage output just doesn't end up landing. Payne does get traded out, but Alto's still alive, and Songarang is still alive.
In the body.
Needs to land something big if they want to go in.
Oh, he was engaged on
the back line. There is no Checkmate. It dodges out on the Night Fort. The fight's over. Shikimori dead Alto with a huge play using that White Lily. Fantastic Tsubame play.
Yeah, very nicely played from the side of Team Sparkles there. Alto finding the angle, knew that that Adela was completely vulnerable because they already used a checkmate and just instantly bursts them down. So very nicely played by them. Fortunately, Big Game Hunter is going to go down in 8th place, but a 3 kill pickup for the side of Team Sparkles. They do end up losing that Ekion, so it will be a minus 200, but the credits I think they gained from Big Game Hunter will be able to offset that.
All good in the end. We can see 21 players still alive. Big Game Hunter falling down pretty early this time around. It was actually CDAC that fell pretty early in the last one.
They know though.
Box. Yeah, White Lily was used.
Oh, he's
It's gonna be
engaged.
trust at the beginning. He actually hasn't used his
Oh,
quick
no.
spin just yet. Milky Way
He wasn't
missing
able
out on
to
the
hit
beginning
anything.
initiation. Are gonna have to just.
Yeah, there just wasn't any follow-up there on the knockup on that Isaac Milky Way. Unfortunately, the Nia just not hitting any of their abilities with the Nia's Game World and that knockup there, so it will be forced to back away. And Alto gonna try dashing back, but not gonna be able to get any distance with their dash there. And now Sparkles is in a rough spot. It looks like the Adrian did end up getting caught on the top side here, so they were forced to fight into 2 different teams. Always Inchun gonna just hover on the bottom side here as the Ekion is caught in the middle of these 2 teams. Maybe Peng can get themselves to safety, but look at the credit counts. They're not gonna be able to get both their members back into this game anytime soon.
We have about 3 minutes to go before we start swapping over onto day number 5. Kyungno Sparkles is in a huge amount of trouble. Jun Rock is good blink to get himself out, but the
he's
cocktail
dead.
parties tag him right before the blink. Down he goes. That's a phantom damage if you don't do it fast enough. Ghost is getting ran down. Kinyo getting ran down. He's definitely dead. I don't think the Rio's going to be able to get out of this one. But what about the Estelle? She does end up getting out. White Lily's out. But their credit count is going to be struggling a little bit after the reses.
That's great discipline coming out from New Rise. I think they let the Rio walk past them and they just had the angle onto the Celine and the Estelle there. You gotta check these bushes, especially this is the game, and Odyssey just get punished for it.
Oh, here we go. The fight finally begins. Milky Way finds an angle, but the Felix just isn't there to rotate the cooldown. They still get the kill over on the Centipede. Nice jump in over the vision check. They had that camera. Just wasn't a response coming through from Team Always Into. Nicely done from Team Milky Way. That's what I was talking about earlier.
That's
when
the
I
combo.
said Milky Way want to see them explode. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's the combo we like to see from the side
yeah.
Team Milky Way. Just all these all the layers you see coming out for that team, and oh no, Sparkles not gonna be able to get all the members into the rift here, but I don't think any of these teams are going to jump on in. I think they should be fine. Oh no, actually, there is gonna be a team. It's gonna be Team Milky Way and Sparkles. 2 members here. It's gonna be a -400 for them, unless they could pull out a win in this 3v2. But I don't think it's gonna look. I don't think it's looking good for them. Peng looking for an angle onto the back side here. TB gonna get some damage, but the knockup is gonna be there. Adriana's go down. Peng's gonna go down again. And a -400 because the Subame just wasn't able to get into the rift, got denied by a different team. And look at the credit counts, they're just gonna, and their items, they don't got anything.
Yeah, Kyungkwae needed to do that because they got the res back from Alto, right? The -200 was there, but they didn't have enough credits to res the Adriana. That was a risk that they had to take. High risk, high reward, but all they got was the risk part, no reward whatsoever. If anything, they lost their hedge in the bets. Down goes 2. So Kyungno Sparkle with Alto to be the last one remaining alive on that team. Can still get 1 res back, but that's about it. Look at where Lumi is right now. It's going to take forever for Lumi to start backing up into Hotel, coming back up from Forest, going up towards that school. Straight intersection on the right side of that area.
You can see
He's gonna
where
struggle.
Alto is positioned. I think they're just gonna opt to try to rat it out, but Dion ends up TPing onto them here. Are they gonna be able to get away? The blink isn't up just yet. They are gonna
totem again.
Oh, Alto's gonna die here, and Sparkle's gonna go down. They had a great start. You know, they're able to wipe Big Game Hunter, able to get a lot of points into this game, but it's just gonna be cut short at 8 points here.
Yeah, funny enough, Alto actually made that mistake twice so far. He sets up the wooden totem, but then teleports it onto it twice. I think he's fat fingering it multiple times right now. Because if it wasn't for that, I don't think he dies in the hospital earlier. And if he didn't do it now, actually probably dies still here now. But that mistake is going to cost him quite a lot. Ildenau completely split away from the rest of his team. He has no damage mitigation. That's all he has. He can only do
Wait a second,
is
the
eat
damage.
food, but Gun taking a lot of punishment. Ildenau was way too split. He is still eating food, looking pretty healthy. Riori trying to support from the backside, but the fight is still going to reset. There is a split for Team New Rise Kangwon. It's always trying to chase this down. Can he find it is the question. No, Tubby way too mobile for himself.
Does he have enough to wrap all the way around? I think. Oh, I think it looks like Riori is going to use a safety drone for him, maybe. But is it going to be enough here? Safety drone should come down. They could use the jump pad. Oh no, they're just going to use it to just rotate them back up into Research Center here. It looks like they will be able to get themselves to safety. Yeah, a lot of damage going to the side of Team. I think that was Team New Rise. I feel like they definitely should have died there if the Felix ended up focusing down the shoot guy, but tried to look for an angle onto the Rio, but Insane just was able to get that ultimate. No.
What is this?
The Milky Way use a VLS system to get onto the CDAC, but oh wait a second, Zoe gonna try to look for an angle and doesn't hit the Paradiso. But the ultimate is going to come down, needs to jump on forward. I think the Dito is going to be completely isolated. I don't think. But the Dito is going to back or blink back in, and maybe they can look for an angle here. Trust. Oh, not hitting the knockup, and I think that's going to be it. The Dito is just going to go down here. Just not enough peel for the side of CDAC. Trust not hitting that crucial stun at the very last moment there. I think just ended up costing them that team fight. Yeah, the Dito just not gonna have too much appeal for themselves once the Arda goes down. It was such a great start of the fight there. Milky or wow, yeah, Team Modern still end up coming out on top despite them having a horrific VLS straight into the hands of a Dito and Arda.
I think that's a classic solo queue mistake, right? Because if you're fighting a 2v2 like that up against something like a Lenny Tazia, you need to stick with your teammate. But then we saw like the Red Sea split. I don't know, for those two players. Pingin as well as Trust just completely decided to split away from each other, and I don't think even that was even Trust's fault. Pingin just kept running away from his teammate. There is no support that the Isaac can do. The Tazia has more mobility, the Lenny has more mobility. Isaac's just doing nothing while you're taking HP damage by yourself. That wasn't really good. Now Trust is gonna get caught out. He's got nowhere else to go. Down they go. CDAC falling down, this time in 6th place. It's a little bit better than their last game's performance in 5th place, but not looking really good.
Another
The 3
VLS.
Another VLS that is going to go completely botched. MW being put into a fighting situation, but the third party is going to come in. +1 doesn't matter.
Modern
He's
is able
gonna go
to
falling
get
down.
so much value.
Rachan keeps his teammate alive, but look at their timer. They need to go back in towards Fire Station. Can they even is a question. Safety drones being utilized, but the cameras are there. Marlong is in trouble. Rachan is in trouble.
Oh, timers, gotta get in.
Are looking poised to take this temporary zone for themselves. Are they gonna find the two? No, not just yet. A purple drop. But
That is kind of funny because Team Modern was the one who VLS onto another team and then another VLS system onto them, so they were able to get a lot of value there. And they're actually able to keep all their members alive. And Riori. Oh no, Team Mirai is gonna be able to get a clean 3 or 3 for 1 there. Gonna be able to get enough kills, and oh, look at the damage coming out from Zoe, gonna get so much value, but the third party is gonna be here. It's a duo wreaking havoc on the side of Team Modern, but Modern is actually gonna be able to get all the kills cleanly. They're gonna be able to get execution bonus and try looking for an angle back here. The great double knockup coming up from the Felix, but the sustain coming out from this Kiara is gonna be able to keep them alive, and the Felix is gonna go down there. Oh, and the Paradiso does end up just missing barely on that Kiara to knock them. And the damage, the AoE damage is just way too much for the side of Team Always Incheon. They get a nice cleanup there. A disaster for the side of Team Modern there, but still a pretty good game in a 3rd place with 8.5 points, right? Or 8.5 kill score, so they are gonna end the game with 13.5 points. But yeah, that duo just didn't account for them as they were just able to dictate that whole entire team fight.
And pretty poised for Always Incheon to take the yet another game with this team composition if they're able to do it. I just saw the red, no, not the red shoes, but the oh, I actually forget what those boots are. It's the one that gives you the additional amplification. I was forgetting that.
Rose Steps, right?
Oh, no. Rose Step is the red one. It's the one that you build up with the 4 score that just gives you amplification. I forget. But either way, Blaster is
Killer Heals. Killer Heals.
Strong. Yeah, there you go. Killer Heals. Oh, can they do it is the question.
Oh, comes the damage, the poke damage coming up from Riori on this
burns.
Adrian. Oh, and the bombs are going to be there. They got to look for an angle onto Insane. They get a lot of damage. The Ekion is going to get so much value and able to keep themselves alive, but I guess we'll see they're going to be invested. The heals are going to come out from the shoot guy to keep their team healthy here. Timers are going to start to tick. They just have to find a good angle to kill either Rory or Insane here, but it is going to be a little tough. They have to play into the Adriana. The bombs are going to come out from both teams here. He's going to slowly start to zone them away, and
he missed everything.
Damage the peel. It's so good coming out from New Rise there. They're going to try looking for an angle. The Kiara uses their ultimate, not able to find anything, and that is going to be it. Team New Rise playing the front to back perfectly here, just able to completely zone off the side of Team Always Incheon.
Not a great zone for Team Always Incheon. As soon as that drone went inside of the building, you have wall jumps everywhere for the back line and the front line of Team Rise Kangwon. Not everybody on the side of Always Incheon has an easy access to jumping over the wall. They're going to take that all the way to the end. Will take the victory for Team New Rise Kangwon. Congratulations to them, as we're going to round out game number 2 with a victory for one of our National League.
Yeah, very, very well played for them. Just able to just play so safe into this dive team, right? You saw the positioning of Insane and Riori just playing so far back, but still providing and still using their effective range well enough to dish out damage onto this Ekion, who's trying to look for an angle onto these onto the backliner here, but just not able to find anything.
Yeah, and again, I think as soon as that drone went into school, to be fair, anywhere that drone goes inside of the school, right? Whether it's the school building itself or the gymnasium, there's too many walls for a Kiara to continue
Yeah.
chasing, a Abigail to continue chasing. Ekion can chase fine, but if he doesn't have the damage support from the backside, you saw exactly what happened. Right, Kyunke went in on towards the Adriana Shukai by himself. He didn't have the healing drone. He didn't have too much health to begin with when the fight started. You need the DPS backup in order to make sure that the Ekion can actually be a threat. Completely neutralized, though, by all of these hidden corners, fog of vision, you just don't have access to backliners. Very, very rough situation for Team Always Incheon to be in. I think that was just a final zone diff. Outside of Team New Red Column playing it perfectly. So, very bad situation they were put in to begin.
Yeah, I mean, pushing into Adriana as well, especially in those tight corridors, is a little tough, especially when you are playing, 3 melees that are looking to dive in. Just getting poked out by the Adriana is definitely not the start you want to have, starting off in these team fights. As I think Ryori just able to just zone off these backliners, or sorry, these frontline divers that are trying to get in to look for this party targets. And Insane just able to kite and peel back so well and dish out so much damage.
If anything, the fight in the open area was quite decent considering how much damage they took beforehand, right? Cenefine getting taken below half HP, but they still managed to pressure out the Soul Stealer, which was quite surprising. Wanted them to go in a little bit earlier after that, but the jump positioning just...
I think they just needed to, send it in their first engage, but then since he ended up getting poked out, they had to full reset, and then that just gave complete zone control to the side of Team New Rise. And there's not really much Team Always Incheon can really do at that point once the drone control goes into the front to back team, especially when they have that Adriana playing into that corridor. But we have the scoreboard for you guys here. Team Modern sitting still in first place, still not too bad of a game for them with 40.5 points. Team New Rise coming up pretty close behind them as they had a fantastic win there with 35 points for themselves as well. Always Incheon with 21.5, Milky Way with 20 to round out our top 4.
Not that big of an issue, I think, for Team Always Incheon. They're still contending for that top 4. Same thing for New Year's Kangwon as well. They're pretty happy about where they're going to be standing. Same thing for Team Modern. There is a big gap between that second and third place spot right now. As long as the top 2 are able to maintain status quo, they should be fine. Guys, game number 2 is over, which means you guys know what's coming up. We're going to go on a break just for a quick moment to get ready for knockout stage games 3 and 4. So we'll be right back. Go grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of knockout stage.
Hey, here.
잠시 후
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
오늘은 어떤 추억을 만들 수 있을까? 언젠가 오늘을 추억할 수 있으면 좋겠어. 추억이 또 하나 늘어났어. 오늘은 즐거운 날이 되었으면 좋겠어. 나이에 비해 조금 과격한 것 같다고? 어떤 의미니? 오늘은 꼭 내 마음속에 추억으로 간직해둘게. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 협은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자.
Welcome back, folks. From the break, we are just about to get started with knockout stage number 3, game number 3, and then 4 right afterwards to determine the 4 teams that are going to be moving onwards. 2 teams looking very dominant so far throughout the course of this set already. Games 1 and 2 going in favor of Team Modern as well as New York's Kangwon. It's holding with a very solidified lead already in this series. I'm a little bit scared for all the other teams right now because now it's going to be a majority fight for that 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and Priya going to be back on the table. We saw how strong Team Modern was with that Priya pick, so they're probably going to be locking it in once again. And we'll probably see the ban coming out into game number 4 because, I think Priya is definitely, one of those characters that we see all these teams picking up here.
Teams seem to be struggling with how to actually deal with Priya today from the looks of it. A lot of people are just kind of letting the Priya get free damage off with the flowers. That's the one thing that I forgot to mention when it came to the swap from Team Modern from that Priya over onto the Lenny. Lenny is really good at initiating fights, whereas Priya is really good at setting up fights. It's a little bit of a difference, in my opinion, because Priya can get the damage out from the flowers that we set up for lethal potential from the Tazi as well as Felix, whereas the Lenny is able to force out fights using the Spring Trap. Just a slight difference. Yep. But yeah, we're going to go back over on towards our Priyas. There we go. I need to get the words out today. Maybe Yuri's got one Modern and Milky Way who's going to be bringing it out. They're going back to a composition we did see during the group stages. I actually think we saw this during a knockout stage as well. Had a pretty decent result with it. They're bringing out all the stops already just from game number 3. I do like this to ban out the Priya.
I think they're already on the Priya, but they're just going to be swapping over to the Sua and Jackie here that we did end up seeing them, you said, in the previous.
That had before with Blaster on the.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Timo Jinshan is going to be still playing their dive team comp, but yeah, they're going to be swapping it. Looks like this is going to be Team Milky Way going to be swapping their team comp entirely. Maybe they just decided. We're not having as much success as we were in the previous phases with the other team comp, so we're gonna have to swap it here, try to make something new work. They are still sitting and hovering in that 4th place spot, but I think just opting over to swap team comps, maybe deciding that they're double frontline, dive-esque type of team with Sue and Jackie is gonna work a little better in this lobby. And we are gonna have 2 duplicate picks here in terms of entire team comp. It's gonna be Sparkles gonna swap over to Team Odyssey's team comp with the Estelle, Rio, and Celine. We see how strong this team comp is, or we've seen how strong this team comp is. I think it was Evan Sejong that was running this exact team comp as well. So yeah, there's gonna be that Rio ban coming in too, because we are gonna have 3 Rios being picked as well. So it's gonna be 2 bans going into game number 4.
One of the most standard front-to-back comps, like the other one that I would have to really compare it to, probably Alonzo, Theo, as well as Bernice. Right, that's another comp that we saw quite often from a lot of the teams playing in Eternal Return Masters. This is ever since really the Celine came out. I think, if I remember correctly, Celine came out after Estelle. And we turned into squads for the tournament. Has always lingered around in the back as a very, very stable front-to-back composition. Gangnam Sparkles looking to get a fight with it, but the Estelle taking too much damage early on. In response for Team Inger, not Team Inger, but Inger is going to be falling down. The White Lily actually throws Hongarang into 2. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Trust and Shauna is looking like they're in shambles when it comes to the health bar, but just no responses coming in. Kinyol jumping in on towards backside, but Trust has no cooldowns to work with. A very,
we just saw this team. We just saw this exact team comp that Trust has run into 2 times, and here comes the flank angle. This time is going to be the ISO going to be able to get that kill, and Shauna going to jump on forward as well, but is just going to go down to the Celine there, and gonna get actually going to block out on that root there coming out from the Johan, as looks like the projectile was eaten by that Estelle shield. That is something a lot of people forget about, as they will be able to pick up another kill. So Sparkle is going to have a great start. It's going to be 3 kills. Big Game Hunter as well, sitting with the 4 kills already. We didn't get to see, we didn't really get to see their team fighting on the top side, but looks like they were able to grab a lot of kills for themselves. So we're going to jump on board onto Alto. E-Shift was used, but a dodge out coming out from the Rio, going to be able to secure that kill without them dropping themselves on down there. Soul Stealer was invested by the side of Team Odyssey. Going to look for an engage back in, but it looks like all the chickens are going to be claimed up by the Jackie.
Rajan on the Jackie is pretty good at being able to do that. There's a lot more versatility on how you can use the skill. Send a Fiend, sends a Dimensional Plate the wrong way, doesn't get the shield, but Shikimori should be traded out in kind. It's a pretty early game Kiara, but you do have the damage for it unless... Oh no! Quick Cut was used,
yeah,
and the last judgment was used too. Shikimori, are you looking to go back in on this? No
I think he can win this, yeah.
I think
definitely
so
win this here. There's no ultimate coming out from
landed.
the Kiara, and Irem is a monster in these 1v1s.
Oh,
Teleport on in from the Yon, and yeah, this is going to be the Irem actually going to be able to secure 2 more kills for their team. Great play there coming out from the Irem, and she thrives off of these 1v1s and these 1v2s. Very, very well played.
8 vibes from that Irem right now. Over on the southern side of the map, down goes Kinyol. It's going to be a 0 for 2 trade as Junlock is opting to actually sacrifice himself to let the Estelle get out. Very confusing decision on that, and we got about 30 seconds to go until these objectives are going to spawn. Looks like it's there, but it's not. Unfortunate. Shauna a bit isolated by himself on the southern side as Amber's going to join him. There's Trust starting to make his way on down. I like this composition compared to what they've been running before. It's actually the one that they've had the most amount of success in, especially during Knockout Stage 2. Shauna should be able to actually get the damage out with Trust pushing his way forward with the support on the backside from this Johan. 10 seconds to go until this meteor is going to spawn.
I'm surprised CDEC swapped to this team comp so late here because yeah, we did see this air ISO actually working out really well for them on this Johan and Isaac here. Here comes the Odysseys coming out, but the engage is going to be there. A bow going to be used onto the Sue, and the Sue does end up getting their Don Quixote blocked, but a great engage coming out from the Jackie. Everything able to find the ISO. No, the Faith and Wavering is going to be there to keep them alive, and it looks like the Sue is going to go down. A great block there coming out from Trust. Going to be able to dash on forward and block on that Don Quixote, and this is going to be a nice 2 clean kills. Great peel back there coming out from Shauna. Going to be able to keep themselves alive with the Johan being there as well to make sure that Jackie dive is completely negated.
This is the front to back that we saw from CDAC during the knockout stages, and you know what? We're finally able to see it one more time. I love the fact that they are utilizing this composition once again. I agree with you. It almost makes you wonder why they're bringing it out so late, but at least it's in game number 3, right? It's not a game 4 last minute pick. This is a good time to change things around. I think this actually might set up CDAC to just play this one more time during our final game. They're already sitting on 5 points for themselves. Once again, the kill leaders and the point leader in this lobby, looking so confident compared to before. Trust is actually going in. He's landing all of his skills. Same thing for Shauna. He is able to provide support from the backside. The damage output is looking good from this assault rifle ISIL, as well as the Johan just healing up every single member of his team. It's looking good.
Yeah, Team Odyssey gonna slowly trickle their way on down here, but Shauna is unfortunately not gonna be able to hit that bomb. Is gonna be able to use that Rebel Assault to get some damage in. Is going to whiff once again, so no real roots coming down. But Trust having the angle on the backside, a camera is going to be used, and here comes the engage. They are going to be able to pull onto that Celine, but they're going to be able to get themselves to safety with that last wave. And the Soul Seal is going to be able to get back with another jump on board. They are going to be able to find the pull onto the Rio, but it's not going to be enough, as looks like they get bursted down there. There's too much damage for the side of Team Odyssey, and the Isaac isn't tanky enough this early into the game. You can see their credits, they haven't got their buy-ins, while Team Odyssey, they already bought in their 4 scores, so they're just playing down almost 700 credits in that team fight.
Oh, Kongkui doesn't have the overflow, he doesn't have the dash, he doesn't have the Q. He's about to get it done, but the problem is there's so much damage already dealt to the rest of his team that Kongkui, he's gonna get taken down first. Kiara will fall down too.
Zenith need to get out of here.
They were still looking to fight this. What is going on? No, just decided to stay. Always Incheon. What was that decision making? I don't know about that one. The call-outs were just terrible for Team Always Incheon. It's a freebie on this other side of the map, as yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that was. Alpha Contest is going to go in favor of the Adela. That's going to go towards Q5. Soei's going to fall down, so everything going in favor of Team Big Game Hunter finally for the first time throughout the course of the series. But yeah, I don't know what that was on the southern side. Always Incheon. Where was the confidence coming from? That's a level 11 Kiara. You don't really have the healing from Plague to stand up against 3 people. When your main frontline, you're taking away a lot of the pressure, is dead.
Ulting in, maybe they thought they just didn't have an escape route, but I feel like one of them probably could have gotten away there.
Yeah, they should just
once your Ekion, yeah, just ends up going down, you just have to get out of there. They tried to look for an angle. Maybe the comms were to maybe try bursting the Rio down, but the damage just isn't there. The Rio is full HP, and this early into the game, you don't have enough items to really have that burst damage. Looks like it is going to be Felix going to get caught out here. They're going to try to look for an angle, dashing on. Oh, dashing around, but not going to be able to find it. As they do end up securing the Felix from the side of Team Modern. Going to go down there. It's going to be a nice kill. Looks like the engage is going to be called for the side of Team Odyssey. They are playing that front to back, so Team Milky Way gotta be a little careful. You can see the credit counts are all sitting on 500 plus credits. They haven't got their buy-ins. You can see they're all sitting on full purple items. A little awkward for them. They have to just walk away. I don't think they should take any team fights until they get their call-ins in.
This isn't the first time we've seen Milky this before, right? I could have sworn there was another game during the group stages where this was sitting on credits, very high credit counts for quite a while. Where is their positioning right now? They're sitting in Uptown. I would rather use gadget points to get the kiosk out at this stage in the game, because you're wasting way too much time.
I think they have to wait one more cycle. They should be able to get it now. Yep. The Alcazar is going to be used. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged. A dive is going to come on in, but the damage is just way too much there. The market is going down instantly. Just the lockdown was just there. Insane going to go down as well. Riori's going to be the last one. Going to be forced to run away, but the chase is going to be called for the side of this Tazia, and the Tazia should be able to get on forward. Ooh, but the pork chop is going to get them slightly farther away. Riori going to try using that movement speed from that Priya, but the timer is ticking. They're going to use that safety orb, and the safety orb does provide that extra movement speed. They're trying to look for this team wipe, but Riori, I think, should be able to get themselves to safety with this White Lily, but they might run into another team. There was another team down here in Uptown. On the top side, though, Milky Way going to lose 2 members into, I think that was the side of Team Sparkles here. And Riori. Oh, no.
They don't even have enough gadget points to get out.
The gadgets, yeah, they're not going to be able to use their... Oh, no. Riori gets tagged up by the grenade as well. Going to get rooted here, I think. That might be it. The movement speed is going to be there, but the Soul Sealer is going to be used by both teams. Oh, and another grenade connects. I think the movement speed from the Priya is a lot. I think they should be able to get themselves in safety here.
He hesitated.
Oh, another one
too, dude. It's so over. You can't hesitate when running away from an ISO, but they're still trying. Run, Riori, run.
Yeah, yourself on their guitar skill ends up connecting. The movement speed from the Johan. Another one. This one doesn't connect this time, and I think Riori should be out, but they're still chasing here. They want this kill. It is a free kill because it is a solo. They can't get them here, but it is a Priya. You can't really chase into a Priya here. But look at the timer. Riori only on 3 seconds. Where can they really go here? They're gonna have to use the VLS system to maybe get themselves to maybe hospital to get the res here.
Oh, I'm looking at their credit counts too. They don't even have credits to get everybody back.
They wrap around here. C-Deck is right here.
Oh boy, it's not looking pretty at all. Yeah, Riori also doesn't have enough credits to rest the rest of his team back now.
C-Deck is gonna see the wolves are up. They're gonna walk over to her, and I think they should just find Riori there. I'm pretty sure. We're going to have to see if that is how the events are going to take place. Omega is going to be secured by the side of Team Modern. Oh, they're actually not going for the wolves. Or did they kill the wolves already? Did they pull the wolves down and just didn't see Riori up in that corner?
Oh, that would be the best case scenario for New Res Column, but they're going to take quite a while. As I said, they don't have enough credits to get the res back onto everybody. Missing about 20 or so credits as long as they calculate everything correctly, which should be pretty easy to res the Rio, and the Rio credits go into the Marcus. But yeah, they're positioning for the Priya, not looking that good, but we did see the Marathon coming out from the Priya. She did her job. She's going across the finish line to get the reses back. Should be back.
Oh my god, Big Game Hunter already all 15 gold here. They want to play for this red box as they do end up seeing it here. Can they find an angle? They need to definitely layer their CC together. E5 is going to jump on forward. Is going to be able to get the knockup. But a great blink in response instantly from that Celine. And the Yawn is going to go down. But wait a second, Irem actually gets one. Is going to be able to get the Rio here. But the Estelle res is going to be instantly used. And it's that fast res for the side of Team Odyssey there. But K5 still looking for an angle in. They don't have... Oh, they didn't get res in their Yawn with the mobile kiosk. So... Okay, maybe look for an angle back in here. A lot of the cooldowns was used for the side of Team Odyssey. They will be able to get their red box and get themselves out to safety.
Very awkward, by the way, for Yan. Seen really good quick spin timings for the past couple of days, or the past couple of days of ERM. They haven't been able to utilize it so well this game. That's a Spirit Arrow landing over onto Rotchum, but he is safe at least for the time being. The fight's going to begin even further, and it just snipes down 2 members. Rotchum has to completely book it to Jackie by themselves. They have the credits to get the reses back, but look at their items. It is still in shambles for this team.
Yeah.
No advantages going their way once again, similarly to game number 1.
The Celine bomb just hits 2 members, I think, and it forced the Priya to use her totem. The Celine is just providing so much value for these teams, as especially a team like Team Milky Way, where both of their frontliners have to look for a dive. They have to group up together. It just allows the Celine to just dish out so much AoE damage.
Not entirely sure what's going on with some of our teams in Game 3, but they need to step it up. We're running out of games in Knockout Stage 3. That's a very early investment on the checkmate. Unfortunately for Key5, not going to have access to that. They still have the damage to kill people, but can they land it?
There's the Queen, there's a knockout!
We're so way but the totem timing way too good. It allows Shikimori to jump back on in. Echoes of the Earth comes down too late. MG is in trouble, but Felix needs to turn thing around. Gun will knock down one. Hunnam taken and gone. MG will also get taken down, but this is a Felix. This is a Felix chasing onto the backside. Gets tagged by the Queen, but do they have the damage to kill him is the question. Yes, they do! Modern knocked down by Big Game Hunter. Very close on trying to turn things around for Gun, but just on the cusp of the hitbox of that Queen. Lands his toes. And that's it. Down goes Team Modern in 7th place. Now their positioning in the top 2 might actually be in a little bit of trouble.
Great start of the team fight for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Modern able to turn it around, but just not enough there. Great pull coming out from the Isaac, and the burst damage just going to be there from the ISOL. Great lockdown coming for the side of Team CDAC there. Trust just able to find these angles, and great follow up there from Shauna. Fiori not having any timer left, and they're just going to go down. Oh, wow. A huge find there, and a huge play coming out from the Isaac for their team to just lock that Marcus down. I mean, the items just weren't there for the side Team Urize. You saw how early they ended up losing 2 members and having to just wait out a lot of time to get the safe reses off. Just ended up sending that team a little too far behind, but huge play coming out from the side of Team CDAC. They will enter the Rift. It looks like there is going to be 2 different teams coming in, because Milky Way has a free Rift, but CDAC, I think CDAC. Oh, no, yeah. CDAC went into Gamma, yeah.
Both teams are going to be able to find some value out of night number 4. Unfortunately for CDAC, they were in prime position to go for the Wicked Line.
Oh my god, look at how strong this team is.
How many flips do they have already? 3 sitting on their side. Ghost still takes a lot of damage. Swanghang is pretty well built for himself. 4 stack into pretty much every small bomb explosions that Ghost could have taken. He being half HP for the Estelle, but they just not that big of a deal.
Oh, Team Big Game Hunter looking so strong as well. The upper mask gonna be going to the side of that Yan. The Tier Celine is gonna be given over to the IRM actually, so a lot of consumables being given over as well. Key5 also sitting on that blood weapon as well. That Nosferatu is gonna be there, so they could look, if they layer their CC correctly, they're just gonna be able to one-shot any of these players that they do end up catching out. I think Team CDAC know there's another team entering the zone. They definitely should have seen them coming in, so they're gonna position to get into Cemetery here. Probably use a safety orb to make sure they enter from the bottom side. I don't think Team Big Game Hunter are gonna see them here, so they are gonna send that recon orb. I love that, so they should spot them out here. Key5 gonna look for an angle in, but a great dodge out from the ISOL. Not gonna get hit by that Queen. Looks like they're just gonna slowly start to peel back on the top side here.
Tough, okay, that's a lot of damage coming from that bomb though. Okay, Shikimori landing quite a decent amount of damage. On the flip side, Johan is there to support and give the health back. That's a Queen landing over onto the Johan.
Hey, just find Johan, wait a second.
Into oblivion.
Damage coming out from ISOL.
Isaac, as well as the ISOL is still alive. That's a lot of good return damage, but the cat punches there. You can't dodge away from that. The point and click from Shikimori will knock down Team CDAC. Man, this is a new look for Team Big Game Hunter. I don't think we've seen this much proactivity from this team, even in the group stages. Really, this is a really new look for Team Big Game Hunter. I'm loving the way that they're able to operate the team comp right now. Looked finicky there in the group stages. They're getting all the combos right this time, though. Sorry, knockouts.
Yeah, they're just able to find one target, instantly kill them, and then it just becomes a 3v2 for the rest of the team fight. It's just really easy for Big Game Hunter to clean up. Their key 5 on the Sedella, just able to find these priority blink queens, blink knockups to set up their team perfectly there, or to just force the enemy team's hand. I think we ended up seeing the team in the hospital, you know, forcing that totem coming out from that Taze just allowed Team Big Game Hunter to just instantly burst them down out of the totem, and then, you know, a 3v2 is going to be there for Big Game Hunter. Just really easy for them to clean up on this Yon and this Irem. You know, Yon and Irem, two characters that, you know, thrive in those type of situations.
Not the most wanted result for Team CDAC, but they still did have a pretty decent game for themselves. 12 overall points. That's actually going to shoot them above Team Always Incheon, funnily enough. Sitting at, what is that, 24.5, with Always Incheon sitting at 22. That that third and fourth place spot contention is going to be absolutely massive after this one. Team Milky Way trying to hold on to that spot themselves as well, but they have 0 kills for themselves. Just the only points they have are the ones from placement. Hey, if you can make it to the end and somehow get that win, who cares about what happened the whole game? You still have points on your hands. All the best of luck to Team Milky Way to somehow navigate the rest of this game. Their items are looking abysmal. This composition is one that can turn things around. Can, like, honestly brute force a lot of fights. You have a lot of turn potential with the Jackie, turn potential with the Sua. I just don't know. Maybe I'm on copium. I don't know. But you're still alive, and that's what's good.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close for these teams. You gotta make sure you get into that top 4 spot. Key 5 is going to be able to call in an item for themselves, but not going to be able to use it. It is going to be a blood sample on this Yon, so definitely want to use it here. And oh, here comes Engage on the Estelle, but Estelle has your shield up, but it's just going to get locked down by the side of Team Big Game Hunter. But the AoE damage from Songrong is going to be there to try to poke some, try to get some damage back in, but they get the body, or the damage is going to be exchanged. The Estelle body is going to be there, and a blink on forward, and a dash on forward as well, finding the angle onto the... Yeah, Rem just flying across the screen, able to get the Celine, just not expecting it. The Irem dash is actually really long if you are able to get that
bell on.
Yeah, the bell on and the fish down, and I don't think the Celine was expecting it there. Just dashes so far. Blinking on forward as well. The range was just there for Shikimori to get that angle, and they were able to get a nice clean 3 kills from the side of Team Sparkles.
Shikimori is feeling it a little bit. That dash into BTP looked a little bit finicky. Okay, let's calm ourselves. It's a temporary zone. You have the advantage. Nice jump over onto
a lot of damage.
Marlon. BTP is completely split. The fight is actually going to be in favor of this team now. Great parry to counter it, but snapped down with the checkmate. Oh, dude, Big Game Hunter. It's not even close, man. What a great split onto BTP. Shikimori is going out of their mind. Key 5 with the timing on the checkmate too.
Look at this Yon's items. 3 bloods for themselves, but yeah, the Jackie tried to go in, but too many pieces were already placed down, and the checkmate just instantly bursts the Jackie down from 70% all the way down to 0. There's so much damage coming out for Key 5 here, you know, sitting on that nose rock, that armor pen as well, providing so much damage. But you can look at the items on Team Odyssey, they definitely have a lot to their name to try to try to look here. It wasn't the exact same team comp, but will it be the same? But great reaction coming out from the Celine, but both blinks are going to be used. Key 5 is going to lose it on the Adela here, and a lot of damage going to both teams. It looks like in favor of Team Odyssey here. The zone is going to be closing, and Team Odyssey are going to have the advantage here. So Team Big Game Hunter have to look for an angle, and a great Rio ultimate to deny the rest coming out for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. And again, the Celine just poking out Key 5, so they will be in combat, not going to be able to get their HP bar back up anytime soon here. It's going to slowly start to rest back up, but the Yon is looking for a flank angle.
But look at where the drone's going.
Yeah, the drone's going the opposite way, but this is perfect because now Team Odyssey are going to be in a really rough spot here. I don't think they're going to know a huge angle coming out from the Irem. Checkmate is going to be used onto the Stealth, but the damage is not going to be there. Great peel back coming out from the Rio. They're actually completely splitting away, but they find an angle onto the Celine. The ultimate down from the Estelle. But the Rio is going to be able to pump a lot of damage. The combo is going to be there. So much layered CC. The Estelle is going to go down. The Queen is going to connect as well. And it's going to be Big Game Hunter completely outplaying Team Odyssey.
But look at the timer. Look at the timer for Hundam. As long as the Rio's able to stay alive, but it's not even going to be close to charm straight into the knockup.
31.5 points.
Quick cut. 31 and a half for Team Big Game Hunter. Monumental game from this team that was looking so tough for these guys in the first two, but they just turned their luck. In one game their fate turns around. A massive game for Team Big Game Hunters. They're gonna shoot up into the leaderboard after this one. What a massive game from 3 players. Individual prowess was incredible, but my god, the IREM performance from Shikimori this game was absolutely massive. And then towards the end of the game, the Adelas were landing all of their queens. How do you
Their
even
coordination
begin to
was just so
describe it?
good this game. Like they're just layering CC correctly. The IREM knockup, the Queen on the Adelas were just perfect. His Big Game Hunter was just playing this game to a T, and 31.5 points definitely deserved. They're able to just win out on every single one of their team fights that they ended up having this game.
This is one of the ways that you can tell what ends up happening if your team as a bunch of skill shot characters actually lands their skills, right? But we also see on the flip side what happens if you don't, because all of the fights that Team Big Game Hunter was able to win towards the later stages of the game, they turned it around right at the end when all of their health bars were just gone, right? When all of their health bars are gone, all of a sudden they start locking in. All of the skills just start landing from both the IRM as well as the Adela. They're just in sync with each other. Yan just kind of coming back from the other side also to join them in the fray. What is that, man? All the skill shots landing really gets you the damage output. It's one of the reasons why skill shots actually get a lot more value than out of individual auto attack, right? Those you can just freely right click, and as long as you don't actually right click the ground, you will still get the damage out. As for skill shots, you actually have to land them. Look at the points for Team Big Game Hunter. They were in 8th. They were the only team with single digit numbers. They were in 3rd. Very close to the top 2 with 40 and a half. I mean,
and look at how close it is between 4th and 8th. It's only a 5-point difference, so it's still anyone's game to make it into, I would say, this 4th place spot. I think the top 3 looks like they're already locked in, but I mean, who knows? If any of these teams have that 8th place game and we have another Big Game Hunter type of game with 30 plus points, they could definitely knock out one of these top teams here. Another team could definitely sneak in to maybe their 3rd place spot. So still have to be on their A game, but if they just have, just a normal maybe 5-point game, it's definitely going to be a lot harder for these teams to get into their top 3 here.
Yeah, now that I think about it, if I remember correctly, funnily enough, top 4 teams are all the teams that came in from Knockout Stage 3. So there is a clear defined line between the players and teams in top 3. Or not top 3, but the ones coming in from Knockout Stage 3. I think they're trying to put them on a statement, trying to make no golden runs possible for anybody else. Always Incheon in a whole heap of trouble. They're only 5 points away from that 4th place spot, but they are... The Priya is banned, right? So no Blaster Tazia shenanigans this time around. They have to turn things around with that Kiara, Abigail, and the Ekyon comp once again.
I think you are right. This might be the first time that happens. I don't think we've ever had a clean sweep from one of the knockout stages here. So if all these 4 teams, keep their position into the top 4 spot, this might be the first time we've ever had it with this new format.
Pretty interesting. All that has to be done is Team Odyssey hold the line. They've been looking pretty okay. I'm not going to say solid just yet because we haven't seen anything too massive from them, but they have been playing the pretty classic composition, which is also going to be denied as well, right? Rio gone for game number 4. That means they have to swap something around at the very least from the Estelle, Celine, Rio composition running. There are options, but I don't know if it's going to be as good as the Rio. You can you can slot in the Nadine over there. You can also slot in...
Yeah, Rio is a really unique ADC. I mean, maybe you could slot the Kadia. I think the Kadia would be the only fit, but Rio's still having that short bow form to provide extra damage and kiting. Kadia is going to be able to have that long range and provide maybe as much damage as that Rio, but Rio having a lot more versatility than a character like the Kadia. I think most teams are going to be slotting in that Kadia over that Rio. I think Nadine
Yeah.
not having as much range as a Rio, I think will definitely not be as good as the Kadia to put in for that team comp.
Yeah, it's just that we've seen a lot more prominence of the Nadine this phase so
Yeah.
far. Kadia is really good because of how they changed her passive now, right? In comparison to before, where she's more of a heavy hitter onto backline targets, she's a little bit more consistent as long as you your skills and get the bonus attack speed from Ashen Reaper. It's just I find myself a little bit hard to see that Kadia is going to come in because of the trend that we've seen so far in phase number 1 of just seeing the Nadine starting to come in. So let's take a look at what we have. We are already seeing the Nadine substituted out for Insane. Rio going to be substituted out for that. Riori still on the Adriana. They're just swapping over that Rio over onto the
swapping
like
over.
I said.
Yeah, it looks like they
What
are.
was
Yeah, Odyssey. Ooh, gonna be swapping into Bernice. I don't really like that because I
don't
think
like
the
that
range is
either.
gonna
That's too
be.
close range.
Yeah, I think the range is gonna be a little too short, but maybe we'll
All of
see the
this?
Nadine or Kadia coming out. Oh, this is gonna be the Nadine coming out for Sparkles as well. So it looks like you are correct. It's gonna be that Nadine gonna be substituted in. I think probably just the better backline carry. I think probably in this meta here. So Alto gonna be subbing into that. Modern gonna be subbing off the Priya into the Lenny like we saw, and looks like always Incheon gonna be the same. Xenophine gonna be on that Lenny pick too.
I had to give a rating for Team Odyssey opting to swap Kimil over onto the Bernice in comparison to anything else that could serve as a backline. I would give that like a 2 out of 10 because
Yeah,
there is a possibility it works, and I think in a game like this where if the Bernice is able to work, it has one of the strongest DPS outputs in this game because we see so many dive teams, right?
there is a lot of frontliners, and Bernice, while he is good into frontliners like melees because he does so much
So much
damage,
crowd control in this game.
there's a lot of there's a lot of CC, and he could just get locked down by these dive teams as well. Bernice is one of those characters. Yeah, Bernice is one of those characters that just is easily susceptible to a dive because he has no escape. He is, a sitting duck. But if he could survive the dive, he will be dishing out a lot of damage, a lot of melee. So we're gonna have to see how he does end up utilizing this pick. I really don't like the Bernice substitution because they don't really have as much range as the Rio, so their effective range is definitely cut down by a lot. It is only going to be that Celine instead to try to dish out that damage from that mid to long range there, while the Estelle and the Bernice are a little committal. So we're gonna have to see how they do end up utilizing it. I think Odyssey already having, or actually not really having that big of a leader. They are in that 4th place spot, so they are on the chopping block here.
I'm gonna make a call here. If this call comes true, then I'm gonna up the points for Team Odyssey on this Bernice pick to like a 4 out of 10. It's not gonna be the best, but it's still better than what you see before. Blackfire Cannon on the Bernice.
Okay, I can definitely see that. Getting some
Yeah, if you play the
extra-
Blackfire, get the ledge shots. Those are pretty good at staving off some of the divers. At least for
That
the
is true. Well, we're gonna have to see if that's what they end up building here, because
don't have to worry about ammo that much now.
no, Bernice still has ammo, so
Oh, yeah, that is true, but it's more akin to its passive versus his weapon.
oh yeah.
It's a little bit better, but yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Shikamori trying to fight things around again for picking Hunter. Modern trying to duke it out, but Gun just he can't play the game.
Yeah, just is gonna get locked down there by the knockup and the IRM. Gonna be able to lock him up here. Trying to look for that angle, but not gonna find anything. Peng going to Zangarong gonna use the White Lily straight back into the members of the side of CDAC, and CDAC will be able to get a nice kill for themselves, delivered straight from that Celine there. Alto gonna try to get some damage, but that Nike is great at dealing with these backliners. Just gonna be able to just auto them down in that rage form. So nice skill going to the side of Team Always Incheon, and these teams need it. They are fighting for that 4th place spot. So they're gonna use their ultimate into the Isaac, but looks like Trust is playing a little safe here. They do see Blaster gonna be able to get Blaster first.
Trying to join in with Blaster, but unfortunately completely on an island. CDAC is going to be able to pick that up, taking a kill for them. Actually, they're sitting on 2. apologize. Once again, see that being very proactive in the earlier stages of the game.
Oh, I love
They are
this. They're
back to
waiting.
once again
Oh,
their
yeah.
assault rifle.
Perfect.
Everybody's just delivery servicing themselves straight into other teams, but the damage output from Trust is just not overtaking what the Nikki is able to do. They are going to trade out at least to Lenny, but this is level 1 on the Johan for the Faith Unwavering. Not that much sustain coming in, and this is an early game assault rifle ISO. They're still trying to turn things around. Are they going to be able to get it? The execution damage? No, they don't get it, but Blaster,
he gets
this is
started
early
out
for a Tazia as well. Shauna just max stacks on the adrenaline. Yeah, it might be early game ISO, but max stack adrenaline gives you bonus attack damage. Well, is it attack damage or is it basic attack amplification? I don't know, but you get max attack speed stacks. That is going to be so valuable in those close quarter fights. I appreciate Shauna where they come from. Dude, I'm telling you, this guy on the assault rifle ISO, why did he ever pick pistol?
Yeah, and the overheat as well coming out, just able to provide so much damage. You know, once the AR is stacked up, it's a little hard for you to really deal with there. So a lot of damage coming out, and Insane gonna get caught out, but a great crossbow skill gonna be able to keep themselves safe here, as Modern is gonna be able to get themselves away. And I really like this from Insane. He is just gonna stay in that bush to bait them on in, and it's gonna be Team Ura gonna be able to pick up that kill. Very, very nicely played. Just able to let Modern chase a little too far and instantly gets punished for it. Sungwon gonna look for an angle in, gonna blink on forward, but just gets immediately caught out. The Bernice is just gonna use their ultimate to lock down the Celine there. Sungwon got a little too hasty, but just gets immediately punished. The Bernice is able to get that perfect explosive bola, and here comes the maybe angle. The dive is gonna come in. There's his game world is gonna be pop, but the Nikki is gonna be able to stay alive just barely. Blaster gonna jump on to the backside. He is gonna have their shards. Gonna try using it. He's gonna get some damage onto BTB, and I think he's gonna be able to pick up a little bit more here. I think they want to look for an angle. The side of Team Milky Way is completely split away, and I think it is going to be it. Great parry uppercut coming out from the Nikki, and the lockdown is gonna be there.
Queen needed to die at that initial beginning, but Garden Reverse again, just denying everything that Team wants to do. But doing pretty good up against Swan. Can they actually get the kill over onto the Celine? I think they can. The Hex pops way too late. That means down goes one, down goes another. Big Game Hunter struggling as we saw them do in the first couple of games today, but we know what they're capable of. They are pretty well on pace right now. Tree of Life actually picked up for Shikimori. This is okay. I think for Big Game Hunter, a little bit of a falter, but nothing too catastrophic. Just
and they already have such a big lead that I think they will be finding a huge explosive bola. Going to be hit onto Shauna, but Shauna was the one that has the item, so it's not too bad. Johan is just going to go down. Going to sacrifice themselves there for the side of Team CDAC to make sure that the ISO does end up securing the item there. I think Johan was the one who called it as well. I don't know what item. Oh, it was a meteorite being called in for that ISO. It looks like the Sultans ended up being crafted there for that ISO. So Shauna gonna have some extra items here, but you can see Team CDAC, they're in a really rough spot. They haven't got their call-ins. Looks like they were just able to TP up into hotel, and that is exactly what they're gonna buy. They're gonna buy an hotel, probably go back down into beach, and maybe play for that rift or play for those beach bears.
I haven't forgot how Bernice Bola was. It's either that or it was a valiant sacrifice, right? Because you know that the ISO has the items. Even if you take the explosive bola, at least you're just a Johan. It's not going to be the situation in the world if you decide to sacrifice yourself. So, hey, listen, if you're anchoring yourself onto the ground, making sure that you're locked into the sacrifice option, not opting to run away. More space.
Where is the find?
That's the problem. Alto getting knocked down completely. Big Game Hunter, there's the combo that we needed to see. But I say combo, that was just key 5 things. Peng is locked out in the middle of everything, does manage to get out using the alley tag stat. But what the heck just happened to Big Game Hunter? We just complimented them and they all split the pieces. What?
Yeah, I think getting caught out by the side of Team Modern here, maybe that nighttime vision, you know, affecting their decision making. They're a little unfortunate for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Looks like Team Milky Way is going to look for the Rift here. As Team Always in Chun is going to enter as well. Always in Chun going to get some knockups there. Going to get a lot of damage onto this Yawn. A great parry. They're actually going to be able to dodge on all the CC. And there's ultimate coming back in. And Blaster should be able to finish that off there. The ultimate is going to come down, but Nia's game mode is going to be a little too late. There's no layered CC for the damage of Nia. But the Felix is going to be able to jump on forward. But the Executioner bonus is going to be able to keep them all alive. And it's going to be Team Always in Chun getting a clean 3 kills in this rift, and that is exactly what they need at this point into the series.
That's really unfortunate because Marlon ended up also investing their or two. I saw the angle, but it's the executioner bonus that just comes in and denies the Felix any additional kills from going in favor. Still sitting on 0. Milky Way at the beginning stages of every game today has just not been proactive at all. It's a really brutal knockout stage number 3 for these players, but they're running out of time. It's the last game that we have. They can't make up the points to get in the top 4. They don't have a phase 1 to play anymore. They can somehow pick things up. We still have a lot of this game left. 24 players still remaining alive. Possibilities are endless in this game still, especially with Team Odyssey somehow making this Bernice work so far. Everybody else on that bottom 4 needs to start stepping things up.
Yes, if they don't step up here, it is going to be it for their tournament run. Right now, I mean, you can see the 3 teams at the top. They're still all alive, and they have a couple points to their name, so it's going to be really hard to snag one of their spots. Odyssey, though, still in striking range for a lot of these teams, so just have to have a consistent game number 4, get a couple more of these points to make sure you get into that top 4 spot. Team Always Incheon going to be playing for this meteorite. Both Tazia teams are going to try looking for an angle in. It is going to be the Nikki versus the Felix. So the Felix is completely isolated, but gets a lot of damage. A huge coming out from the Felix on that huge uppercut, and Blaster getting 1v1 on the backside here. So we're going to be able to get the ultimate. The totem is going to come down, but the Lenny was there to support both of their characters there. The looks like the kiosk is going to be used, and Zoe going to get caught out there. IRAM is... Oh, Lenny's going to go spring trap, and that is going to be it. Wait a second, Nikki's going to go on forward, and it is going to be too much of a loss for the side of Team Modern here. They're going to lose out on 3 members. Or that was 3 deaths, so it's going to be a minus 600 for the Modern so early into the game, but I think Modern already is looking pretty well off. So it's pretty good for Team Always Incheon. They get 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, that was just Senna team finding really good spring traps all over the place. Nice fight between these two so far. Kingdom Sparkle, Ping sitting up on the front side, actually providing a lot of pressure to Shikimori. Keyfight needs to land something, but a lot of Queens as well as a lot of Night Porks have ended up missing so far. Ping is staking really well for himself thanks to his passive. Yeah, everybody from Big Game Hunter is going to run away for now, maybe look for another angle. As they're going to try jumping back around the Ping, but the shield bash going to allow the Estelle to get out. Tetragon invested. I think Big Game Hunter just call it quits for now. This is not a fight they can go, because every one of their cooldowns have already been invested.
A lot invested for the side of Team Sparkles as well. They were forced to use those blinks. Looks like Ryoe is going to be able to get a lot of damage with the these Molotovs, and a huge explosive shot coming out from the being able to use that crossbow skill to get that Johan off of the jump pad. And oh no, it looks like it's going to be Milky Way going to lose 2 members here. BTB going to go down. The Yon getting caught a little early as well. The Felix going to be the last one to get themselves to safety. A little disastrous here for the side of Marlon. Going to be forced to rat off for his team. Going to try looking for a res, but this team's everywhere on the bottom side.
Slight possibility. Bernice is actually running. What's it? Black Fire Cannon. I wish they show us the items on that character right now, because I saw some slows going towards the Lenny in Chapel. I couldn't tell if they were the 99% from Molten Lead, but if it is, hey, listen.
I mean, Black Fire Cannon, yeah, is a decent item for the Bernice, especially in a lobby like this where there's so many melees and
a lot of stats just built that item.
Yes. Yeah, still just able to, I mean, Bernice just has to reload every shot, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's like a slight DPS loss, but a lot more utility. Looks like Key 5 is going to look for an angle with the Queen. Not going to be able to find anything. Peng is going to get a lot of damage in return. But here comes the full combo there coming out from the Yon and Adela. But Sangwon able to get so much damage back. And there's player CC coming out. But what? The IREM tried to look for an angle in, but a lot of damage is going to be sent in return. Alto going to find it. He'll jump on forward as well. Key 5 going to be forced to be on the back foot there as Team Sparkles just completely turned around. The IREM jumping a little too far forward, gets immediately punished by the Celine. But oh no, Sangrong jumps on in. Just gets completely vision checked. Very nicely played by the Yon to stand behind that ambulance. Sungrong just wasn't expecting the Yan to be there, and a great roundhouse kick into the wall. But they're still looking for it. They want to get this Yan here. Oh, the kiosk is going to be used for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. They're going to look to try to turn it around. Team Sparkle is going to be on the back foot here as they are down a member. Here's Knockout, but a great buffer coming out from Pang. I don't know if Alto can get out though. Alto, the D not really having too much mobility for themselves. They're just trying to look, but oh, it looks like Big Game Hunter guessed wrong. They went down while Team Sparkles decided to walk up.
Sparkles continuing their delivery service, constantly sending themselves into other teams. That was a blast wave straight into the Yan, but by then it's all that was happening. Milky Way unfortunately is gone from the tournament. Phase 1 is just not hit for them at all. 0 kills, 0 points for that team. Thank you so much for playing over the past couple of weekends. It's really fun to watch this team be able to play that Yan and Felix. We're going to need to hone it up a little bit and make sure that everything is up to shape when we see them, hopefully, in phase number 2. Because this is, once again, a very fun composition.
Always Incheon, they always somehow manage to squeeze out their top 4 spot every time, and it might be happening again. A great Nikki ult there. We saw the full combo Nikki ult into the ultimate coming down from the Tazi. You're gonna have to see if they will be able to get into this top 4 spot here. And Nikki maybe gonna try looking for an angle in. Last, we're gonna be able to get some knockups, gonna be able to pick up some of their shards. We're gonna slowly start to get on out of there. Now they want to take that team fight. Odyssey is still looking poised to hold their spot as well. They're sitting on 7 kill score for themselves with 8 points total. So I think Odyssey is definitely going to slowly start to run away with their 4th place spot. But if any team can do it, it's going to be Team Always Incheon already sitting with 9 points for themselves.
Oh yeah, Kogno Sparkles is definitely trying their best to, with the standard front-to-back composition once again, just the Nadine substituted out for the Rio. Their items are looking a little bit rough. Look on Odyssey's side, full transitions for the Bernice has been like that for the past minutes or so. Celine is also sitting on the blood sample for the Chaser on herself. They are absurdly strong. We still have yet to figure out what the weapon for the Bernice is, but once we figure that out, I'm gonna give them a fair rating after all that has been done. Red box not picked up by anybody just yet, but Payne is isolated. Nowhere, he can't do anything. The shield comes out just in time. Damage mitigation is all over the place. That is really good. Not that bad. Over on the southern side of the map, it's going to be Wickline being contested by Team Odyssey as well as New Rise Kangwon. Odyssey really needs this. New Rise Kangwon, they don't really need it,
third party, oh no!
Third party up on the northern side, always Incheon in the whole heap of trouble. They're going to lose out on
oh, that is a disaster.
And a 2. Oh, the Centipede have credits to get the res back? Yes, they do, but that was a blood call that was about to come through. Let's see if they can survive any longer. White Lily has been activated. The Lenny is out for the time being. They're going to get the res back over onto every member of their team. Unless Sparkle's not taking advantage of this, we'll wait it out, look for a bit more positioning and a little bit more information. Everybody is back from Always Incheon though.
They are back, but minus 400. They needed that blood, or they really wanted that blood sample to cap out their builds, but not going to be able to get it now. Little unfortunate for Team Always Incheon, just wasn't aware of their behind, as it was Team Modern getting the perfect capitalization there to catch out Team Always Incheon, fighting for that red box. We are going to go down to our final 7 teams. It is going to go to the day 5 cycle here, so these teams are going to definitely have to look for something. Team New Rise, they're sitting on 3 bloods for themselves, or 2 bloods for themselves as well. They're looking really, really strong. Bloods on both of their carries, as they're looking to try to. Oh wait, no, it's 4 bloods, 2 on Chukai.
Oh,
I didn't even realize.
Oh, look at that.
They got the taproots and the prominence. Oh. So that Chukai is gonna be really, really tanky. I don't think that Chukai is gonna die anytime soon at these team fights. Double blood with I think obviously full build as well, full golds. I think they just probably got them off of the boxes and just decided to just upgrade the Chukai. So they're looking really, really strong.
You still have to be really careful though. There is still an Adela in the lobby, right? Even if you have a lot of health, as long as an Adela is around, you can always get bursted down. We've seen that in the past with Ekion sitting on 4.5k HP, one tapped by Adela combination. Still have to be careful, but you're right. He is a very, very chunky boy that's going to be doing pretty good, just kind of sustaining himself, making sure that the rest of his team is alive. While all that was happening up on the northern side of the map though, Odyssey did end up picking up the wick line for themselves, and they did catch the weapon that the Bernice is on. It was intervention. So, womp womp. I think the rating's gonna go back down onto a 2. Even if the game works out, it does not change the fact that I think it was a very, very good. So let's see if they can round things out, hold their place in the top 4 and deny any teams coming from knockout stage 2, and also prevent a very early possibility for any golden runs, right? It's gonna be also something that we haven't been able to see, where a golden run is just snuffed out completely from the beginning of the
I mean, we've never seen like a 4-0 sweep, I think, from the top side. There's always 1 or 2 teams that sneak past from the lower knockout stages as well. So, Team Odyssey, they're looking so strong. They have the wick buff as well. These teams definitely do not want to fight into that. But they should know that if they want a chance to make it, they need to kill him. And oh, the shoot guy is completely isolated from their team and just gets caught out by the side of Team CDAC. You guys, what is going on? I mean, the shoot guy has the blood items, but you know, you can't be isolated like that, and you just get tagged out a little too early. They do have enough credits to get the res, but Lumi is down here in school right now. It was tagged up, so it looks like it is going to be moving on forward here. Can New Rise get the Lumi proc here? Looks like it is going to get caught once again. This time it's going to be Sparkles, as it's going to be held up in police station here. I think it's going to be used. Maybe Team Heroes can actually get it on the top side here, as Modern is actually gonna give up complete control on this side. I think they saw the items, didn't really know they were a duo, and I think Team Heroes should be able to get the res.
Yep, they're gonna be able to get it Lumi with about 40 seconds to go.
Sometimes,
that's really lucky.
Sometimes the strategy is just posture up, show your items, show that you have 2 blood items on your carries, and hope that the enemy team respects it, despite you being a 2-man, because they don't know. Exactly, fake it until you make it. That is the perfect way to describe a situation like that.
Also nighttime too, so vision isn't as readily available for other teams at all. You could have that Shukai lurking behind you. Unless a recon drone is invested or something like that, nobody's really wanting to fight into a Nadine as well as an Adriana, both sitting on the Blood Half Moon as well as a Chaser respectively. Oh, this is gonna be a fiesta. We have so many teams remaining, 7 teams going into day number 6. Look at how many teams are inside of school. I believe Odyssey is sitting by themselves in at the moment, but they're still, you have to look at the scores. There's so many teams that are still contending for those top 4 spots.
Shuvi, I don't know if the safety orb changes went through, but we might have a 3-team final zone if all these teams start using their safety orbs once again. I don't know if the change did go through with this or these 2 knockout stages. I don't know if they're playing on a relative patch here, but we did see the safety orbs being changed a lot, and the VLS system was used by one of the teams to go into the other zone, probably trying to put fate into their own hands here, and fight is going to be breaking out between Team Modern and Team CDAC. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged. They are going to... Are the safety orbs going to be starting to be placed down by these teams? Yes, safety orb is going to be used by side Team Modern and Team CDAC. Safety orbs are going to be used on the top side as well.
Real quick, Pawn, it's going to determine if Odyssey actually ends up going in, because Always Incheon and Hyper, they jumped padded in towards Pawn. If Odyssey ends up winning this, Always Incheon is out. If Always Incheon wins this, then I think Odyssey, quite frankly, is almost out as well. Centipede going in, getting
gonna get a knock on the Bernice, just engage!
There's a pre-range
Gonna get him!
Can they get the kill over onto Kimyo is the question. Can they get it? The knock goes into the air. Gyeonghui goes down first, but the return kill is there up against the Bernice. The problem is, Celine is still alive. She's still very healthy, but look at the health bar. Blaster as well as Centipede as well. They're just putting so much pressure down over onto the back. There's a sprint that's going to be dodged out by the jump, but Centipede just pulling a classic. Odyssey might not be able to do it. I think it's Team Always Incheon. They get the kill, they get the knockdowns, and Odyssey is gone. Do they have the points to do it?
Wait,
not just yet. They just need one more point to at least make the tiebreaker, but they need to win this game if they want to make it out. You Rise Kangwon, this game is a formality for them. I don't even know what happened inside of school, but quite frankly, I do not care. If Always Incheon pulls this out again,
1 point.
Super.
They need 1 point, but they are so far behind the side of Team New Rise Gangwon. We see the Shukai sitting on 2 bloods. I don't know if they have done the math already, but if they are playing a type of team that could just sack themselves for that 1 kill, right? They just use the pure reach uppercut, just look for an angle on the back line, And it doesn't matter if they go down as well. If they get 1 kill here, that's all they need. I don't know if they know. Probably going to try just playing it out fully here. But if Team Nerise get a clean 3-0, that's going to be it for Team Always Incheon. I don't know if they win the tiebreaker in terms of points.
Oh, the stun over onto Ryori is actually going to invest the blink. I thought the fire escape was going to come out, but not at all.
Engage, here's the
a little bit
ultimate
of
as
trouble,
well.
taking dangerously low. The healing wind also activated. Backside is going to be Kyungkway. He has the guard in reverse. He's trying to kill at least Insane. Something going through. Apparently still goes down. Down goes Insane. What the hell is this? No way. Kyungkway goes down, but look at the health bar. Down goes 2, and that's it. Always Incheon has done it. They're going to make it into knockout stage number 4 with a kill. Kyungkway on the backside kills Insane. That's how they make it into the next stages of the game. There is no clean sweep. How did they pull that off? Always Incheon, 24 points strong, will punch their ticket into knockout stage 4. We will see them for another set of 4 games.
Every time, it's always Incheon at the very last moment to make it in. Wow. And again, I think it was that Bernice pick from that Odyssey.
Yep.
They just weren't able to utilize it, got locked down, weren't able to get any damage off before the engage came through, and it just cost them the their qualifier spot here. I feel like maybe if they had that Nadine pick, something that had extra range to get a couple more auto attacks down before they ended up getting engaged on, maybe they could have had it there.
Or if they had the Blackfire cannon, Nikki invested literally everything to just maybe get the Pure Rage uppercut off. After that, she had no cooldowns. Bernice was auto-attacking for a bit after he got tagged by all of those cooldowns, right? If he had the Blackfire cannon, the Molten Lead would have made it much more difficult for that Nikki to get that range in. Because I saw Fury Jab, I think, landing right at the cusp of a hitbox. If he had the Blackfire cannon, the chances could have been higher, but instead they opted to go for the intervention, opting to go for the critical chances instead of making sure that the safety net is there. Obviously, when you do go for intervention, you have a little bit more leeway with the rest of your items, but you aren't going something like a Burgundy. You don't have the blood sample. Yeah. You had an arm piece that was blood. Well, that's not going to help you survive. Oh, what a terrifying end for Team Odyssey. They're going to look at the results of this, just not good.
It's just a disaster. I mean, they had complete zone control as well, right? We see Always Incheon. They ended up using the VLS system on the bottom side as well, so they're playing up a lot of timer, but just weren't able to capitalize on that. Always Incheon able to find the angle onto the Bernice. The Pure uppercut was just there, and their follow up from Blaster to jump on forward to kill the Bernice before they're able to get really any value off of that. They still all did end up coming down, but just wasn't enough to keep the Bernice alive.
What an absolute tragedy. But for Team Always Incheon, once again, they have done it. They are keeping the dreams of the Golden Run alive in phase number 1. The only team that is now going to be the ones coming up from knockout stage 1 all the way to stage 4. Just have 3 more stages to go. If they can live through 4, 5, and 6, we will have a Golden Run on our hands. The only team to be able to pull it off twice, if they can make it to the finishing line. But until then, I mean, this series, even if they made it, it does not instill any good hope for me. It looked very shaky, and I can't tell if that was just because we brought Blaster in early, right? Because Blaster is usually the one saving this team, not the one that starts well and then finishes well for this team. We might have to start with Luminal for games 1 and 2, see how that goes. Maybe bring back Blaster for 3 and 4, just to make sure that balance is right within them.
Yeah, and remember, we saw our teams for knockout stage 4. They looked pretty good. So, I mean, it's just going to be an up-road battle from here for these teams that are going to be making it in. It looked pretty, a pretty clean, almost a clean sweep for the knockout stage 3 teams. They looked definitely ahead of the knockout stage, or the teams coming out from knockout stage 4. So, got to see how they do into the teams. The teams coming from knockout stage 2, and got to see how they do end up looking into the teams going into knockout stage number 4 here. Nerise, Gangwon sitting in first place with 60 points, Modern in second with 52. Always Incheon actually going to be able to jump up and go into that third place spot with 46 points. A great game for them. And Big Game Hunter in fourth place with 45.5.
Credit where credit is due. Big Game Hunter also managed to maintain the status quo. They held on to the top 4 spot despite Odyssey grabbing a lot of points this game, right? That's the one thing that kind of have been sleeping on so far. Odyssey did do a lot this game, so there was also threat where maybe even Big Game Hunter could have been a team that could have been eliminated, but no. Big Game Hunter still proactive during game number 4. They might have not won the game, but as a result, it does not matter. Still get to go into knockout stage number 4, which is going to be coming up after the break. So wait until that happens, ladies and gentlemen. That was an even number of games we played so far, so thank you so much for staying up until now. But we have 4 more games that is going to be coming up for you. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here in about 10 to 15 minutes for knockout stage number 4.
Thank you.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 임시 안전지대가 설정하겠습니다. 최종 안전지대가 설정하겠습니다. 누군가가 연습. 앞으로 안전지대가 이동합니다. 내가 더 이상 사용합니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 전설이 체크메이트.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
오늘은 어떤 추억을 만들 수 있을까? 언젠가 오늘을 추억할 수 있으면 좋겠어. 추억이 또 하나 늘어났어. 오늘은 즐거운 날이 되었으면 좋겠어. 나이에 비해 조금 과격한 것 같다고? 어떤 의미니? 오늘은 꼭 내 마음속에 추억으로 간직해둘게. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 덕은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 리나, 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야. 점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 아, 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까? 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
아무리 거센 파도라도 베어가를 수 있어. 바다를 건너는 한 마리 제비처럼.
으로 흘러가는 듯 했으나 반격을 너무나도 잘해줬고요.
네.
자, 여기서도 자, 운석이 나왔죠.
자, 이거 지킬 수 있나요? 하지만 빈결
자,
걸리고요.
선수가 누구일지
아, 합류가 지금 다들 오고 있어요.
서로 오고
이
있는데.
운석을 지켜야 한다.
자, 알텔 들어오나요? 유민 들어왔는데 자, 일단 트윈즈 러시 빠지고요. 헬교출.
아, 이거
근데
이비야 다운될 것 같은데.
네, 운석 하나 때문에 터미네이트 나올 수 있거든요.
잠시만요.
근데 유민 대박. 그리고 파도
여기도?
타기까지.
프리아가 또 빠져나간다고요, 유유히. 이러면 킬까지 더 벌어갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
자, 알텔
데이비님.
에스 충분히 잡을 수 있죠. 그리고 위쪽 지금 NXA 선수가 오히려 해실 선수를 노려볼 수 있는 상황에서 러브에 맞추고
와.
잡아냅니다, 데이드림.
블링크 있는 버니스가 앞라인에 설 수밖에 없었거든요. 그런 부분들이 또 작용했던 것 같고요.
자, 오메가 나오는 위치입니다. 만약 알파를 먹은 팀이라면 몰살 버퍼까지 가지고 갈 수 있기 때문에 오메가의 이 밸류가 상당히 높을 텐데, 자, 그래서 세이과 데이드림입니다.
아, 이게 포기하고 싶지 않은데 어쨌든 히즈이가 알파 쪽, 오, 근데 먼저 건드리지 못했어요. 알파의 스택을 쌓으면서 교전을 보려고 했던 것 같거든요. 자, 근데 알파 어그로를 좀 뺏기게 되면서 생각했던 그림이 안 됐고요.
진주의 칼날 잘 비비면서 들어가 봤지만 그 히스위의 스택을 자, 잘
데미안이.
해결해야겠죠. 1년 남을 한번 어그로 한번 콩콩을 줬습니다만 대응 잘하고 있는데요, 데이들이.
그렇습니다.
나름?
해실 선수 다운 됐고요. 자,
자,
그래도
이러면-
너무 따라가는 구도는 그렇죠.
RP
유민이
오히려-
이럴 때 너무 세거든요.
자 이거 그러면 2대1 구도기 때문에 오히려 히스가 좀 빠져줘야겠고요.
자,
구속기도 빠졌고
많은 시간이 걸리는
이럴
실험체거든요.
때 필요한 건
뭐죠?
균열입니다.
균열 아저씨. 네.
예,
그런데
균열
잡쪽에
풍류자
정말
맞았어요.
대박
잠시만요.
났어요.
터미네이트 각이거든요.
자,
그렇죠.
자,
네티즌
히스이가-
잡을 수 있죠?
해줄 수 있나요? 근데 좀 부족한가요?
아,
그리고 유민 쪽.
이거 있는데요?
일성
잠시만요.
거합 일성.
근데 계속 싸우면서
오.
자, 체력 회복했고.
어?
나가야죠.
와 굉장히 잘해주고 있었던
자, 한번
넥시아
더.
선수.
지금 1스택이 남아있긴 한데 한번 긁혀서 일성 활성화되는 순간 자, 닭 쪽으로 활용해서
야생 문물.
여기?
오히려
이거 한번
뒤로 들어가면
죽을 수도 있기
그쵸?
때문에 안
빠져야
들어가는
돼요.
건데
빠져야 돼요. 빠져야 돼요.
하늘날이 자 거리 점점 더 벌리고 있습니다. 네티즌 여기서 우리 팀
근데
살릴 수 있나요?
리다이린도 오거든요. 한번 VLS 한번 결단 내리나요?
자.
리다이린?
아래쪽에서도 오고 있고요.
자
자,
모래왕대 버섯에서 머리 지금
이거 뒤로 돌겠다
몸을
인가요?
숨겼는데
자, 일단
그럼에도 불구하고
잠시만요.
잠시만요. 1색 풀다.
세이드 마무리가 됩니다.
경에서 한 번 적질렀었던 게
네.
브레이크가 걸렸습니다.
자 시간 어떡하죠? 밀키웨이 타 들어가고 있는데 데이데임 좀
자, 그래서 하고 들었는데 풍류상 깔렸고요.
자 그럼 여기서 니아의 게임월드 바탕으로 일단 승전부 받아내면서
그렇습니다. 레온
회복하면.
잡았고요.
와.
이어서 이거 유민까지도 충분히 잡아낼 수 있죠. 밀키웨이.
자,
엄청
그리고
깔끔하게.
이쪽은 자이르가 다리를 사이에 두고서 정말 장판파 보여주는데요.
자, 이 위치 지형 계속해서 2점 활용할 수 있나요? 퍼니셔 일단은 인빈시블이 밀고 들어옵니다.
자, 근데 이게 틈이 생기게 되면서 파고 들었던 소주 선수 움직임이 좋습니다.
자 위쪽에 있는 이노리까지 잡아낼 수 있을까요?
이게 또
인비시블?
버니스가 다 뭔가 해결하기에는 상황이 좋지 않네요.
이러면 LAD 선수까지 마무리하고 퍼니셔가 터미네이트를
처음에 올라오고 있는 거거든요.
네.
너무 지금 올레이스 인천의 밸류가 좋다 보니까 자 이거
이거 오브 때문에 못 봤어요.
잠시만요 쇼이치가
자, 그래도 마이가 있거든요.
잘 빠졌고요. 오히려 자 스프린트를 맞으면서 올레이스 인천이 밀어낼 수 있는 구도가 나왔습니다.
자, 이 팀의 노련함이 지금 보여지고 있죠.
자,
위기를 기회로
근데-
만들고 이러면 퍼니셔도 위험합니다.
맞습니다. 위로 움직이니까
자, 그래서 조금 더 넓은 다리로.
결국엔 다리네요.
그렇죠.
네.
자, 나무 다리, 돌 다리. 자, 그래서 들어와서 다시 한번 들어가야 됩니다. 그런데 이 랜이 너무 까다롭네요. 스프린트 랩 정말 까다롭.
Welcome back from the long break, everybody. We are now back with Eternal Return Masters Season 8 Phase Number 1. Knockout Stage 3 is done. So if you're joining us now, good morning. Hope you had a fantastic sleep, but we are now in slot for Knockout Stage Number 4. Games 1 and 2 are about to be underway. Let's take a look at what teams are going to be playing. Very stacked super for the ones that are going to be joining us. But in case you weren't here to see, coming up from Knockout Stage 3 that we just played, New Rise Kangwon, Modern, Always and Big Game Hunter. They'll be joined by Pointy End, Super Ultra Dino, Demian, and Guardian.
A really stacked lobby here. I mean, we got JWorks team coming in, DS Guardians, so a sponsored team. Damien, a team that has had a pretty strong showing throughout the last season, and Team Pointy End as well. Now we do have the wild card factor here with the Daniel team coming in, Daniel, Jackie, and I think the last was I think it was Lenny, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember who exactly their last pick was, but we definitely know that Daniel's going to be coming in for the side of Team Super Ultra Dino. A wildcard team for sure to definitely put a stop into some of these teams' plans. Maybe I don't know if they're going to be deciding to go with their Daniel team comp here. Looks like they're going to be swapping around. So it was the Alina. Yeah.
Starting out with it looking like the hovers are locked in right now. Akui back on the Daniel, and we also have another X Factor in this lobby of Chon on the Hisui. It's a bit of a comeback from what we saw in Season 7. Pointy did also have a very fantastic season during LCQ. We already have the clips from that one. But in a lobby
wait a
like
second.
this, can we adjust? We have 4 picks, by the way, on the Priya.
4 Priyas. Yeah, so Priya will be banned for 2 games, so it looks like Priya is still going to be able to be picked for 2 games, so it's not going to really matter too much, but maybe it might decide what these teams you end up swapping in, because Priya will be gone for 2 games since they were picked 4 times, and Tazia as well. Looks like we have all the Tazias coming out here. For game number 1, it's going to be the Tazia ban as well. So Blaster are going to be forced to swap over. So they're probably just going to swap their team comp entirely back to that Dive team comp with the Abigail, Ekion, and I think it was the Abigail, Ekion, and I think it was Kiara. Yeah.
Up in the chopping blocks, but another ban actually in this game as well. We actually have a Tazia ban. Demian's going to be that one up alongside Modern and Always Intun. This is going to spell a bit of really awkward news for both Modern and Always Intun. We know that Always Intun has a different composition, but I don't think we've really seen Modern staving away from Tazia. We'll have to see.
That is true.
We'll have to see what the result of that is going to look like, but that's all news for game number 2. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are now starting knockout stage number 4 with the game 1 beginning. Daniel, Jackie, as well as a Hisui in the play. Probably one of the most versatile lobbies we've seen when it comes to X Factors. A lot of cool stuff that is lined up for this game.
Very excited to see how they do end up utilizing their team comp here. And we do have Guardians as well, also playing a pretty unique team comp with... They're going to be playing that Alex, Adela, and Hart. So, 3 characters we usually don't see together, but we have to see how they do end up meshing their team comp here. G-Work on that Adela. We know and love him. This time playing his main pick here. Does have that Alex to, maybe set up some layered CC. For him to easily follow up on. There's a lot of damage on the side rem here, but all 3 members of the side team, the Big Game Hunter, are going to be here, and the instant follow-up coming out from the side team, Big Game Hunter, to follow G-Work over the wall. They will be able to pick up that kill.
Nice one up so far from Key 5 to knock down G-Work. That's one good old confidence boost for that player. Chon, we've seen this before. You have to be careful going up against the Hisui pretty early on. Good damage over on the MG, but this is pretty early game for the Hisui. She doesn't have access to the parry just yet, but look at the damage output so far. Sitting on 1 stack for the cut. We'll have to see if they opt to go for the flash cut or if they even can. We'll miss out on the flash cut. Chon is probably going to fall down. A little bit of an oopsie. The parry comes out.
There's 3 people this time. I don't think the Hisui can really deal with that, but yeah, it looks like they respected the Hisui, backed away as a 2-man, and then just waited for the Helix to TP on forward. A great parry coming out from the Nikki. Gonna be able to get the Gardner for that kill onto the IRIM. Does do a decent amount of damage if you do connecting that, so very nice for the side team. Always interested to pick up that early kill. Yeah, Hisui definitely a character they have to respect. All of them backed on out of there, and it was really nicely played by Sharn there. A lot of people kind of forget that Priya's Echoes of the Earth goes from the outside in, so as long as you dodge out on the outer ring and then you can dash into the outer side, you are able to actually dodge out on the CC and the damage coming out from that ability.
It's almost like a rhythm game. You just have to make sure that you play your cards right and time it correctly. The Gun trying to get out up against G-Work. The Queen is set up, going completely a bit wide. Knife Fork also nicely dodged out. Gun is playing this out pretty well. Just looking for maybe the food box. I don't know. NCMB joining on the backside, gets finally knocked up into the air. Blink on out, but he can't save himself. Crescent Sweep, not enough to get himself on out of there. That means down he goes. While that was happening, Big Game Hunter fully wiped off the map for now. They're going to be able to res up in just a second. JKR also down as they're split.
Yeah, Jackie just not gonna have a good time into that Tazia, and looks like Tazia's gonna get caught. So he's gonna get caught by the Nikki. Great Purge uppercut and the great follow-up there coming out from Blaster. Gonna be able to lock Tazia down. Huge early game kills coming out for the side team. Always mentioned 3 points already to their name, so that's 6 kills in this day 1 cycle. G-Work maybe gonna try to find an angle onto the side of Team Damien here. Gonna be able to get that bear. It looks like Guardians are just gonna slowly back away.
Not that big of a deal for DS Guardians. I think they were just kind of looking for an opportunity, but with G-Work being pushed away thanks to there's nothing Alex, you can just maybe get a couple of cooldowns in, but it's too early in the game for the Alex to have a lot more threat. A little bit unfortunate, but that is all we are looking at. Super Ultra Dino unfortunately hasn't been able to find any kill just yet. Daniel not getting anything done, at least for the time being. Echoes being sent out, and so is dead. Okay. Modern, they are losing out a lot on this. There's the
Knock up.
pushback from Gun. Can he get the kill
Felix,
over onto
though.
Leon? Yes, he can. The health bar on the Felix, not that bad. He might be able to turn things around, but the wall is going to deny it. MG is going to eat it from the start, but look at the shield coming through from Team Damien. Is just impossible to rip through that one. Asuna chasing down MG. I think this is the MG falling down. We should have the team fully out. Coming back in though.
Yeah, great pickups coming out for the side of Team Damien there. The Leon was a little isolated, but they ended up using the Surf's Up to stall out a little bit longer for the team to make it in. They ended up using that blink on that blink to get themselves to safety, and then just baited in the Tazia to complete to still chase, and ended up getting hit by that Echoes of the Earth from that Priya. And they ended up getting locked down from the Tazia. So very nicely played by the 17 Damien to pick up those 3 kills. And I think they ended up grabbing Meteorite as well in gas station.
I will mention real quick that for DS Guardians, this Alex is playing a little bit more on the support side. He does have the Sentinel for himself, plus a Soul Stealer. That's going to be an interesting way to see how this Alex is going to play. Wouldn't be surprised if he still goes a little bit more towards the pen side. If he does end up building Ghost Sprite stress though, we might be able to see something fun coming from these Guardians throughout the course of this series. Zoe getting ran down by Akui, but these Crystal Daggers are kind of annoying to deal with when chasing into a Tazia. They're still split from the rest of their team. Isolated Daniel.
He's just getting completely red like a boat here, just getting completely isolated, and he's just gonna give up on the Tazia. He can't really do much when a Tazia is just able to just space so well in a way that the Daniel can't really have any angle to really engage. So very nicely played by Zoe to grab that kill for their team. Guardians, I'm pretty sure the Alex is probably going to be on a more tankier build just because they do have that Adela and Heart. It's probably enough damage already for the side of Team Guardians there, but a great pickup coming out for the side of Team Big Game Hunter as they do end up getting the Alina. So it looks like Super Arch Dino, they're just split farming here, trying to get as many credits as possible here. Jackie getting caught out as well, this time from the side of Pointy End, but they're going to be able to use that White Lily to get them all get themselves over the wall, and they're going to be able to get themselves to safety.
You know, we're talking about this a little bit, but we're going to be brutal here because this almost has to be true with the way that this game is going so far. Super Ultra Dino did manage to get into Knockout Stage 4. I would have to say by being quite lucky in a number of their games. Got a lot of game solo kills without really that much repercussion. They're not having that in this specific series. Oh, the Rift taken. Oh no, by 1. But Big Game Hunter not going to be able to bring all 3 members in. Is that going to be a fight that they have to deal with in there, or no? I'm not sure. Down goes Gun, down goes Zoe. MG's the last one alive on Team Modern. Insane trying to chase this down. Spirit Arrow will land, but that's a Priya. There's a White Lily over here. I don't think the chase is going to happen. There we go.
Yeah, MG gonna be able to use that White Lily to get themselves to safety. Can't really chase into that Priya, and it is going to be Super Ultra Dino actually going to be able to fight the Rift, but there is the ultimate coming out from the Daniel, actually being able to dodge out on that Surf's Up, but the Jackie is just going to go down. And it looks like the Alina is going to fall very shortly here. They don't really have enough damage to deal with this Tazia and this Priya here. Daniel's going to jump on forward, is going to get caught by the wall, and they're going to go down once again. And Damien pick up a nice clean 3 kills in the battle zone. It's going to be 3... it is going to be half points though, so it's only going to be 1.5 points for the side of Team Damien, but a good pickup nonetheless as they do end up getting that objective as well.
Problem is for Team Super Ultra Dino, this is something that we actually saw from them in the stages where they prioritize going for the Rift because this team is supposed to be super strong in there. Losing out a fight like that, I don't think really spells any good news for this team. Game number 1 might just have to be one of those, hey, we'll try to do what we can. Maybe in game number 2, we can turn our fates around, because whatever we're doing right now is not working. They're sitting on 1 point. That's all they're going to get.
Oh my god, the Isui just going in!
Locations from
1v2.
Fantastic as always.
Yeah, complete 1v2 from this Hisui here. Is able to just connect on these abilities, these daggers on forward, and it's just so much damage coming out. You have to definitely respect a character like Hisui just having so much attack damage while also having the sustain as well to win out on these 1v2s. We saw at the very start of the team fight there a huge ultimate coming out from that Hisui to just deal so much AoE damage.
And one of the biggest things about Cholin's gameplay on Hisui that is so nice is how he's able to chain the Getsunin slash as well as the Rengeki so well with each other that it's almost guaranteed that he's going to have the flash cut available to dash on in and get people knocked down. That's one of the best things about watching a Hisui, being so confident in their gameplay that there is no delay in between their skills. Rengeki and Getsunin slash is hard to land if you start hesitating, because especially for Rengeki, you don't have range on it, right? It's very close range. You need to tag it if you want the flash cut in. You can't get that. It's hard to do, but look at how well Cholin is able to change with flash cuts. I love this.
Yeah, just so well played coming out from them. And Super Ultra Dino is going to get tagged up by that rain of arrows, but it looks like they're just going to slowly back themselves on out of there. Lumi is going to be contested by Always Hinchun. Look at the credit counts. You can see that Nikki is saving up probably for that blood sample for that Tazia to buy here. Super Ultra Dino, unfortunately, just not really in a good spot. You can see their items only sitting on 4 items for themselves, while these other teams definitely have a lot more here. Looks like Team Guardians, or sorry, Team Big Game Hunter is looking for maybe a play here with the Queen available, but no one really gonna push into them, so just gonna back away. Ooh, a Gamma Key Guard gonna be secured by the side of Team New Rise.
Nicely done for Insane. They're that very soon. Real quick. Oh, never mind. Not gonna be able to do it real quick, as the fight might start. Chainsaw Marauder actually popped for JKR. They aren't able to get that much damage.
Jackie's
Queen
dead.
lands and obliterated. Where is the Daniel throughout all of this? She's completely on the backside. Cannot go into this fight. Down goes one member of Team Super Ultra Dino, and the Elaine is getting tagged up by the board. Down goes one all of a sudden out of nowhere for Team Wazington as well. 1-0 in favor of Team Demian. Can they find any more as Seraphine is trying their best to get away? But Jungbongi on the chase. Waterway maybe enough to chase on in. There's the movement speed.
Yeah, should have the duck dive come up very shortly.
There's a root, nice.
Duck dive is going to be used again, and there's a waterway for once more. The movement speed is going to be there, and oh, the other Priya is going to be here. Suna going to be able to catch up, and that is going to be it for the side of Seraphine. Always Hinchun, look at the credits. They won't be able to get both members back up anytime soon here. A little unfortunate, as oh no, tipping down into hospital. There's a team here, so got to be a little careful. He's going to use that way to get themselves to cemetery. Omega being contested in school here. We have Super Ultra Dino. Maybe this is the time that they can look for one of these backliners. The Leon is going to be the ones to get hit with the masterpiece, but not enough damage coming out for the side Team Super Ultra Dino, as looks like they all back away.
Just don't have pressure at all. Look at the items on those 3 players. There's nothing for those players at all. Fiori unfortunately getting taken down. That's -200 for Team Rise Con 1. It's going to be Big Game Hunter to pick up the Rift themselves. It's tonight number 3.
I think
got it. Res back to Priya.
I think there was some mind games in there, because I think what teams are doing with the new Rift system, or with the Rift system, is they're probably waiting last second to see if teams are entering the Rifts, and if no team enters, then they're gonna enter as well. So that's probably what happened, where these 2 teams or these 2 solo players did end up going at the very last second, because they saw no other teams go in, and it just turned out to be a 1v1 in there. Fortunately, New Rise going to be the ones to lose out on that, because Irem versus Priya in a 1v1, I don't think there's any chance that the Irem is losing that.
Okay, that's a little bit surprising. I thought so. Oh, that was a helmet. I thought that was a chest piece. I was gonna say. I thought that was gonna go into a Burgundy, but nope. The Black Flame Dragon for the Marcus. Good item for that guy. Brush is just getting targeted permanently. He is never getting away from all of these flash cuts.
I don't think they can kill this Hisui, but they're looking for the back line.
But there's no stacks. Let's see if they can get the kill over onto the Celine. They're so close. They just need to pop the masterpiece. That inspiration proc
they get him.
Never comes through the. Yeah, at least they get the Celine, but that is it. Nothing left on the side of.
I don't know how they're gonna kill a Hisui with their team comp. I don't think they have enough damage. Yeah, especially when the Hisui is already 5 gold. You can see their items, which is why we saw what they didn't end up doing. They just completely dived at Celine, but again, just not enough damage from the side of Team Super Ultra Dino. This Jackie just not able to get really any value, because he tries to get close, but the Celine just uses their blast wave, and the mine was just there to intercept, any more damage coming out from that Jackie.
Now that you mention it as well, I'm actually surprised that Cholin is already on 5 gold. Usually they do a 4 gold transition setup on the Hisui and then call in a Blood Ripper, but it seems like the strategy has shifted around a little bit. I saw the Mithril Quiver being invested pretty early on for Cholan. Maybe Blood Ripper just isn't as valuable as before. Maybe with the new season, a couple things changed about that item, or the interaction with it changed a little bit with it. But it is a 5 gold setup now for Cholan. A little bit weaker than what we would see with the Blood Ripper, but Mithril Quiver's fine on that. Right, so it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, they could also just be slamming for tempo. Maybe they just got like an extra meteor, mithril, whatever item, before score, slam it real quick. Oh, looks like a blink was invested already for one of the members here. Oh, here comes engage from the IRM, not gonna connect. Do have the queen set up from key 5, but the White Lily is gonna be used from sooner to get into safety. The stun is gonna be placed down, it's gonna hit the IRM, but nothing really gonna come out of that. I think both teams may be looking for a favorable position, maybe gonna look for an angle. Looks like the queen was prepped again, but both teams are just gonna slowly back away to the other side. Looks like we do have the Marcus gonna try to get away. No die, just gonna go down here into this Felix and Natasha. But we do have the Natasha gonna jump on forward, but a great stun coming out from the Yan, but the Yan's just gonna get instantly bursted down. A great Echoes of the Earth in response. Gonna get locked down in that CC, and that is going to be it for team Big Game Hunter. Gonna lose their Yan here. It's gonna be a -200. Gonna be forced to use that Kiosk, but it was a great look from the Yan, but just gets immediately punished there for too far. The Priya had the perfect Echoes of the Earth into the layer CC with that. Leon, a lot of damage onto Cherish, but look at the shields. It's so much.
Oh no.
But they end up going. Oh no.
White Lily is not available. Irem is out. White Lily is available now. What happened to the field? Wait, what happened to Leon? Jumboni is just dead. Hunnam is still alive. He's trying to do whatever he can. Echoes of the Earth is going to prevent him from doing a little bit for the time being. It all comes down to key 5. He needs to land something right now if they want to get some kind of value out of this. The Queen is going to get dodged out on as well. Asuna just playing really well. Shikimori going to pop in just a moment. There is the Kiosk on top of it. Do they have the credits to get the res back onto the Irem?
Oh,
they do not. They do not, and they invest another Kiosk without doing the math. Fight inside of Cemetery. Cholan trying to do what he can. We already saw the Tsubame Gaishi. Damage over onto Zoe was looking pretty good, but the shields are insane. What happened to MG's health bar? Gun needs to try getting out, but the flash cuts are just way too good. The Rengeki will clean him out. Now it all comes down to Zoe. Can he stay alive for the time being? It seems like he can. White Lily to get himself on out of there even more so.
Yeah,
looking for a flash cut with this.
That Celine damage was just way too much for the Priya there. Once you come out of the Echoes of the Earth, you don't have the damage reduction anymore. And then the 4-bomb was already stacked up for the Celine to just instantly burst the Priya out of the damage reduction and just immediately blew them up. So very nicely played by the side of Team Pointy End there. And oh, here is the spot for Team Ultra Dino. It is only a duo though, so they're gonna be forced to just instantly back away. They're spotted out by the Vision Plant here, so gotta be a little careful. I don't know how much timer they have left. Can they walk into red here? Looks like they're opting not to, and they're just gonna walk back into the side of Team Modern, and Modern is now stuck in a really bad spot here as Team New Rise is gonna slowly start to pressure them with the Priya and maybe the Rio to slowly get some auto attacks down. There is Team Pointy, and they see everything here with the console vision in their control, so I think they're just waiting, buying their time. They're going to slowly start to maybe look for an angle in.
That was a really nice touch from Zoe, by the way. He is trying to relieve any kind of pressure as much as he can. Gun gets tagged out a little bit.
How much timer do they have? Oh, you don't have timer. They don't have timer.
Not good. Rush has to go in. They're trying to jump in as much as possible. This Elena in a whole heap of troubles. 2 seconds left. MG gets obliterated. Modern could not relieve any pressure whatsoever. Down goes one. Rush in a whole heap of trouble himself, but that is an Elena, very tanky character. Cholan wants to back away because of a third-party potential. Gun has to send it in. They don't have timer to work with. Misses the Wind Scar after the blink on it, but they still get the kill. Over onto Insane. How the heck did that happen?
Has to come through.
So
they have to come through.
Stop it. He's just trying to stop it, trying to get the spot. They do end up getting the body, but the Felix goes down. Down goes the Tazia. They invested their whole lives for this. Was it worth it? I don't think so. Team U-Rise Commonwealth falls in tandem. JKR somehow walks in and somehow gets out. He can't even run anymore. I don't think so.
Oh, he's dead.
Hesitating inside of the corner. 7 seconds left on his timer. Blast Wave's gonna help him get out a little bit for the time being.
Ultimate movement speed.
Cholan is right around. Blink out.
Wow. They actually get that. They actually get the safety, and they're gonna be able to secure some more placement points for themselves. But yeah, I mean, Team Modern I think they're just stuck in a really rough spot because Team Uri's did end up trying to zone them out, and they immediately get punished for it. Insane gets completely soloed by the Felix, and they tried to stick their best because I think they knew there was another team that was just eyeing them for that third party, but it just wasn't enough. The damage was just there for the Tazia and the Felix to just kill the body in time before the res can come through, and it just lights out for both those teams. Just sacrifice themselves, killing each other, while Team Pointy End just reaps all the rewards and gets the easiest third party for them, or for the from those teams as they secure themselves a couple more points.
Very rare item that we don't really get to see too often nowadays, especially on Adela. Rod of Hearts built up for G-Work. Ever since Bat came out, he's actually been one of the more advent favorites for running Bat over the... He definitely run Rapier, but a lot more times he'll be running the Bat instead. This item is also not one that he tends to go quite often, just because a lot of Bats, like Ghost Hand, already has really good value, but have the credits for it.
Bat is one of those, I would say on Adela, it's a really hard weapon skill to utilize, but I mean, if you do end up hitting the Bat skill, you could jump behind them, you could get some really nice engages and combos, a really nice setup for your team. You know, you take your Rook back behind your enemy, get the Bat skill, maybe Bat skill them into your team, or maybe into the wall if you have a nice favorable spot there. So gonna have to see how G-Work is able to utilize that weapon skill. We do have the Jackie from Super World Giant Dino just completely isolated, caught in the middle between teams, and I think they will just end up down. Looks like they're actually gonna jump and try to get the members of the side of Team Damien killed. But look at the damage coming out. This is way too much. The Leon's gonna be there as well, getting the freeze. And I think maybe Team Damien can capitalize on this. Damien is gonna get caught out. There's the Surf sub coming out from the Leon, and Team Super Dino just wreaking havoc, and they both get out as well. They're gonna be able to get Team Pointy End completely wiped off the map, get themselves another placement point, and I think their timers are gonna start clean down here. So I think it is going to be it.
But look at the Elena.
They do get some more value onto this team fight though, making Team Damien gonna be the one on the back foot here. Elena maybe gonna send it onto the side. Oh, -1! Unfortunately, no one actually tagged the leader there, so well, unfortunate for Team Sutra the Dino. There is the safety orb's gonna be placed down, and it's gonna be a clean 3v3. Big Game Hunter gonna look for an angle in. Great totem, but the totem is... Ooh, wait, actually gonna be able to jump out the second the totem ends, and there's no follow-up CC, and the IRM is gonna go down a little late in this team fight. Great find there from the Leon and the Tazia follow-up there, and that is going to be it. Clean team fight to come out for the side Team Damien.
What a team fight for Damien. We're gonna go to Damien versus DS Guardians for our final zone. It's gonna be inside a pond. Position advantage wise, this will be in favor of Team DS Guardians. But look at the points for Team Damien. This is actually pretty common, if I'm remembering correctly, for Team Damien. Has a ton of team score going into our final zone. That happened quite a lot during Season 7 when we saw this team would provide so much pressure throughout the entire map for pretty much the entire course of the game. Whereas DS Guardians also doing a classic on their own. Has so many items, but they don't really have as much team score going into the final zone. Usually they hedge their bets on winning out on this, but can they? The items on Cherish are looking really, really good.
Yeah, Nova Shield is really good value for a character like Tazia because you could really make the defense work. And oh, I love this from Guardians. They're gonna jump straight. Oh wait, actually, I don't think they knew the exact spot on where they're gonna jump in. But the guillotine was there to lock down the Leon. They weren't expecting that, and that's gonna be it. Wait a second, Cherish gonna try to find an angle in on NCMB. But NCMB, you're right, still has that ultimate for that heart, and I think that is gonna out Cherish. Going to try to get some value. Asuna gonna go down, and I think that is going to be it. Gonna try to jump on forward. All DS Guardians needs to do is jump back into the zone, and that is gonna be a checkmate as the Tazia just ends up head popping with timer and a clean team fight coming out for the side of Team Guardians.
Great response from Team Guardians as well. They just immediately locked the lead.
I love that setup. Knowing where I don't think they knew the exact spot on where the jump pad was going to go through, because I feel like maybe they could have placed a trap onto the jump pad spot, but maybe just wanted to play a little safe and not be on that jump pad spot, especially when you are playing into that Priya, because the Priya can just use Echoes of the Earth and you can get locked down. So just playing it really, really safe there, and did end up working out in their favor.
That really sucks, by the way, for the Leon too, because he actually ended up landing the Surf's Up over on, sorry, not the Surf's Up, but the Duck Dive onto the Heart. Was able to use the Surf's Up and bring him back closer to the Priya as well as the Tazia. Could have shut out pretty much every reinitiation or at least counter-initiation actions from Team DS Guardians, right? There's an Alex on the other team, there's an Adela on the other team who didn't have the pawn setup for the Queen. All you have to do is press Echoes of the Earth. That Heart is pretty much good as dead when she lands onto the ground. Unfortunately, that double guillotine, that one darn double guillotine prevents everything, and starting from there, everything just falls to pieces for Team Damien. Again, though, it's not that big of a deal for that team. They got so many points just from the game itself that winning the game would have been a nice bonus. But this is also a classic for Team Damien. They go into Final Zone with a ton of points, but just really miss out on winning the Final Zone. That happened a lot of times during Season 7 too.
Yeah, always got to make sure you're using your EMPs, to clear out any vision or traps. Unfortunately, they were just caught in a really bad spot, so I don't really blame them for just not dropping the EMP instantly because, in the heat of the moment when you just get engaged on, you kind of just have to take that team fight. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Damien, but I think they still had the most points in that lobby there with 22 points for themselves. So not too bad of a game from them. They definitely have to feel pretty good about that, even despite them not winning that final zone.
This is going to set up a pretty nice leaderboard where instead of one team being monumentally ahead, we're actually going to have two different teams holding on to that first place spot with, funnily enough, not that big of a point difference thanks to Team DS Guardians winning. Remember that they went into the final zone with not that many points, so let's see where we are. 22 for Team Damien, 18 for DS Guardians, but you can see that the difference between the top two for the two teams that did really solid and the rest of the lobby is not that big.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-point difference between first and second. Team Big Game Hunter with 12, Pointy with 10.5, Always Junction with 8, Super Ultra Dino with 6, New Eyes Gang 1 with 5, and Modern with 4.5. I mean, the top two teams definitely have a step above the rest here, so it's up to the bottom 6 teams here to try to step it up, to try to catch up with the top two. But still anyone's game. It was only game number 1, but we will be having 2 bans. I'm really interested to see what Team Damien swaps to because they did end up picking that Tazia and Priya, and those two are going to be off the table going into game number 2.
Very important picks that we saw throughout the entire course of game number 1. I always talk about this when it comes to bans, but it's the value of those characters that were banned really makes or breaks sometimes what these teams have as options. I think in game 1, Priya value was absurdly high. Also, the Tazia value absurdly high. What do you change now that 2 of your most valuable characters in a majority of compositions that did end up running it? What options do you have? For Team Modern, they at least have Gun sitting on the Felix, but this is the first time that we're ever going to have Soe swapping off the Tazia during this phase. Don't know what to expect. Do they even have an answer for this is my question.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Tazia, one of those characters that doesn't really get banned too often. I think this might be the first time or one of the first times it's banned in ERM here. Because there's select few pilots on this character, but to see all the Tazia players or most of the Tazia players in this lobby coming out to get the ban to fruition here, I'm really interested to see what these players do end up swapping to.
Sure. Well, we should have game number 2 locked and ready to go very, very soon for you folks. Once again, after these 4 games are over for Knockout Stage 4, we have 4 teams that are going to be moving on into Knockout Stage 5. That'll be happening tomorrow, 2 hours earlier than we usually start, or not usually, but 2 hours earlier than we started today. So 4 a.m. Eastern. Make you guys remember that. We'll remind you one more time at the end of the stream as well. But 8 teams gone again, and so many good teams dropping very early for phase number 1. It might actually set up to be one of the more competitive finals, just because of how many valuable teams were from the beginning. Here we go. Super, let's see what we have on our hands. 2 games are going to be banned for the Priya. She'll come back in game number 4 if teams want to go for it, but that Tazia going back in game number 3. That might actually shake things up a little bit with the stagnated bans coming back and forth.
Yeah, the Tazia bans the Tazia ban is definitely going to be a big thorn for these teams. But I think the Priya ban is what most teams were expecting. And the Priya being banned in game number 2 is probably not going to be that big of a deal because it will be back up in game 4. But because the 2 characters are on a different ban rotation, it actually might affect what these teams are going to be picking, because if the Tazia gets banned again, the Tazia is not going to line up with the Priya.
You know, I like this lobby as a whole. I'll talk about a few things first. Demian changing their composition up. I like this. We've actually seen this from Demian last season. This was a pretty good composition that they were able to run a few times. I really like that. Team Modern swapping Zoe over onto the Justina. This is actually a pick that we have seen Zoe before on, now that I think about it. They performed pretty well on it, and we know how strong Justina can be, so a good swap up over there. Look at Team Always Incheon. Seraphine over on the Sua instead of the Abigail. I love this. Because look at this lobby. What can you kill as an Abigail that you can't kill? Well, I should say, what can't you kill as an Abigail that you can kill with a Sua? There is a Hisui in this lobby. There's a Daniel in this lobby. That's going to be much easier to deal with now that you have a Sua. There's also an Alex in this lobby. There's so much crowd control in this lobby. I love this Sua pick.
I definitely like the Sua pick as well, especially because we do have a lot of melees in this lobby, Sua definitely has a better time into these picks than Abigail. Abigail does have a lot more AoE and has easier access to these backliners, but there's not as much front-to-back teams in this lobby. I think there's maybe about 2 or 3, but the rest of the teams are playing, you know, more of these unorthodox team comps, and Sua does pretty well into, you know, these mages, for example, like on Team Damien, or these melees like a team like Team Super Ultra Dino.
Yeah, if you run something like the Abigail, there is some opportunities for you to try turning things around. We saw it earlier, but with the Sua, you have a lot more sustain in this composition, right? The Kiara sustains really well, the Ekion sustains really well. We knew about that. But when you're running something like the Abigail, the real only thing that you're going to be able to sustain up with is going to be the Siphon Maelstrom. With Sua, your entire kit's just healing you, right? Basically, at that point, it's so much more extended fight capability for Team Always Incheon in a lobby like this, where crowd control is rampant, single target picks are rampant. Those sustains really make a difference in whether or not one player and one character is going to be able to make a comeback in the game.
That's kind of funny. Both members of Team Guardians did end up, or sorry, a member from Team Guardians does end up getting picked, and a member from Big Game Hunter gets picked by the same 2 teams as well. So you have to see. Another kill going to the side of. I think that was. Did the Rio get that one? No, it was Guardian. It's another kill, so it is going to be 2 early kills for them. Oh, it looks like the Daniel is going to be able to pick up one on the top side here. Is going to be able to get the shoot guy, as Rio is going to try jumping on forward. Going to be able to get those Molotovs down and picking up that Daniel. A lot of just burn damage there, and Dama tries to jump on forward, but this is their whole combo there, but Yana is going to be able to clean that one up, and going to be able to pick up the shoot guy very shortly here, I think, but yes, they will be able to get from a great quick spin to keep themselves alive as well. So great 2 kills coming out from the Yacht.
The resets are really nice. The Shukai just rezzed as well. Doesn't really have too much health when he gets the res back. I say done. So Demian just coming along, picking up a couple kills for themselves. The Emma walks in a little bit late to kill at least the, but is able to clean out a couple other members as the Rush trying to run away. Archery range in control by Team Demian from the looks of it, which is surprising to me, because we know Team Super Ultra Dino actually had a little bit of a firm grasp in archery range from the earlier stages of the game during the group stage. They're not opting to do that this time. Daniel does pick up a kill for himself, but one with a comp like this in the first day, I don't think that's really good pacing. So I see them pick it up a little bit. I do see the sword flying around. You do not kill this. Yeah, you're dead.
Get out of there! Yeah.
Maybe a bad target.
A little hard for Daniel there, but I think Daniel was just looking maybe to grab some more farm. I think they are just split farming once again. Just trying to get as many credits as possible, and they get these isolated 1v1s, especially Daniel, a character that, you know, if they ever find like these Rios that are split farming, or just really any squishy character that's split farming, you can easily just get the kill for themselves. Great
the clean cut
dash in there coming in from the Hisui, but yeah, the IRM is living just barely on 1 HP. Great knockup coming out from the IRM to keep themselves safe. But I think this gives opportunity for the Hisui to maybe gap close here, but it's not going to be enough because of that White Lily. Going to be able to get the IRM to safety.
One of the biggest parts about Hisui's kit is that you need to auto attack after skill in order to get the lower cooldowns on everything. So Getsune Slash came up a little bit late, Rengeki coming up a little bit. That's all determined by the fact that you don't get the auto attack after you. Well, really brutal for Choun, but nice place from Shikimori as well to get away. Here we go. Finally, we're going to have an archery range contest from Team Super Ultra Dino. But where are you going? He misses the sword. He misses the scissor onto everybody. Still gets the kill over onto his suit.
Yeah, there's going on too.
With a nice combo, is able to knock down the Daniel. Can Gumbongi hold up against Jackie? Yes, they can. Blast Wave is there, but the jump away from JKR will get them out. It's a 1-for-1 trade overall, whereas the archery rule actually goes in favor of Winchan because they...
Yeah, great turn onto the Emma there. The Emma doesn't have that totem, that blink, so not going to be able to dodge out on that Daniel. And a great ultimate coming out from the Rio, going to be able to slow both members in. Okay, looks like the Emma was able to respawn back in time, so Damien is going to be okay here, but a little scary for that team. Nice 2 pickups for the side of Team New Rise there. Great shuriken skill to slow out the Mai here. And I think that the Mai is just going to go down. And CMP on the other side here, going to be able to cut him off, as there is nowhere for this Mai to go. It will end up going down. Looks like Team Pontien is also in that split farming state here. Going to try getting as many crits as possible to get those 4-score buy-ins before the next cycle.
They're getting more value than Team Super Ultra Dino just by a tad bit. You can see the credit count differences between Choun as well as everybody on Super Ultra Dino by maybe like not that big of a difference, but see Pointien being a little bit more efficient with their time, whereas Super Ultra Dino, they're making that up by the number of kills they have, right? 3 on their side. Here we go, another fight.
Great stun.
Trying to jump on in, but the IRM gets cancelled out by the
Estelle. Oh, wait a second. He's dead.
Completely loses out on all of his kits. It's a 1-for-1 trade. There we go. The Daikubo is going to be able to lock that down.
Yeah, great recon drone there, instantly placed as the Adela went into the bush. A lot of players don't really respect that, or a lot of people wouldn't really see the recon drone kind of being placed down, but it does matter a lot, especially when you are playing these backliners. Definitely gotta make sure you have those recon drones in your inventory. The second anyone enters the bush, you lose that vision, so you won't be able to auto attack anymore. But that Rio just instantly getting that value to get that final auto attack there. Very nicely played, as they actually do catch the Adela as well. Once it looks like the Adela respawned back up in Fire Station. I think probably seeing Zero, but unfortunately I think those 3 members of the side of Team Modern just ended up teleporting at the exact same time. And the John is gonna go down on the top side here. Rather unfortunate TP. That is true, but there is going to be a team. It's going to be Team Modern.
Can you win this? You don't have Chainsaw Massacre from the Jackie. I think you still have the Masterpiece from Daniel, but you don't have Cloak and Dagger for about 10 more seconds. I also don't know if you have Strider. Inspiration was just used. Now they're running out of space. Akui is dead. Okay. Well,
wait, gets the ultimate.
There's no Inspiration proc coming in. Nice use of the Astro Burst to dodge out on a good chunk of the damage from it.
Looking for
in a little bit of trouble, but that's a corner
good parry
from the Jackie. JKR trying to do what they can, but look at the health bars on everybody.
Yeah,
on
the Jackie's
Super
dead.
Ultra Dino. It's iffy.
Yeah. Great heal around there. Oh, we actually have another team fight in the Rift. So it's actually 4 teams that entered the Rift this time. I think this is the first time I've actually seen that here. Here comes the engage coming out from the Yawn, able to get this great lockdown CC onto the Alex there. Very nicely played. A great roundhouse kick once again. With the follow-up from that 4-bomb on that Celine, and I think that's going to be it. The Peacemaker is going to come down. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. And oh my god, the Yawn roundhouse kicks them out. And they just instantly go down.
Roundhouse kicks them towards the edge of the hitbox, and the Blast Wave knocks them into the wall, plus out of the Peacemaker too. That was hilarious. Alright, well, absolutely annihilated is the members of Team DS Guardians. That's a really rough loss in the temp zone. Or not the temp zone, but the Dimensional Rift, in a very funny way too. If I was in Team DS Guardians' shoes, that'd be a little bit of a tilter. Right, but you got to get back in. It was only a night 2 rift.
Yeah. That was just really well played by the side of Team Damien there. Just the Yawn able to recognize and find the angle to actually push them away out of their ultimate. There's going to be the box coming down in Cemetery here. Guardians is going to be able to get the free purple box, as it is going to be the tree going to go over to the side of Team 14 on the top side there. do have the Alina completely split away, but gonna slowly group back into the team. So maybe gonna look for an angle on his backline. There is the ultimate. The dagger skill is going to be used, but great peel back from Ryori. Great reaction. The second the dagger skill was used, there's instantly dashing on out. The ultimate not to be able to connect onto Ryori, and there's the Peacemaker gonna be on cooldown. Just gonna be on the back foot here, not having that key cooldown, not gonna have enough damage to probably kill these priority targets.
I think if 8ㅅ... Oh, what the heck is that? Safety drone. If 8ㅅ had the... Oh, wait, never mind. I'll talk about it in just a second. Another fight inside of Forest. It's going to be Shikimori falling down first. There we go. Blaster's going to be able to pick it up thanks to the work of the Last Judgment catching back up. Oh, this is awkward. If the Yan dies... Oh! Stab straight with the Don Quixote. That's going to be Big Game Hunter falling down in its entirety. A Sua pick. It's making a difference. You can't pick somebody with the crowd control because you have the Curious Case to block any crowd control. This is lovely from Team Always in Chan. Fight.
Yeah, very, very well played from the side of Senafine there. Able to get the perfect CC immunity at the right time there, and you know, Big Games Hunter's whole identity as a team comp is to get that layered CC to lock someone down. It is going to be a little hard into that Sua pick. We do see Team Damien gonna be able to get this Lumi down here. We do have Pointy End on the other side as well. Gonna use their grenades to help them out actually to finish off Lumi as it gets gonna back on there. Looks like Guardians is just gonna use the VLS system to get themselves to safety. Don't want to be put in this corridor into an Adriana and a Rio. So I like this play, but oh no, wait a second, it might VLS straight on top of Super Ultra Dino, but it looks like no, they do see Super Ultra Dino and they see how weak this team is, so they're gonna try setting it, but looks like they will just all take the rift once again and they should get themselves to safety.
Are risking it too. This is actually really huge for Ultra Dino. Nice positioning from them to take advantage of the rift. Good call, I think, from DS Guardians as well to not risk it. Right? You know a team is already in there. You don't have to do anything. I'm scaling up really nicely. Transitions wise, they're looking pretty good for themselves. Super Ultra Dino, they're almost forced to take it at this point. They're so far behind.
I mean, I think their game plan, especially on this team comp, is to take every rift, right? Because you want to take those 3v3s, especially when you have that Daniel for that nighttime vision. And I think their team comp can work pretty well in the rift just because there is a lot of bushes and a lot of walls you have to kind of play around. So it's kind of easy to dive in the rift. But I mean, we've seen that team, you know, not do too well in the rift. So still have to be a little careful and they still have to play it well.
Trying to capitalize onto your comp is great, but the execution is also what really matters. So far, this game is actually going, I would have to say, in favor of what Super Ultra Dino wants to do. The question is, are they gonna play?
Oh my god!
Asuna, thank God you had Blink instead of Totem, because if you had Totem, you're definitely dead there. Nice reset from Team Demian, but the fight inside of Cemetery, Cho gets obliterated. One more is gonna fall down as Hardabi is dead. Aquatia on the Celine. There is no getting out. Parry to reduce any chance of the Celine getting out. 20 leads there and
only
0 kills.
1 point. Yeah, only 1 point for the side Team Orti and not the game that they are looking for here. Team Damien getting pushed out by the side of Team... I think that is Team Modern there. You see them just providing so much damage while also, you know, being that safe backliner, having that ultimate and those dashes to get themselves to safety. It looks like Damien going to be forced to use that VLS system to get themselves to safety. Definitely want to get their buy-ins very shortly here. You can see they have a couple buys lined up here with that Yan and that Celine. That Sua on that Queen of Hearts, so they're looking really, really strong here, Team Always Jinshan. Looks like Guardians is going to respect that. There's going to be a VLS system out themselves. Maybe try setting up for that work line coming in either Forest or School.
Well, I'm surprised that Senafine isn't on the Hermes. They're actually on the youth, if I remember correctly, because pretty much like the only person that really could be in any trouble is Senafine. If they get caught out with a crowd control source and hard lockdown pretty much until they die, that's just about the only person I think that's really in any danger of that. Remember that the Hermes on Sua is very valuable because even if you get locked down, you can respond quickly, and even if somebody else gets locked down, hey, that means you don't really have to worry about it. You're free to shield them all you want. But he'll I mean, it's a good item. Don't get me wrong, but I'm
Yeah,
quite
I
surprised
think
about it.
it's probably just because Hermes did end up getting nerfed a lot, so it's one of those items that doesn't have as much value as it once did, with it being a 4 score, right? So probably just wanted to tempo out some items with that UD. Oh no! The Lucina just gets caught here from the side of Team Damien, just walking in, just not able. Didn't even use her ultimate to try to maybe stall out in time for the team to follow up. So just gonna instantly fall there. Modern gonna try getting the res. They should be able to get it off here. Team Damien is gonna maybe start posturing back up. We're gonna walk over back to school. Maybe play for that Wick line. There's the ultimate gonna be hit onto the side of Team Damien with that Rio, but nothing really gonna come out of that, as looks like the members of Team Modern were a little too far away to really follow up there. And another rift is going to be placed, as all 3 members are gonna take it. I was gonna grab those wolves real quick, but yeah, just gonna take the rift. Maybe set a precedent for other teams to not take it, because you know, a lot of teams, I mean, you see they're just really scared to take the later stages of the game, because you end up having that chance to wipe your team.
Wick line is still up, about 5k HP to go. Kyungkwae's actually going to jump in on this. Doesn't have the full gauge in order to get the overflow, but health bar is starting to drop. There's the Queen over. Heart's going to be able to pick it
Guardian
up. So,
got it.
Yep, the S-Guardian picks up the buff as well as the blood sample. Very high value for this team, but there is a lot of teams inside of school. If they don't navigate this correctly, they could also still be in trouble. Blood sample gonna go to, I think it was G-Work for Rod of Hearts again.
Very nicely played by Guardians there. I think they all just called their burst, right? Because when you are taking these objectives and you are getting contested, you want to make sure you secure it. So we saw G-Work sending their full combo out while NCB was also auto-attacking it. So just a lot of damage onto Wick line at one time. About 2k HP, so they were able to secure it for themselves. Do you have Team Mirai is going to send it onto the side of Team Super Ultra Dino, but Team Super Ultra Dino have some items now. The Jackie is ready to build, and Daniel is building up one more item here, I think. But still down a couple items, as Team Mirai, they're known to play this front to back well, especially with Riori on this Adriana, so you guys have to be a little careful. Maybe have to find an angle in, but it's going to be a little tough.
Plays so well. I mean, Super Ultra Dino really can't do anything. We talked about how this team composition should be dealt with, right? A lot during the group stages, and now that we're in knockout stage 4, teams are doing that. And look at how useless Team Super Ultra Dino's composition feels. If the Daniel gets marked out, you can't really find that flank angle. They are doing it perfectly for a lot of the teams, especially for New Rise Gone. They've dealt with so many upper class teams for such a long time that the Daniel like this is so easy for them. It feels like they're doing pretty much by muscle memory, right? No real mispositioning that I'm seeing from any of the players on that team. The Shukai walking up, having a ton of recon drones for himself too. Pretty good.
Engage onto
Kyungkwae on the backside. This is the overflow. He can't really do anything about that. The damage output on the gun is looking almost non-existent, but the damage output from the rest of his team are looking good. Blaster doing what they can. Down goes Soe. Gun stuck in the corner, but do they have the execution damage to get any of the kills? They don't have enough damage to kill. Gun is out.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised. They just didn't have enough damage to kill that Ekion. I mean, Ekion is just such a monster into these backline ADCs, because he's just able to tank up so much damage. I mean, Gun was auto-attacking him the whole time, but just not able to take him down. Even with the Estelle out there to support him, just ends up falling, and then the Justina unfortunately gonna get isolated by the Sua, and the Sua's just gonna be able to win that 1v1 really easily.
Yeah, the fight actually looked really awkward because Gun missed a lot, right? The Ekion really missed a lot. Oh, sorry, not Gun, but Kyungkwae. Ended up missing a lot of his damage over onto the Rio. He actually had to reset out of the fight, so he doesn't have the dash reset. But this is where the power of the Sua really comes in. The consistent damage, the threats, right? This is why I really love this pick. You can't do that with an Abigail. She has her cooldown rotations, it's actually quite long. While her damage is very solid, you can't do what Sua does. Just force out some of these melee frontliners and basically do no damage to do and make a decision. Asuna getting taken deeply low. They're pretty low right now. The Scissor is going to execute them down with a tactical suit bonus. Bungi in trouble, but they can't get the kill. It's nighttime. Good value out of the Daniel at the start of night 5.
Huge pick from Super Charles Dino, and that's exactly what this comp is looking for there. Looks like Team New Rise is going to slowly start to push in. As Damien, they're gonna be down a member here. Maybe gonna try looking for that. But where is Lumi? It is in school, so they could be able to get the res here. It is gonna start to wrap around very shortly. I think it looks like Team Always Incheon is gonna be able to secure the beach zone on the bottom side there, as Team Damien is going to be down in forest, and they are going to get zoned off here. There is a rain of arrows, but the safety orb is going to be used. They're going to try walking back up. I think they just have to wait for the Lumi to rotate down, but I don't know if they're going to make it in time.
They're in position to intercept it, but even if they do, look at where they are. Do they have enough time to actually get out of the zone is the big question. Is starting to make their round around. Can they get there in time? I think they should with about 3 seconds left. But it zooms past them. Are not going to have enough time to get the res back in. That means Team Damien stuck on 2 for the remainder of this game. Asuna will not be able to come back
They don't have credits.
They win the temp zone. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't stop, because they definitely could have if they just walked a little back and then safety orbed in, but they just don't have enough credits to get the res, so looks like they're just gonna let Lumi go past them there. It is gonna be Team New Rise versus the side of Team Always Incheon, and there is going to be a duo X Factor in this zone. I think Team Always Incheon definitely want to take this team out because they don't want to deal with an extra team here. It looks like Team New Rise are actually just gonna leave. Oh my god, Team Always Incheon looking so strong. They got 2 bloods on Suwa, 2 bloods on Kiara, and I think... Oh no, it looks like... Oh yeah, even a blood sample on the Ekyon? Or is that
that's still
the
purple,
Ekyon just
but
on...
you don't sidewinder upgrade.
Yeah, you don't really... Yeah, that's true. You don't even need items on Ekyon. He's just so tanky and can just get in there.
Well, even more so than that, ever since they buffed the downtime of execution, you don't really need sidewinder because it's almost redundant. As long as you have your skill that cancels out the timer, and they're now in a little bit of trouble. This is not a good place to fight for this team. The freeze is going to tag over onto the Shukai. Damage output's not that bad. The Shukai goes down first. That's a pretty good start. Down he goes. Do they have the damage to finish everybody else off? Insane is pretty low. They will actually, never mind, not pretty low, but they will get taken down. Brush is pretty low. Op will not be able to lock down the Daniel. 20 seconds for these players. I don't know what they have, but it's probably not enough.
They got 3 kills. They don't have enough timer to get in here, I think. It's gonna be a little rough. They're gonna slowly start to trickle in. You are going to just slowly start to peel back. 3, 2, 1. All of them are gonna explode here, and that is going to be it for the side of Team Super Ultra Dino. But not a bad game for them, you know. They got 3 extra kills there at the very end, and now it's gonna be Team Guardians versus the side of Team Always Incheon. But look at the items on the side of Team Always Incheon. Double blood on Kiara, double blood on this Suwa. It's gonna be up to Team Guardians to try to get this burst damage and maybe one shot either the Suwa or the Kiara, but yeah, it's gonna be a little tough. The Kiara has that totem, the Suwa has that spell shield. It's gonna be a little hard for them to look for an angle on these backliners here. It looks like Yeka's just gonna jump straight into the Heart, and Alex here gonna be able to live for a very long time. And here's the follow-up as well. The Peacemaker is going to be placed down, but the damage is not there. They're trying to kill his Ekyon, but he's just able to live for so long. And the Suwa is just going to be able to get in there as well. They're going to look for an angle in. The Kiara still has the ultimate as well, and that is going to be it. The Suwa is going to be able to get one, going to be able to get another. NCMB is just not able to deal enough damage.
That is wild. Team Always Incheon just brute forced the issue permanently. Everybody on this team has chased. I saw 2 quick cuts throughout the entire course of the fight. That's how long the brute force ended up lasting. Blaster, yeah, looking pretty good. Cenopine on the Suwa was able to continue the chase down. NCMB has absolutely nothing he can do up against all of these health bars despite having the Heartbreaker. Down he goes. Always Incheon, 20.5 points for this team. I think they found a substitute for the Abigail. Cenophine's Suwa will be able to turn things around. Congratulations to this team as they're going to round out our first half of Knockout Stage 4 with a monstrous pick up against DS Guardians.
And I love the way they're playing these team fights. You're setting the Ekyon into these backline ADCs, just able to soak up so much damage and then isolate one of the members. And it's just really easy for the Suwa and the Kiara to just, win that 1v2. Ekyon just has to live long enough and then kite back into their team. And it was just really easy for them to just all push their way into them. and all their cooldowns were already invested onto that Ekion, and it's just the Kiara just able to use her last judgment, able to get themselves on in. The Sua getting their Don Quixotes as well with those Odysseys, just able to get a lot of skill rotations down and finish off the rest of the members there.
As long as the Sua is able to at least have maybe a 2v2 or a 1v2 up against or in their favor, right? Sua will rip people to pieces. G-Work was completely isolated
100%.
away from the rest of his team. You can't kill a Kiara Sua in the time that it takes Ekion to probably push the members of your teams out. That's why G-Work immediately used a castling to try joining back towards their team, which is a good play, right? We saw it earlier, I think it was yesterday, where a Theo ran away from his Isaac from his team CDAC. I talked about that's a really big solo queue mistake that a lot of people tend to do. In this one, G-Work made the right play, but because you used a lot of your mobility, now the Sua is going to be a big problem. The Kiara is a big problem. Quick cut in, you can't run away from that. The team fight was just not in favor of DS Guardians the moment Kyungkwae went in. So it was a really good call, I think, from the side of team. The side of team, always in turn, yes, thank you very much. Kyungkwae's Ekion is looking really solid. I thought some of his initiations looked very finicky because a lot of the envenomizations are missing when he's in the overflow, but he's making it work. The rest of the team is following it really.
He just needs to make space for his team, and Ekion does a really good job into that versus specifically these AD carries, right?
Yep.
These backline like Rios. And in that game, it was Hearts, right? These AD carries just don't do enough damage into like an Ekion because Ekion is usually on that Dwarf helmet and Guardian suit, so they have that auto attack damage reduction. It's just he's just not taking really any damage. Has that force field as well, keep themselves alive. And in that game, all they needed to do was isolate one of the targets. Sua thrives off of these 1v2s or these 1v1s. Kiara was there as well, and the Adela was just a little caught out there. So very nicely played by the side of team Always Incheon.
With that though, DS Guardians with 2 consistent games in a row, they will still be holding that first place spot while Always Incheon makes their way into the top 3. We'll see if they can actually continue the streak though, because that was game number 2. We're going to be going on a break, so go grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. It'll be the last time you for ERM tonight, as we will be back with you for the latter half of
Digger.
전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 잠시 후 안전지대가
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
오늘은 어떤 추억을 만들 수 있을까? 언젠가 오늘을 추억할 수 있으면 좋겠어. 추억이 또 하나 늘어났어. 오늘은 즐거운 날이 되었으면 좋겠어. 나이에 비해 조금 과격한 것 같다고? 어떤 의미니? 오늘은 꼭 내 마음속에 추억으로 간직해둘게. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 법은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Hope you guys had a good one because it's the last one for the night. Kidding? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not kidding. It is the last one for the night, but we are now getting ready for our final 2 games of Knockout Stage number 4, the final 2 games of today as well. Happy August, by the way. Hope you guys had a fantastic July. But we are going to round out to the beginning of our day today if you're on the Western world with games 3 and 4 of Stage number 4. We still have the Priya banned. Unfortunately, Tazia will be able to be played once again as she was only banned out for one specific game. But what are teams going to do? Without the Priya, I will say the effectiveness of the Tazia seems to go down a little bit. So none of the teams really opting to go for it outside of Modern. Always into that.
Gonna have, yeah, they're gonna be swapping over to the Tazias with the Lennys here, but Damien. I don't think they want to play it because I think they want the Priya for their Tazia pick. So it looks like they're going to be playing the Ekion, Tsubame, and Zacella. So a really similar team comp to team... I forgot which team comp was running it, but they were running this exact team comp, but it was the Adriana instead. Oh, it was team Auto Arms, I think. But it was an Adriana over the Zacella, but we are going to have Suna on the Zacella instead. So we're going to be having that Ekion being picked once more here.
Hey, color me surprised about this team swap roster as well for Team Modern. They have a GCP.
Yeah, they're going to be playing the Jackie here with this team comp. I think they're probably maybe going to be swapping into the Fiora, I would say, for game 4 would be my guess with the Priya, but I mean maybe just playing Jackie here with the Lenny and the Priya instead.
Yeah. It's just so weird seeing JCP not playing the Fiora, right? One of our connoisseurs, and Fiora. I hate to say this, but realistically speaking, let's be real here, he is a Fiora coper, right? No matter how good or bad Fiora is, you can always rely on JCP to be playing that character at all times. This time we'll be starting out with a janky, pretty classic pick here in Season 8, not that big surprise. But here we go, folks, the final 2 games of Knockout Stage 4. After this, 4 and 4 will be out. Rest of phase 1.
And I don't think we're going to have any bans here coming into, or going into, round 4 for this Knockout Stage. We do see a lot of duplicates. We do see, 2 Tazias, but it looks like we did have that swap from the side of Team Damien. We have 2 Lennys actually coming from both of our Tazia teams. So Tazia, Lenny. Lenny obviously going to be the substitution for that Priya.
And I don't know if Jackie for JCP. Yeah, don't get me wrong. JCP is a fantastic player, but in comparison to what Felix can, Jackie is a little bit more of a let's do damage as much as possible kind of character. Now we're in a little bit of trouble, and CMB easily. He makes it look so easy. Just blink and use discard to get.
I love this guy on the Felix. I mean, in olden days, is because of how hard it actually was. But I mean, even now, just love seeing him on that Felix is able to find these combos, able to get the perfect knockups when you need them the most. So very nicely played from Guardians. Unfortunately, IRM is going to be caught out in Fire Station though, but Guardians did end up picking up 2 kills early on.
Okay, let's see how it keeps on going. They're going to look for another fight this time around. It's going to be in Pawn, but it's a third party from the wheel on the backside. 3-man! No! Tomahawk roundhouse from the Yan, which means I don't think this Guardians can live for that long, and CMB is just trying to do damage, but he doesn't have
get one.
Downs will end up going down. I think he grabbed an extra one. I believe Adela fell down, so 5 just not going to be able to live that, but really good Tomahawk roundhouse from the Yan Hunna. To lock that down. That does end up turning the fight in their favor, but still, there's way too many things inside a pond. A lot of them are going to fall down.
Yeah, very, very nicely played. Damien going to be able to secure a nice kill for himself as well. Already sitting on 2, so good start from them. There's going to be the board pack. They're going to be able to secure that. NCMB actually finds an angle onto the Yan here. Great pickup is board gets the spear skill as well, but there is the roundhouse kick from the Yan, but the auto dodge is coming out from NZMB is going to be able to secure that kill. The Yan tried to get that extra auto attack, but it was just dodged out.
Yeah, he thought he got him, but with the Felix, you got to overkill that character a lot of times when you have some parts of your kit that does bonus damage or at least relies on your auto attacks to get something done. You can't rely on that being killed.
Fake it.
G-Work about to get taken down.
He's
Shield bash will be
here
enough
to-
as well as the
Oh.
alley attack stack comes down. No, the cap punch in the 4th stack doesn't pop into. No, they get the kill onto Jengi regardless. And CMP's
He's
in
here,
and
though.
he is looking for blood. Can he find another?
Oh,
on this
blocks
side? Let's
the-
see. Nice block with the Tempest Hydra.
Yeah,
Can he
should be able
find
to
the
get it.
kill? I think he can too. Sardavi, he's trying to run.
Oh,
Does he have the
never mind. The
Thunder
speakies are there.
Strike? Wait a second, he has the Thunder Strike. He just needs to land.
Oh.
No! Sardavi will be able to go away and run. Random NCM and is putting on a clinic, but not
Wait,
against
is
Sardavi.
ZMB? Yeah, I thought he was gonna chase, but he's just walking over to that teleporter there. No, looks like Taz, the Subama unfortunately caught out there. And the Taz is going to jump on board and should be able to get Asuna here as well, but the heal cube actually was able to keep this Isella alive. I think just having enough regen to make sure they are living. The Ekian did end up getting caught on the top side, but it doesn't really matter anyways. It is still day one, so it's going to be those day one deaths. Not really wiping or not really risking that wipe for their team. There's going to be a meteorite spawning in or on the top side there. I think they should be able to secure it for themselves. Ooh, it looks like Insane gonna be able to push the Estelle off of the TP, but I think that is a mistake as they're gonna get caught out by the members of the side. And no, Insane actually picks up one as the Rio did end up jumping forward and ends up going down.
The defense difference, because Shukai fed that Rio one of his food just right before she ended up going down. That extra defense made it so the Rio 1v1 actually went in favor of Team Kangwon's. Rio instead, a little bit of a damage miscalculation from that team. This Guardian's looking for a bit more, but will just back away. Jingy's sitting on the Iron, which is actually one watch. Jingy's still running away. It is an Iron. He should be safe, but ends up investing the... Get out. Up against Nistel in a straight line, nice investment.
Yeah. And TMB just isn't really there, so Team Guardians cannot really take that team fight. I think they're just looking to just get some farm in. Maybe, you know, Felix not near that TP. Here comes the engage coming out from the Nikki, always in shot. Maybe look for an angle in, but the damage is going to be there from that Adela, just able to lock up Centipede. Centipede gonna go down. Nikki gonna try to take the 1v1 into the IRM, but gets locked up by the combo coming out once again from that Adela. Very nicely played. As Team Big Game Hunter will be able to secure a nice 2 kills.
5 has improved so much ever since Knockout Stage 3 beginning. Love to see this Adela be so much more confident in what they're doing right now. As long as they're able to continue this, I think Big Game Hunter has a very solid chance of winning out on this, especially with G-Work opting to stay away from the Adela now. For the remainder of the series, that's probably going to be the case, right? NCMB is in now with Janey sitting in tow. I don't think they're going to flip back over onto Adela composition anymore. You just keep NCMB on the Felix. That means the only X factor in this game pretty much outside of well, I guess outside of Team Super Ultra Dino is gonna be Big Game Hunter. That Adela is always
Insane.
Bigger of a
Was crafting an item.
Nodinel eats the wall for Insane. He is out for the time being, but Nodinel is taking a good amount of punishment himself.
Oh my god, look at that
Basically
kiting.
getting taken dangerously low. Pull back in again from the Lenny. That means the Shukai is gonna get taken down. Another one falling down.
I think that's a 4-score gone. I think Insane had it. I think was crafting an item. I'm not exactly sure if they were able to get the... I'm not sure if they were able to get the craft off in time. I think they were, because I think the radar was made, so just barely in time. Not gonna lose out on the score. And yeah, Moderate gonna be able to grab that alpha for themselves completely for free. It looks like I don't think there's anyone there to really contest, but we are gonna have a rift contest here. It is going to be Super Ultra Diamond once again. This time it is going to be up into Guardians. There's the ultimate going to be used onto that rim. Wait, locked down. And I think that is going to be... oh, but there's the freeze. I think it's going to be enough damage. A Jackie should be enough. I think you know, it's just a 3v2, so it's going to go into the favor of the side team Super Ultra Dino here. It's really hard to kill Felix, but I think it's just impossible to win. Wait a second though. MCMP gonna try to look for an angle in. Is gonna get focused down. I think they should end up going down. The one more attack is gonna do it. G-Wake, the last member alive. They're gonna try getting some damage back in. It's not gonna be enough. And another rift fight is actually happening. And this time it's gonna be Pointy and able to take zone control here. Ekion still on about 30% HP. He's gonna use the force field and maybe gonna try to get some damage back in. They get some more poke damage. Asuna gonna walk up, get some damage there. This is
that
probably gonna
hurts.
get chunked down with that 4 stack. The timers are ticking. These teams are just playing around this this
Asuna went down.
zone so well, but Asuna does end up going down to that 4 bomb from the Celine. The Celine just able to do so much damage. Rio gets to be able to do that. Nick does end up getting 1, but it's not gonna be enough.
That was so close. But the healing was just there. Chinauer wasn't able to finish anybody off. Doesn't have the amp drone. If he had amp drone, then the overflow and venomization probably would have been able to knock down a couple people. He had some really nice angles on the dash. But albeit this is a tank Sidewinder Ekion, he has the healing drone. Unfortunately, the damage wasn't enough. Tsubami tried as well, but
Tsubami, yeah, just not able to get any value, I think, in that team fight because they're just getting completely outranged. Just not able to get any auto attacks down. A little unfortunate for the side team Damien, but yeah, I mean, the fight's just going to go in favor of Team Pointy End.
so it has to be the Sicilla that is the one pumping out a lot more of the pressure with Wilson, but it's too early in the game, and also Asuna was the first one to fall. Not a factor they had advantage of towards the later stages of the fight. Regardless, the game will still go on. We are in day 3 now. 24 teams still alive. Blaster looking
Blaster gonna catch Zoe.
Nice combo over onto Zoe, and the Paradiso will kill him. Modern just gets caught out, and you know what? Blaster he is putting his foot on the ground and saying, Zoe, get out of here.
Yeah, getting the 1-up onto Zoe, finding the angle in, gets the combo into the wall, and just gets completely one-shot there. Great Peerage uppercut as well to lock up the Tazia from trying to escape, and it just lined it up perfectly for Blaster to pop the Paradiso to finish the job there.
It's not even close, by the way, either. That was just complete domination from Blaster. So he had no responses. He tried using a dash on in, but by then he was already dead, right? Paradiso was in place. That gets popped and just dies. Zinchan. They might still be doing it. Zoe is back live now. Does have the spot set up. Only will tag over onto Chinauer. Not that much damage in. And once again, he has the solar system miniature, by the way, so this is genuinely just a frontline Ekion. There is no real fighting capability on this thing outside of just the raw damage pump out using its kits. Not running Smash Totem, it's just a bunch of health. Just stack it as much as possible.
Yeah, just
but they go for the rest of it.
Yeah, they're just trying to just be tanky in that front line and just try to get that burn damage. And oh, a great roundhouse kick, gonna be able to stun up the Celine. And they're just gonna focus their sights onto the Estelle, but they're gonna go down as the Rio is just gonna be there. The Rio does end up getting tagged as well, but no! The third party, Pointy End gonna get tagged up by the Queen as well. The Rio goes down, and that's gonna be it. Pointy End going down in 8th place. A disaster, and they're in 8th place. They needed points here, and to go out in 8th, that's just so unfortunate. Unfortunately, Nirai's Gangwon was just here at the perfect time for that third party, and they're gonna be able to reap all the brokes. Gonna be able to get a couple kills. Get Big Game Hunter gonna lose 1, and they're gonna get the Omega as well. So Nirai is gonna be looking pretty strong. I don't know if they got an alpha, because if they did, they're gonna have that buff. It looks like they did not. So you can see on the bottom, they don't really have that purple circle swirling around them.
I just say, why does this always happen to Point? Because this is exactly what happened to them during day 1 finals for season 7. They just got consistently unlucky with some of these fights, with one thing going wrong that cascades into 6, 7, 8 things that go wrong at the same time. The third party again is the bane of existence for Team Pointy, and I think this team has to figure out something about their vision control, because whatever it is, they always get third party.
Yeah, they have to maybe they could have taken Factory. If they did have Factory, they should have realized that there was a team behind them. If they ended up getting, or if their console did end up getting taken, maybe drop some cameras behind them as well to make sure they're not in that third party situation. It was just a disaster. Unfortunately for Pointy End, they got caught out in the middle of 2 teams. They will end up paying the price for it. So Pointy End, they gotta lock in for the final game, or that's
or not have that one big. But we saw some teams being able to manage to turn that around, right? Big Game Hunter, one of the why they're here is because they had a fantastic game. Knockout stage. At the end, definitely a team that can pull it off, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Alrighty, let's see what we have for our game right now. 21 players still alive. That means without Pointy End, everybody else is still alive and kicking. Team Super Ultra Dino is also doing exactly what they've been doing best, just going for all of these rifts. Did manage to take the Knight 3-1 for free, but another fight's going to start out.
G-Work though.
Jinhao on the backside is taking a lot of control over on the back, but NCMB is just pumping auto attacks. He's not an easy character that he can just completely deny.
Wait a second.
Asuna on the
Bomb is
backside,
there.
NCMB uses the Crescent Streak to get out of the fight. Oh man, third party comes in, Jingy goes down, it's 2 members falling down too. Asuna gets locked down on top of it, down goes Jinhao as well. What just happened in school? Demian loses 2, ES Guardians loses 1, but get the res back. Let's see how Team Demian responds to it. Won't have the good credits. The res on everybody, Akui on the backside to get the kill. Jackie is already dead, but the parry comes out and denies the kill. JCP, perfect response. That's going to be Brush trying his best to run away, but he just used a figure 8. Doesn't have any ways to go over the wall. There's the stun with the wall as well. Brush is...
They don't have enough damage to kill the Jackie plus the Lenny, or even the Tazi and the Lenny. They tried to full set it onto the Jackie there, but Jackie was just able to live. Has that Lenny to keep them alive with those shields and those heals, and it's just lights out for Super Ultra Shine. Unfortunately, they're gonna go down in 7th place. They're not gonna be able to get any value in this game. Only 2.5 points, so that's gonna open the door for these teams to make it into that top 1st spot.
Alright, Team Demian still going to be down pretty bad. They have about 40 more credits to go before the Sicilla can be rezzed. There's plenty of time for them to do that if they have the leniency to get to a console without having to deal with another team. Credits and items and the others. Always Inton sitting on a Lenny with an arm piece, probably going to be like the prominence. We've seen that item quite frequently today, funnily enough.
Quick line being shown here in Fire Station, and it is gonna be Team Always Incheon, the only team there, so I think it's gonna be a free wick line going to the side of Team Always Incheon, and another blood sample is gonna be looking pretty good for the side of Team Always Incheon. And oh, great recon drone coming out for the side of Big Game Hunter to check for the side of Team Guardians, and there's engage coming from G-Work there, able to peel back, able maybe to get some freezes here, not able to connect on to. Unfortunately, the item difference is pretty big. DS Guardian is not looking really strong. There is the combo. Double knockup, not going to amount to much here, as Guardians is now going to be on the back foot. They're going to try looking for an angle, maybe back in here. There is the White Lily, going to be able to lock down the IRM, as the IRM gets caught by the Queen, and that is going to be it. Guardians is going to lose 2 members here. NCB going to try getting some damage back, but it's not going to be enough. It is going to get a lot of damage, but yeah, just going to go down. Guardians, G-Work getting caught as well. New Rise Gangwon, they're always here at the perfect time for these third parties. They're going to be able to get G-Work, and Guardian's going to go down to 6th place. Only 5.5 points, but they are the lobby leaders, so it's not going to be too bad for them.
Very unfortunate for Team DS Guardians, but man, what a huge fight again from Team Big Game Hunter. I don't know how all of these Ians are able to do it, but Hunnam, once again, snipes down a target, and then 5 is there to just pick up the rest of the slack. Queen straight into the combo. There is no way on earth the IRM is going to survive that this late into the game, as E5 is sitting on the full transitions, right? 5 gold for that Adela. That is way too much damage for the IRM to go with. Nicely played from Team Big Game Hunter, sitting on 12.5 points for themselves. The point leaders once again in this lobby. What an incredible return from the really awkward position they were in for the first couple games.
Yeah, huge find for them. Oh, and a great pull onto that RAM. Can the IRM get onto the VLS? No, and now look, the Ekon there is going to be able to soak up so much damage. Gonna jump back in as well, get so much value. But they find an angle onto the Tsubame. This one caught by the Yon and the Adela. Despite the Ekon just able to find an angle in, it's just not gonna be enough. But wait a second, the Ekon is actually gonna be able to solo the IRM, but on the other side, Sicella is gonna go down. A little unfortunate for the side of Team Damien. The Tsubame just getting caught there by the Adela and the Yon. Very nicely played, and a huge find despite them, you know, splitting up. That's exactly what you want when you're playing a team. So you gotta find those picks.
Oh, it's key 5 a lot of find angles like this. Of all things, to a Tsubame. Tsubame is supposed to be one of those ADCs that is so hard to catch that a lot of skill shots end up going missing. Demian,
yeah.
This is not a game for them, man. They were just having a very, very rough time.
This from Team Nearise. They know there's rats. They know there's rats in this game because they could see there's 5-12. So they're trying to bait Lumi here, but no one's biting. So they're gonna rotate back around. But you are correct. I mean, Tsubame should never get caught by an Adela because they have that dash, they have a blink, they have a lot of skills to, you know, get them to safety, but just wasn't there to react in time as PK5 just did instantly punish.
Chinawar is in trouble. He will just about have enough credits to get the res back onto this Distilla, but that's about it. If even he can, right? Lumi is not in a good place for this Ekion at all right now. Same thing for Team Big Game Hunter. They do have the credits for it, but it's gonna be a bit rough. Lumi is looping all the way around from the north side. That's not where you want to be, Ekion. Oh boy, sitting on single-digit timer, I believe, for himself after having to leave school down in the hotel. Take hyperloop up, jump down, drink too soon.
The one good thing is he is on Ekion, which is one of those characters he can never catch, but sitting on only 1 second timer, like I don't think he's gonna be able to get the res off. Looks like yeah, Team Modern want to play a little slow here. They do have the double blood sample on this Tazia, so they are looking really strong, but Galumi getting pushed once again. This time gonna be roaming into school, and it's gonna be pushing into fire here. And I like this from Always Inshan. I think they could just play the Guardians on this Lumi. Just make sure no one is able to get the res. You could see Big Game Hunter. They're already set up on the bottom side. I'm surprised Always Inshan just didn't walk with the Lumi, but actually stopped it because they won't be able to stop Lumi from walking over to Big now. As I think Big Game Hunter should be able to get the res on the bottom side now.
Yeah, there should be enough distance for that Lumi to travel, but look at the position for Team Always Inshan.
Oh yeah, Always Inshan is actually moving with it.
You can see the sword starting to fly, and now all of a sudden Key5 is the one that's caught out all of a sudden. Down goes the Adela. They should have enough time to get the res back over onto her, but no, with the recon drone. No, they have plenty of credits. They have a ton of them. Look at the Yan. He has enough,
the Yan had the res because Irem didn't have enough credits.
Yeah, but I mean, the Yan was sitting on top of Lumi. They just didn't feel confident enough because the recon drone came down, and they thought, I guess
maybe the Adela
close.
Maybe the Adela didn't blow up their body in time. I feel like the Yan could have definitely got the res there because the Irem was on the Lumi for about like 2 seconds. So if they stuck the res, but maybe the Adela didn't blow up their body in time. I'm actually not too sure because I feel like they definitely could have got the Adela back into the game, but unfortunately, you know, that Adela getting caught out once again is gonna spell doom for Big Game Hunter as they are gonna sit on that 2-man. There's only 2 full teams alive in this game now. It's only gonna be Always Inshan, and we know exactly which 2 teams are gonna make it out of their final zones.
Modern using so much time to get into archery range. There is 1 full team per
escape
zone
is coming.
at the moment. Now he's got the escape, and yeah, that is not happening. Bye goes Team Dink, and they'll be able to get out. Now we are down to 4 teams. Let's see what Big Game Hunter and Modern is able to do. But they have
maybe Modern.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Oh yeah, 2 safety drones, but the timers I think from both these other teams are really low, so they're gonna be forced into each other. And then yeah, it's gonna be an easy third party coming out for the side of Team New here. New Rise should be able to pick up the duo.
Oh my god.
No, yeah. Easy clean up for New Rise here. They're gonna be able to get those kills, and it's gonna come down to our final 2 teams, Always Inshan versus Team New Rise.
That is insane amount of damage that the counter just did to. Oh no, what the heck was that? Riori just.
Yeah, I mean Adriana, one of the really underrated, you know, backline mages. She's just able to provide so much space for your team, and she does a lot of damage. Connect on your Molotovs.
Absolutely, but at least they were able to pick up something. The Game Hunter squad got at least 1 or 2 things before ended up getting taken down. Not that bad of a result. They also managed to secure their 3rd place spot. We're down to our final 2. New Rise Kangwon versus Team Always Inshan. Can Always Inshan actually finish out this game? If they're able to do so, they will pretty much have their tickets punched for the 4 knockout stage number 5 that'll be happening tomorrow. They have the drone advantage too. It's inside of the school building. We talked about this one earlier. Look at the jump in. Here we go. But the positioning from Team New Rise Kangwon is just way too good. Adriana is just providing way too much of a safety net, although Noda now, it's popped on in. Cloak and Dagger is gone. Drone positioning is still in favor of Team Always Inshan. It's going to start moving again. Now it goes to Team New Rise Kangwon. That White Lily is gone for about the next 10 seconds.
That is bad for Team Always Inshan because you have to play into this Adriana and this Rio.
Oh, God.
It is going to stop in the middle here. Centipede going to try to look for an angle. Does end up hitting. does end up hitting the Adrian. Hit by the Pyrrhic Uppercut, and Gongwei is just going to be able to finish them off, but a huge stun coming out from Insane. Going to be able to lock up the Nikki there, and Blaster's going to find Nigel in. They still actually going to be able to finish it off here. Blaster finds it onto the backliners at the... And that is going to be it. Team Always Insane coming out on top. I thought Team New Rise was going to be able to turn it around there. Insane with the huge arrow stun onto the Nikki, but Blaster just going to be there to finish the job.
Xenophine, we trust. How do you find that spring trap smack dab in the middle of 3 people? I cannot believe it. Ryori gets caught out. No response to the initial fight start. That means the Pure Rage Uppercut comes out. Nice stun from, I believe that was actually Insane to push the Nikki into the wall with the second proc of Fleeting Soul. But that just wasn't enough because Blaster already had all of his resets. He got the spotted down. He's already dashing in towards the Adriana. She doesn't have health to deal with the with the Tazia. And the Shukai's just stuck in the middle of nowhere. He can't go to support the rest of his team. Oh my goodness, Xenophine, how? How do you do this every single time on the Lenny, making an impossible situation possible with his spring traps? This player is just such a good Lenny, man. How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it was just so well played by, I mean, all 3 of them, right? The spring trap into the instant engage, but a great response from Team New Rise. You know, that stun into the wall almost swung the team fight back into their favor. But Blaster, being that Tazia, that X Factor, just jumps on it into the back line, and if one of these spotters does end up hitting, you just get blown up when you're playing, you know, a Rio or an Adriana, and that's exactly what Blaster was able to find.
This is one of the reasons why I'm just so much more happier seeing Xenophine on these initiation characters, because Xenophine always knows what timing to actually do on. And the rest of his team is always able to capitalize on it for the most part. If it's a good spring trap, if it's a good trumpet to stun people and lock them down, immediately the rest of Always Inchan immediately pounces on those opportunities. It didn't even look like a good spot for Always Inchan. They were still trying to get through the bush when Xenophine jumped in and landed the spring trap. But who cares? Kyonkei immediately sends the Pure Rage Uppercut. Yeah, it was a little bit late because they weren't in position for it. That's how Ryori was able to use the Fire Escape and get out. But you saw the reactions from Team Always Inchan. They end up capitalizing on it. They end up getting the kills. Blaster resets everything, gets the kill itself. That's going to land them in first place, looking pretty solid. 45.5 points.
They are good to go.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, they have an 18.5 lead into 5th place, and there's definitely a lot of spots that these teams need to crawl through. DS Guardians in 2nd with 40. Damien in 3rd with 37.5. Big Game Hunter in 4th with 32. And New Rise Gangwon, they're in 27, so they need to have a good game here. Same thing with Team Modern, Super Adriano, and Team Pointy. And it's any team can still make it in from the bottom side here. It's only a 16-point difference for 4th and 8th, which is a lot, but it's definitely a score that can be made up in the final game.
This could be a very ironic moment for Team Always Inchan, though, because they're in a situation where Team Daylight was, or Daydream was, a couple of, well, I should say not a couple of days ago, but last week, where they're in a really good spot on the top 4. If they go out very early, there is still a possibility. That 18-point difference from that 5th place team, it's New Rise Gangwon after all. You don't know what can happen, so let's just not pull a weird 8th place, no kills whatsoever.
I think they'll probably be fine, just because there's still 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that also have to do have to have a pretty good game. So if really,
it's not that much.
It's not that. I mean, 3rd place was still, I think it was like a 16-point difference or something. Yeah, so I think they should be relatively okay, but who knows? Who knows, right? Because who knows? Maybe 3rd and 4th place have a pop-off game. Maybe 2nd and 3rd have a decent game, and then Always Inchan goes out in 8th place. Anything can happen. But I think it's pretty unlikely for. Usually the first place team is always in a safe spot for the last game.
Something that you also have to remember as well, by the way, for the teams that do make it through today, I believe circuit points are now in contest, right? Now that we are going to knockout stage 5. Let's see.
I think these teams already earned some.
You have to make it through because it goes all the way up to 16. So if you are able to make it through today, then you are eligible for circuit points. That's going to be really important for a majority.
5, 6 finals.
Finals has 4,
8.
knockout stage 6 is 4, 4, 5.
Oh no, yeah, I think they're already guaranteed for today, right?
No. You do have to make top 4. Because there's 4 from each of the groups. It goes down to 16.
Oh right, top 4 for today. Yeah, yes. Yeah. You are
So
you
much
are
easier
correct,
for
you
us
are
to
correct.
say that's all you have to do, but it's still going to be rough.
Yeah, if they do want to get some of the circuit points, definitely have to make top 4 today, and you have to make knockout stage 5. Yes, because 8 and then 12 and then 16 for the final 4. So that's what these teams are playing for. You know, they want to get a head start for phase 1 going to phase 2 to make sure they can have enough circuit points to either maybe get a free spot to LCQ, free spot to day 1 in your finals, or even day 2 if they if they get into that top 4 spot.
All we want to know. Guys, one more game left for tonight. It should be underway in just a couple of moments. There is no bans, by the way, going into the last game as well. It's going to be a free-for-all for every single one of these teams. What are some compositions that you've seen throughout the course of today that you want to see from these teams? Because I have one specifically for Team Always Chan, who have lined up.
Team Damien, we're going to see them back, I think, on the Priya Tazi. I think they didn't end up wanting to play the top. Hold it for the Priya Tazia together. So they didn't want to get it banned, I think, for game number 3, right? It's something you see teams that have these characters, these party picks that do end up getting banned in these series usually do is, they're really well versed on one team comp. So they want to be playing their main team comp over, playing that Priya a little too early.
Making sure that nothing is out of variable. Yeah, exactly. They just want to make sure that every single piece of the puzzle is there when they're going to be playing for pretty much their tournament life at this point in the final game. Appreciate that for Team Damien. Let's see if they're going to be bringing it back for themselves. For me, Team Always Incheon, we'll see if they end up going back to that Ekion as well as the Sua and Kiara. I think that's one of the most amount of success I've seen this team have so far throughout the course of the series. You decide to go back over onto the Tazia.
Oh, right. It's because
that should be okay.
It's because they subbed in Asuna, right? I think, or not Asuna.
It was.
I think they subbed in someone.
Oh, I think they subbed in Chinawar for NCMB.
Yes.
Oh wait, sorry. NCMB is Guardians. They subbed out. Wait. Oh yeah, wait. Hold on. What's going on here? Did Asuna play for the first 2 games?
Yes, because Asuna was on the Priya.
Right.
But they subbed. I think they subbed maybe their Tazia player out then. Soe? Yes, Soe.
Soe's a modern. Dude, see, this is throwing me off. I don't remember. Maybe I'll have to go back after this game is over just to see what the differences are. But regardless, this is the lock-ins that we're going to be having for our final game, folks. We have 2 Jackies, 2 Rios, 2 Tazias. Like, what the heck is going on here? Everybody is playing duplicate picks across the board. Double Tazia, wait, actually, is it a double Lenny? No, it isn't. Senaphine's just going to stick on to Lenny because absolute giga chat of a Lenny player Senaphine is. Love to see it. This is the proactivity I need to see.
Oh, right. They subbed out Cherish. Cherish was the Tazia player.
Oh, you're right. Huh.
Yeah, I think it's probably because of the Priya ban, so they didn't want to play the Tazia. And the Tazia would get banned as well, right? So it's a team comp that is targeted here. So just sub them out to make sure they could play team comp that would be fine into this lobby, because I think they still have been doing relatively well, but they did have that pop-off game in game number 1, so have to slowly start to maintain their points here into that top 4 spot.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game is now locked and loaded. We are in Lumi Island for the final time today. Determine which 4 teams are going to be moving on. The leaderboard at the bottom right will show you what the status of this lobby is already looking like. We have Team Always Inchan, ES Guardians, Demian, as well as Big Game Hunter, who is sitting on the top 4 spots, at least for the time being, somewhat comfortable. 5-point difference. Hunter and Team U Rise Kangwon Team Big Game Hunter, definitely a team I think we should be watching out for this game, not just because they're in 4th place, but we've seen an uprising on this team's capabilities and potential throughout the course of this series and the end of the last series we saw. Bungi about to get taken down. Yes, he will. It's a Bonnie coming down. G-Work, nice tag as well as a good mind game. Castling as well. Checkmate tag. Ooh, there's a
TMB is there.
Trying to knock her down, but the blink comes in. Ekion's going to be able to get it with the auto attacks. It is an absolute mess inside of
Big Game Hunter.
What just happened? Big Game Hunter knocking down 2 members on their own. These point differentials are going to hurt quite a lot. JCP sending it with the Queen. Can they get the kill on the Shikimura? Yes, they can.
JCP should be able to finish all of these kills. Yeah, should be able to get key 5 as well. It's going to be Honam gonna try to run away there. Should be able to get their team to safety. There is to engage on the other side though. Damien fought back in. They're already looking for some more fights here. Super Ultra Dino on the back foot here. The Daniel mark is gonna be placed on Dekion, so it looks like they're just gonna slowly back away. Key 5 gonna get chased out by Soe. But Soe not gonna be able to get the shards that they need to get themselves on forward. Does end up getting the passive up, but not going to be able to find anything there, as still going to dash on forward. JCP is going to be in the area as well, but it is going to be a 2v3. Yan is here. Maybe they can look for something with this Queen. Not going to be able to connect on anything here. Hiram looking for an angle in. Doesn't hit the knockup. The TP is going to be there from the Priya, because that's probably going to come down, but the lockup is going to be there as the total. JCP is going to be able to return one. Look at the damage coming out from the... Going to be able to kill both of them and get the resets as well. I think this Jackie is actually going to be on a more damage type of build for the side of Team Modern here.
Yeah, he's still on the 2-handed sword, not that bad. GCP very accustomed to this weapon type, by the way, because a lot of times when he's playing Fiora, majority of his career in Eternal Return Masters has been that 2-handed sword Fiora player when it comes to timing on parries.
Oh my god.
Damage from Priori is insane on
oh
the
my god, they got 2v1.
Spirit Arrow is going to miss on the brush, which means no additional kill kit.
Great. I don't know if you saw, but it was a great Echoes of the Earth coming down on the damage from the Daniel. The Daniel marked the Priya and then tried dashing and popping the mark, but it was the perfect timing from the Echoes of the Earth to come down to just not take really any damage from that Daniel, and then the flower is just popping, just way too much damage for the Priya or for the Daniel to really live through.
Turn kill is there though for Super Ultra Dino. Will be kill out Insane, who was remaining by themselves inside of school. Not that bad. 45 seconds to go until our first set of objectives are going to be spawning in Lumia Island. These first objectives are probably going to tell us what the pacing of the game is, because typically the teams that have been able to get a lot more advantages in the earlier portions of the game, obviously this is going to sound stupid obvious, but it's not always the case where early game teams that have an advantage with just objectives tend to round games out. It's been a pretty common thing today though, where that are winning rims, teams that are winning objective fights do end up getting the pacing set for the remaining. These next 10 seconds are going to be pretty important. Let's see how it goes. G-Work has Lenny right in front of his face, but he just doesn't care about that. White Lily canceled out, and now G-Work's just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Nice play from Centipede to deny a lot of pressure. We're still looking for it. NCMP Jamie positioning themselves to try continuing this fight. Is there a move right here? Yes, there is.
Oh, wait a second.
Looks a little finicky. Half has at least been picked up by Blaster. They're trying to deny the initiation from NCMB as well as G-Work. Backside has jumped in. Donkey going in as well. Paradiso completely gonna whiff. There's a team on the north side as well.
Guardians.
This is not good for DS Guardians. This is not good for Team DS Guardians. They're gonna pull a Daydream. Can teams knock them out is the question. The fight's still gonna continue as Modern trying to do what they can. JCP jumping in. Same thing for MG. Can Soe round out any of the kills? A Centipede taking dangerously low. It's gonna be a sacrifice for Blaster to get the rest of his team out. Meteorite goes in Team Modern's favor.
Oh no.
DS Guardians. Uh-oh.
You're down in 8th place. Only 1 point to their name. They are in 2nd place. But that opens the door for these teams to stop them here. Oh, a great White Lily to push the Ekion back into the teams. Oh, Team Super Ultra Dino, as they do end up picking that up. A huge start from them. 3 kill points already, sitting on 4 points, and there goes Always in Shun. Nikki is going to go down, as it is going to Team Mod pick it up at that point, and this is big for Team Mod. They're sitting on 8 points for themselves here. They might definitely surpass the side of Team Guardians here, but there's a lot of teams that need to pass Guardians Team Damien, I think, is almost already there. Big Game Hunter is pretty close as well, and Team Modern or Team New Rise can definitely get enough points to pass. So if your team Guardians are just biting your nails here and hoping that these teams wipe early.
Oh boy, if G-Work gets knocked out in Knockout Stage 4, that is going to be a tale of a lifetime. I think the forums are never going to let this go either, because wow, what a devastating loss. We saw the third party coming from the top side, but for Team DS Guardians, they thought the fight was going to end a lot earlier, just couldn't finish things out. On the northern side, Team Damien looking to fight it out up against New Rise Column, but there really isn't any objectives here for the time being. Alpha will be up in about 10 seconds. Damage output wise, it's looking like it's in favor of Team Damien, but No Denial just rests up and looks for another opportunity. Asuna on the Cecilia has to deal good amounts of damage if they want this pick to work. They're going to send it in with Chinawara, but he whiffs the dash. Doesn't have a reset on this, but Ryori getting taken dangerously low on the backside. Jumbongi will be able to lock down the Rio from the start of the fight, but Ryori is taken dangerously low. Down they go, and Venomization will lock that
damage. Yeah, just so much AoE damage coming out from the side of Team Damien. There's Cicella all with the Cicella, Wilson, and the Ekion just gonna be there. And the Tsubame was just had the perfect angle to just follow up and finish the job there. And a great spring trap to push these two off. And that is going to be Team Jinshan. Gonna be able to get the one up onto the side of Team Super Ultra Dino. Spring trap was used to push them away from the Tazi ult, but I think was needed to peel them off of that Tazi. So very, very nicely played. Jinshan gonna be able to push their lead farther, and I think that this should definitely secure their spot in first place, especially when a team like Team Guardians went down so early.
Dude, I don't know. I say this all the time. How does this guy do it so consistently? Is the biggest thing, right? You can play Lenny all you want, you can get all the clips you want, but to get it this consistently is a gift in and of itself. Oh man, Team Jinshan. I kind of don't want to say this obviously because it kind of cuts the credit for a lot of the other players, but a lot of what Jinshan is able to do is off the back of center. And they do it again is the question. Let's see how it goes. Trumpet to give the shield as Blaster needs to join back in on the fight. Nice block on the Fleeting Soul.
Odian needs points. Like they need to start pushing into these teams. You see they're on 0 points. They're at 8th place. All these other teams are slowly starting to climb their points higher and higher. They need to fight back here.
Questions probably taking a huge chunk of damage as a main corridor. Suda just trying to pump in the damage, but he's only targeting the Nikki. There is just no damage coming from this team. Suda getting jumped on by everybody. Down he goes. The Estelle's the last one alive.
Estelle can get away from Akazuya.
Seconds. I don't think so, especially with that wall lockdown. It's day number 3. Sardabi trying to jump away. Can he get the White Lily? No, he can't get it cleanly. Blaster still on the chase. Will back away. Team Pointien will be able to live, but that's so much time spent running away. They need to be spending all these time trying to get kills, not running away.
Yeah, I think they're just going farther and farther away from the rest of the lobby. Still 0 kills to their name here as a team already wiped, so it's not looking too good for them. They definitely have to just start running at these teams and start trying to look for these team fights. They're just yeah, the rest of the lobby is just getting a little too far out of control here. Damien is going to be caught, but it looks like they are playing out of Ekion, so he just dash on out of there. Suna does end up getting hit by that spot. Is going to get chunked down a little bit here to try to focus their damage onto this Ekion. Ekion is able to live and take up so much damage here. Nice damage. But the AoE is too much. The ultimate is going to come down. It's going to be forced to be used, and the Tazi is going to go down. And I think that's going to be. Wait a second. JCP is going to find an angle in. He's going to try jumping onto the Cella, but is going to get pulled back.
If he dies,
but it's not going to be enough. Wait a second. The healing coming out from the Jackie. Oh my god! Was able to get. I think it was a 3-man. Was that an axe skill or no? Just the healing from her Q. And got the executioner bonus too, so just so much healing coming out from the Jackie.
Alright, so now we're trying to jump into the backside. He's trying to give his backline time to heal back up. There is no chainsaw murder just yet for JCP, but everybody is back. Modern still keeping their hopes alive. 10 points for that team right now, sitting on 34.5. Needs to go for about 7 more points if they want to at least get out DS Guardians. JCP, man, this guy on the... You know what?
Yeah.
For JCP, is Fiora very, very solid. Fiora, very hard character to play nowadays. Jackie, kind of right.
Yeah, coming out when it counts. A 3-man queue to heal back up almost to full HP because I think you ended up healing that board. That board just ended up getting tagged. I think is what was just there to provide some extra healing for the Jackie because was able to. It's just there for another target and killing the body at the same time as well. So got the execution bonus on top. So. That's why they were able to just heal so much and just turn that team fight there very, very nicely.
Gives triple healing from Tia onto the dogs, right? Very similar vibes.
Yeah, I do remember that, and I think it was in school that we did see earlier in this phase.
Fun things.
Yeah, when it comes down to the 1v1, Ekion can't really deal with the Jackie because Jackie is one of those characters that also is just insane in the 1v1s, especially into another melee here. And engage key 5 already getting chunked down to half HP, but a huge Tonfa skill gonna be able to finish off Insane, and Insane auto attack into it, and Mirai is gonna lose 2 members, and that is a disaster for the side of Team New Rise here. They need the points. They need enough to knock out Team Guardians. So now they're gonna have to get the reses here. They're gonna be a minus 400, but I mean Insane still has 5 golds, so they're not looking too bad even despite their little mishap there. But it is going to be Team Big Game Hunter getting those 2 kills, and that's exactly what Team Big Game Hunter needs as well. They're also, you know, on that chopping block in that 4th place spot.
We're starting to get real trigger happy. I don't think Noda now should have sent the Smash just in that fight, especially considering your double backliners are in thin corridors. There's chess pieces everywhere, but he sends it anyway. Hunnam is actually the one to pressure out the members on the backside, right? The Tetragon goes in, he has the quick spin as well. You called it out during the fight. Fantastic call, by the way. And starting from there, Marcus is just completely isolated. I'm actually honestly surprised that they get away because that Priya managed to walk on out. Bit of a breath of fresh air for Team US Holland.
Priya, always, you know, the last character that I think they can get away, right? Having that movement speed, can't really chase into it, so just barely getting out with their lives. Gotta be a little careful though, as there is going to be a lot of teams here in school. Looks like one is going to VLS away. Team Damien going to VLS around and actually might land on top of the side of Team Pointy. And no, looks like they did end up land a little far away, but wait a second, here's a dash coming out. Sellers looking for an angle in here, but now the Assault is completely isolated. The ult is going to be used, and a great pullback though coming out from Asuna, but the Assault is still pushing forward here. Is going to get chunked down a little bit. I'm surprised they didn't try turning it there. I feel like the Assault was a little too far forward. Maybe could have killed them as they were a little isolated, but I think the reason is you could see the item difference. Look at the items for the side of Team Damien versus Team Pointy, and Team Pointy are already having gold on both their carries. And Damien only sitting on 4 golds total in spread out through all 3 of their members.
But the thing is, Pointy has those transitions. What have they got to show for it? It's absolutely nothing. You do end up knocking down Junbongi, so that's going to be one. Never mind, it's Big Game Hunters to do it. Luckily, Ekion going to be able to get on out of there. It's going to be Big Game Hunter to pick that up. Damien, they're also in a little bit of danger themselves as well, right?
I think they're fine. No, I think they're fine. They already have 7 points, so they're already above Guardians, so they just need maybe a couple more placement points. I don't think 2 teams can outscore Damien and Guardians, but Guardians is definitely on the chopping block as these teams are getting more and more points. It's looking really scary if you are a G-Work fan here. There is going to be the red box. Yeah, red box is going to be dropped here, and looks like the side of Team Always Incheon, they want to take the team fight, getting a lot of damage, but Pointian is getting a lot of value in the back here. Still already popped their healing drone. Blaster going to look for an angle in, going to get some more damage onto the Rio. Rio is going to pop that healing plant to keep themselves a little help here. The damage is going to be there. Might be damaged, but it looks like the Estelle is going to go down, but it's still actually going to be able to blink on or dispatch on the way. Soul Steal was vested, but the Rio gets caught. That is going to be it. I think this is going to spell doom for the side of Team Pointy, and they can't get the res once again, but another lost team fight means more points just not going into their hands. You can see the amount of points they have is just not going to be there. And oh no, GCP gets caught for the side of Team Super Ultra Dino, or sorry, not JCP, but JKR. And they're gonna try getting themselves onto safety. It's not looking good for Team Super Ultra Dino either. These teams are desperate for points, and they need it.
I really want to he just makes these fights work. Never lets his team be in any danger, always puts his team in favor. Trumpets always land, the rockets always land as well, like rocket cannon. Oh my god, I don't know how he does it, but I say this all the time when it comes to Centipede. That is just how consistent this player is. JKR needs to get himself on out of there. Uses
Dagger. Dagger skill, add Strider, wow.
Oh, you're right, he is on Dagger. He has the Maharaja. It's the first time I think we're actually seeing JKR on anything other than 2A. Let's keep him alive for this one.
Was able to get themselves to safety there with the Dagger skill and Strider movement speed. But now it looks like they are getting sniffed out here by the side team, always in shut. Don't think they want to take any team fights, but look at their items. They're not looking too hot here compared to the rest of the lobby. Gotta be a little careful. Zoe sitting on that blood shoes. I think it is that road steps for that burst damage. Gonna look for an angle onto the Jackie here. Jackie, he's gonna get gonna use that yeah, that's Nano to get themselves to safety, and a Great White Lily to get the two members of Super Ultra Dino out, but Team Modern is just gonna chase down here. They need the points as well, as they are sitting in that 6th place spot, so definitely kind of desperate to... Oh no, here comes the Daniel, and they're not gonna be able to find it. It's good. It is gonna go down. It is going nice clean kill for the side of Team New Res and Gangwon there. The tension is building for these teams. They know this is their last chance to get any amount of points, and it's a lot of teams on the bottom side that could definitely make it into the top 4.
Modern, Team New-Res Gangwon, a couple of teams starting to be right at the edge of making sure they're in the top 4. There are so many things that can go wrong for these teams. That's a safe hyper jump pad. Oh my god, it's gonna be a Chapel final zone as well. This is gonna be hell if one of these weird Korea teams start making it in, by the way. If there's a bunch of melee teams that start going in, that's not gonna be fun. If Big Game Hunter actually makes it into the final zone too, that's gonna make it really rough depending on which final zone or which temporary zone they actually get positioning on. They're on the southern side. I actually don't like that because usually positioning wise it's gonna be in favor of teams that are in cemetery. They are holding control over it for the time being, and Modern not having a fun time trying to deal with the Wiccaline team to try to lead. But the further north they go, the more of a mess it becomes. There's so many teams up there. Look at the map.
7 teams alive. Everyone knows it all comes down. There is still a duo though. It seems Super Ultra Dino. I think they are trying to just wait out for the Lumi res to get themselves back into this game, but I don't know where Lumi is. Gonna have to swing all the way around.
Oh
no!
God.
Damien gets caught out by the side of Team Big Game Hunter, and that is going to be it. But Team Big Game Hunter, or sorry, Team Damien, I think they really secured themselves more points than Guardian, so they should be okay here. It's going to come down to if teams can pass Team Damien, or sorry, Team Guardians now.
So to 44.5 is where Team Damien is going to be. Team Modern trying to find it, but he falls down first. They need to somehow find something, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Maybe Big Game Hunter is down there though. Modern needs to get the res here. Lumi is down, is in dock. Oh no!
Oh, that goes another, and Lumi just whizzes on by. Can Zoe somehow make it up towards Cemetery? Because there's still a decent path. I don't think so either. Look at the map. Always in starting to make their way in. 1 second left. Zoe is dead. That's going to be it. Most likely for Team Modern. They will not have enough points to make it through unless Modern is able to somehow turn things around. Not going to happen.
Can New Rise do it though? New Rise still has a chance to outscore Team Guardians here. They need about 5 more points here. There's a lot of teams here in Cemetery. It's up to Team New Rise if they can outscore Team Guardians, but gotta be a little careful. Every team is in the zone, or every other team, or sorry, JKR is gonna get caught out, and I think this 2 front to back teams are gonna slowly start to trickle in, gonna try to fight each other. The Soul Stealer is gonna be invested. They're gonna try looking for an angle in. A lot of damage, but the Stealth Shield is gonna be able to keep the cell alive for so long. the Recon Orb is going to be used, so Team Ozichan should see all of this, but the damage from the Rio is going to be coming out, and oh, here's the third party. Team Ozichan are here, they're going to send it straight onto the side of Team... Oh my god, wait, both teams are out. Team Pointy and Team Pointy and are just gonna leave here. JKR gonna use the safety orb to get themselves in. Look at the timer. Jackie is probably gonna -1. They're gonna try looking for an angle because he doesn't want to mine.
They just kill the
Jump
JKR.
onto anyone.
No!
Pointy gets it.
Okay.
Oh, both teams. Oh no. You guys, Gangwon, they need to look. But look at the timers. Team Ozichan are probably gonna have to send it soon. But wait a second, the other teams are sending it on the other side here. Ozichan just sitting in the zone, making sure they don't get any timer here. There's the Estelle ult is gonna come down. The timers are gonna run out and say go down, and that's it. You guys they don't get enough points, and I think that should be safe for Guardians. I think Guardians are in.
I think so too. We'll have to look at the final leaderboard when it comes through. Sardavi, he has nothing left in his arsenal, but he did his job. Pointy end, this is a fight that they aren't going to be able to get any results out of. Down goes Suru, and down goes Motakia. Dude, Makotia tried their best, but it's just not going to work. Always Incheon, formality of a final fight. Big Game Hunter, formality of a final fight for a final fight. Dude, Big Game Hunter has had so much improvement in the past 2 series that now I'm actually looking forward to what their performance is looking like in Knockout Stage 5, but we still have this final fight to go. Centipede, taking somewhat low, half HP for this lane from the beginning of the fight. The initial knockout isn't really going to go on. Tightport doesn't really result in anything either, but the Nikki obliterated and the point come out. That's it. That's going to be it. There's the knockup coming in. So wait, oh, Blaster not dead yet. Okay, there we go. Centipede. Bye. Have fun. GG's called out. 24.5 for Team Big Game Hunter. That does it, everybody. Wow, what a series.
Wow, that was a nail biter if you were the side of Team DS Guardians there. Going out of 8th place, but I think still securing themselves a spot in for knockout stage number 5 here. Very well played, the side of Team Big Game Hunter in final fight. Just great catches from the Yon. Great CC all around from all these players. The Della got that Blink Queen onto the Tazia. The Yon was able to get that knock into the wall onto the Nikki, and the Nikki just going down in CC to that IRM. So just all 3 of them just playing phenomenally in this final team fight.
I did say that if Team Big Game Hunter makes it into the final zone, it's going to be a little bit chaotic for the team that has to walk it in. There's way too many walls inside the building, right? Idella has a lot easier of a time because pathing is going to be a little bit more obvious than if it's a very, very open area. Yan has walls to play with. Irem also has so many corners that she can play around with as well. Xenophine taken down a half HP at the beginning of the fight also wasn't really the greatest of start for that team. It's just really, really rough across the board. Nicely played from Team Big Game Hunters. As I mentioned today as well, multiple times, this team has had so much improvements, whether it's just from individual gameplay, coordination between each of the players. I think Key 5 had one of the biggest improvements throughout the course of today. Shikigami, not Shikigami, but the Shikinori, with one of the biggest improvements on IRM I've seen throughout the course of a series as well. I'm including the ones from E8 back in the past. I don't think I even have to talk about Hunnam Xian. This guy was so consistent throughout the entire course today. It was just the rest of the team that needed to pick up the slack, and they did.
Yeah, they look so clean on this team comp, just layering their CC together. You see the Yaw knockup come in, you see the IREM knockup come next, and then the Queen as well. Or, any order, the Queen comes in, the Adela finds that knockup into the Yan stun. Like, all of them together just really, really playing it well together, just able to just layer all their CC and, completely lock down these targets that they do end up catching out here.
Fun set of games that we had across the board today. It's going to be very unfortunate for Team Urias Gangwon. They had such a good try, but it was just not enough. Right? It's one of the reasons why we always look for consistency between teams.
It kind of sucks, right? Because it always sucks to go out that way, especially in those type of final zones, because sometimes it's just not really in your control, right? Maybe they could have went down to contest for Warehouse to make sure, it's in their control. It's just a fair 3v3. But because they're in Cemetery, there's just 2 teams. these two teams are obviously just going to try playing the timer game, and they're just going to force each other out. So you're trying to force to set on one team. And you sit on one team, the other team's going to be there to just easily clean you up. So it's a little unfortunate for the side Rise Gangwon. They tried their hardest, but yeah, just like you said, just barely not enough in knockout stage 4 here.
It's always very easy for us to say all of these things because we have the information thanks to the minimap as well as spectator bonus. But for Team Uri's Gangwon, they're in nighttime before the temporary zone starts to really become a problem, as well as the fact that when they were originally in position trying to get control of the temporary zone, they actually had a really good spot, right? They were chasing down JKR, trying to lock down the Janky, but she got away. There's a team on the left side, walked in, sandwich in between two. Not really position at all for those players. But regardless, this is the result, everybody, for what ended up happening today. Always Incheon again will make their way into the next phase of the knockout stages, going from just barely making 4th place off of a whim. The first place in knockout stage number 4, you never know what's going to happen with Team Always Incheon. Their stonks are rising today, folks. Big Game Hunter in second place with 56.5, 44.5 for Team Demian. Diaz Guardians, a big sigh of relief as they will not be knocked down. We'll move on for this tomorrow.
And Uri's Gangwon, Modern, Super Ultra Dino, and Pointian. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to these teams. Thank you guys for playing, but it is just going to be how the cookie crumbles here. You could see which teams are coming up from where. We have Team Always Incheon all the way from one, making it to knockout stage 5. And Big Game Hunter, they're making a pretty good run as well. You know, coming to knockout stage 3. These two teams together just have been having a great showing, just moving on farther and farther. But look at the teams in knockout stage number 5 and stage 6. They got quite a bit ahead of them here. It is looking like it's going to be really, really hard for them to crawl away.
Doesn't get it for these players at all. Guys, here are the events that are going right now. Shui Lin SNS event, basically all of the social media stuff that is going on. I think there's something about, if I remember correctly, I only know the one off the top of my head for at least X. You just have to provide a hashtag or something and post something about Shui Lin. You should be able to notes to make sure you I still have it myself, how to do it. I actually don't know who did the profile icons this time. I haven't been able to find.
Pretty cute. I actually got like that. You're just sitting down with that little question mark. I swear I've seen this type of art around in ER quite a bit. You know, it's like the little goofy, those like goofy eyes.
Yeah,
it's really cute.
It's a pretty common art style when it comes to emoticons in Korea, especially. Funnily enough, the culture around emotes in Korea is a little bit different because alongside the emote itself, they always attach some kind of text to it for context. But in the English speaking, they don't really do that too often. It's the emote itself, and that every single one of the emotes from Korea kind of stand out to me because I know what it means.
That's fair.
Might look a little bit weird for people who aren't familiar with Korean language. Obviously, for this one, it doesn't really matter because it's just a question mark. Majority of you guys know what that means.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to fit like a full word, right? Yeah. But in the Korean, you just fit like one character. I think is usually okay, or like 1 or 2 characters, and it doesn't really take up that much of the screen. So
a lot of acronyms.
Yeah, we do have the Subame Season Pack skin. It's quite the skin. I would definitely recommend it. It is 55% off right now, and it's going to get more expensive the longer you wait. So, feel free to grab that whenever you can.
Yep. This is talking about the KEL Lumia market that always tends to happen on some of these National League or even in-person ERM events. If you guys are going to it, then please bring it with you. I will out of your luggage case if you are willing to bring me. Thank you very much. Otherwise, if you are in Korea right now, hopefully you guys have fun with it. The 2-year anniversary summer box packages on top of it. You can get, I think, both the skin itself as well as the design. So if you low roll and get the design, you'll have to spend a little bit of those shards in your forging in order to put them up, but that big. As long as you play Eternal Return often, KL team support packages as well. Make sure you buy that Adina one for Titum Phalanx at the very bottom right. So funny. And this one is, it seems like it's a DHC and J KL party from the looks of it.
Ooh, okay.
ATX campus for Hosa University.
Well, that's cool. You could just go and watch with a bunch of people. I like that.
I remember them actually doing this for, I think it was season finals. I could have sworn there was a certain point where broadcast actually brought up the party. HCNJ doing quite a lot of cool stuff when it comes to the interaction with. Oh, that's
Yeah. And they have like those like stuff you could buy there as well. CNJ, I mean, one of those teams that's come a long way, you know. I'm definitely proud of how far I've seen them come, because we've seen them in the early stages, you know, the whole ERM scene, the whole esports scene, you know, just haven't been having a good time. But, you know, nowadays, I think they're definitely a team to look out for.
CNG Esports is also a team, by the way, that has been doing a lot better, I think, in the current day and age of Eternal Return. Funnily enough, we're actually going to see them tomorrow during knockout stage number 6.
Yeah,
Massive improvement in their consistency that we saw during the group stages. I want to see it one more time coming out from this team before I can place my faith in them, because when I know of their tumultuous history when it comes to the results that these players had. Going back onto some of their comfort picks, though, I did see the dial-in from Beksu, right? Seems to be a lot more comfortable on that, playing the Nunchaku this time around with some of the backliners doing a bit more of the bona fide DPSs. Really excited to see if they're able to pull things away and make sure they can get into the finals, because we're starting to go into circuit point territory now. Super.
Yes, and these teams, they are the best of the best, the cream of the crop. So these teams definitely have to be on their A game when moving up here into the next couple of knockout stages.
We're in the end game now, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to do it for us today. Hope you guys all had fun watching these Eternal Return games, because I definitely had a lot of fun. One thing for you guys as well, here in the chat, we have some additional drops for the off-air coupons. It's the little season fragments vouchers, if you guys are looking for more of those. The code is right up here on the screen, 0801MEN8N.
Yeah, make sure you guys put it in, because it will expire fairly shortly. I don't think you have too much time to use it. I think you only think it's like a couple hour window. So make sure you guys open up your Eternal Return, put the code in. Make sure you guys get your fragments if you guys want to get more of those season pack tokens. I think that is probably what it's for. So you could get the Abigail skin maybe coming later, which I think a lot of people are definitely looking forward to.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for spending the beginning of your Fridays with us today. If you're on the eastern side of the world, and thank you so much for spending the afternoon of your Friday with us. We'll be back tomorrow with Knockout Stage 5 and 6. We'll see you guys then. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Friday. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern Time here on the Eternal Return channel. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
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 You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming.